live. Good morning, everybody. Well, it's morning in California. My name is Valerie Sutton, and this is day 2 of the SignWriting Symposium 2014. Welcome. And I'm sure those who are watching know about the SignWriting Symposium. We actually had a full day of live streaming yesterday on July 21st. And now I'm happy to tell you that the video of 8 hours is recorded on YouTube and also on the front page of our signwriting.org website. So, oh, I'm so sorry. It appears that I haven't clicked on myself. Can you see me now?
Just fine.
Okay, could you see me before?
If you were the one talking, you probably were the one showing.
Oh, I see. Okay, excuse me, everybody. I'm still learning the software, and it's my job to click on who's being seen. So now, back again. Google Hangouts is remarkable software. That's the software we're using, and I'm new to it, as you can tell. And it is recording everything that we're doing today. This is live streaming. And yesterday, we were new to it as well, and we looked at it and we thought, oh no, we couldn't find all 8 hours recorded after the entire day was done. And then we felt very relieved this morning when we saw the full 8 hours on a video on YouTube. So they do record it as we are speaking, and all 8 hours will be available probably in about 24 hours after the entire day is done. So we are recording from 8 in the morning here in California, which is Pacific Daylight Time, all the way till 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Pacific Daylight Time. So if you're in another part of the world, you can try to calculate that. One way is to go up onto Google and just ask, what time is it in California, or what time is it in the country where I live? And they can give you the hours differences. So yesterday we had 10 presentations. I want to thank our presenters from yesterday. And we saw Claudia Bianchini present presentation 1 yesterday about a computer program and research project on how deaf people write sign writing in both Italy, and also the research is done from France. And Claudia presented all about their research project and about how sign writing developed in Italy. And it stimulated this beautiful project called SWORD, S-W-O-R-D. Then the second presentation yesterday was from a teacher of deaf children in Germany. His name is Stefan Vormann, and Stefan presented something called Mund, Bild, Schrift, which is his terminology to represent what I call Vormann's speech writing, which is a way to read and write the movements of the mouth while you're talking. So Stefan really gave a great presentation showing this, and it was exciting to see it live, you know. Also, presentation 3 was by Adam Frost, and Adam, who is interpreting the ASL right now, in a little box at the bottom of your screen. Adam presented a presentation 3 that was about sign writing handwriting. Handwriting is actually the way we began. Sign writing began in 1974 when I was working at the University of Copenhagen, and I developed it there with a research project with researchers at the university in their audiologopædisk forskningsgruppe. It was a research group related to sign languages, directed by Lars van der Liet at that time. And I was asked to create a way to write what I was seeing on a video. There was a video of hearing people and deaf people sitting on a couch talking to each other, and I was supposed to write the differences between the hearing people's gestures and the deaf people's gestures, which were really Danish Sign Language. That was the beginning of sign writing. I became fascinated with this and suggested that we write the language. And so I went back home to my native country, the United States, and I developed what I called sign writing. And so this SignWriting Symposium is a celebration of our 40 years. Yes, we're 40 years old, 1974 to 2014. So Adam was actually presenting about his own handwriting. But the reason I diverted there is to explain that when I first began sign writing back in 1974, we had no personal computers. So, of course, we were also doing handwriting. How did I write that video of the hearing people and the deaf people moving on the couch? I had no choice but to use my hand and take a pen and write it on a piece of paper. So when we started writing with deaf people in other projects later in the 1980s, we were all writing by hand. The SignWriter newspaper, our founding editor, Nancy Romero, presented yesterday. The SignWriter newspaper, we had deaf people writing articles, and they were writing it by hand. Nancy produced, I guess in her case it was 12 pages of tabloid-sized newspapers written in the movements of American Sign Language and the facial expressions and the hand shapes and, you know, the beautiful expression of American Sign Language. She was writing with an ink pen and some templates. And Adam presented yesterday how he himself writes by hand and had developed his own writing system first before he met us. And then in 2004, Adam and I started working together, and now, you know, the handwriting is just spreading. And there appears to be probably more handwritten documents in sign writing in the world than there are computer documents, even though we have been working on computer development for at least 30 years, since around 1986, when Richard Gleaves started working with me. He and I worked together as a team, and Richard developed a computer program called SignWriter DOS, and also it was originally for the Apple IIe and IIc. You can see this is back in 1986, a long time ago. And Richard Gleaves' software development, which I feel is brilliant, it paved the way for the next generation of computer programmers. And it's important to talk about this because today's presentations, which I will get to in a minute, are actually, quite a number of them, are about the modern software, which was built upon Richard Gleaves' original work. So now we go back to yesterday. What was presentation 4? Presentation 4 was, again, from the Italian and French researchers telling us about their software, talking about software. They have a software program called SWIFT, S-W-I-F-T, and they described, Maria de Marsico did, how the steps were taken to use their software. Yesterday's presentation 5 was in Brazilian Sign Language by Mariana Stumpf. Now that's my pronunciation of her name. I guess it's Marianne. Marianne, I was so glad to meet you. And Marianne and I have known about each other since way back in 1996 when a professor, Antonio Carlos da Rocha Costa, came to my home here in California to meet me. He came all the way from Brazil and from Pelotas, and it was a computer software developer himself and also a professor of computer science. And Antonio Carlos had found out about sign writing from the internet and wanted to use it in Brazil. So it was an exciting time for me to think about such an idea. And Antonio Carlos came and we talked about it, and he came back to Brazil and it spread. So here in our symposium, you know, a good many years later, we have 12 presentations from Brazil in total. And 16, I believe, presenters from Brazil total. And our first presentation from Brazil was yesterday with Marianne Stumpf, who is now, of course, Dr. Marianne Stumpf. She did her dissertation written about sign writing and how it was used in France and Brazil. And she studied the literacy process of Brazilian and French deaf children and discussed this with us. It was a wonderful presentation. I want you to know I've gotten many wonderful comments, Marianne. They enjoyed other people whom I know here who don't know Brazilian Sign Language, which is called Libras, by the way. I got comments from people saying they enjoyed seeing Brazilian Sign Language. So it was a beautiful presentation. Presentation 6 yesterday was by Mirta Barreto from Paraguay. And we learned about the country of Paraguay, that it is a bilingual country with a language I can't pronounce. Not only is there Spanish, but there is the language of the native Paraguayans. I guess it's called Guarani. I'm sorry, I mispronounced it. But nonetheless, there are those two languages that are official. And then there's, of course, Paraguayan Sign Language, which I can imagine varies. I'm really impressed with their project in Paraguay. They are working with literacy in a trilingual context, and Dr. Barreto has done a remarkable job to spearhead a new project using sign writing for sign languages in Paraguay. So thank you, Mirta. Presentation 7 yesterday was from Nancy Romero. And as you may remember, everybody, Nancy has written and she translated from the New Living Translation the entire New Testament and wrote it in American Sign Language in SignPuddle software, which we're going to hear about today, and which was developed by Steve Slavinsky. And we heard about how Nancy used SignPuddle software to write American Sign Language. Nancy is an interpreter for ASL, and she was able to use the New Living Translation English version of the Bible, and just as she might interpret it if she were in front of a church proceedings, you know, she chose to write it that way. So she wrote her interpretation of the English text, and then we placed the English at the bottom of the page, and then the sign writing of the American Sign Language above in columns. And all 27 books of the New Testament are written, and you can go up to her website called www.aslgospel.org and go and download the PDFs. There are some that aren't up there yet, but we're going to get them all up. 27 books are a lot of PDFs because there are a lot of chapters. We have the books available by chapter and by consolidated book PDFs as well. And then Nancy gave presentation 8 as well, telling about the ASL Wikipedia project and the fact that she has written 48 articles in the ASL Wikipedia, which again has been programmed and developed in software development by Steve Slavinsky. But the ASL Wikipedia project is also really a donation of space and time and love from the Wikimedia Foundation, and we would like to thank them for the possibility of being on Wikimedia Labs server and also on the Wikimedia Incubator server. We'll hear more about that as well in presentation 31, which is coming up in another day or two. I guess it's on the last day. Yeah. And so going back to Nancy's presentation, she talked about the 48 articles that she wrote, and Steve was able to show us the screen, showing what the articles look like. So that was a beautiful presentation, and you got a chance to meet our team, which is very important. And last in the day, we had 2 presentations, one from Charles Butler and one from Natasha Escalada Westland. Charles and Natasha switched places, and Charles told us about his sign dictionary. He's creating dictionaries in which we're putting in order, and he wants to be able to sort the dictionary by symbols rather than by the spoken language alphabet, or to have them bilingual dictionaries where you can find a sign sorted by what I used to call sign symbol sequence, or by the sign symbols. And also, you can also look it up both ways. Those kind of dictionaries are very useful. We have done a few others, but Charles wants to enhance such work and provide it for the Brazilian, and make it even maybe not only bilingual between spoken language and sign language, but maybe even quadrilingual, where you could have American Sign Language and Brazilian Sign Language and English and Portuguese all looking up dictionaries at the same time. Thank you, Charles, for that presentation. It was very interesting. And Natasha Escalada Westland, presented her work after 10 years of using sign writing to teach American Sign Language in Arizona to high school students, both hearing and also to deaf children. Thank you, Natasha. Her website, www.westlandasl.com, is an excellent source for downloading her PDFs and PowerPoints that teach ASL, teach sign writing just simply as a part of ASL training. Thank you for yesterday, and you'll find it recorded on the front of signwriting.org and in YouTube. And now we're going to start the next day. Today is day 2. And at 8:30, Steve Slavinsky, who is one of our team members in my organization, but who is really probably absolutely our rock. We cannot work without Steve's foundation of his wonderful software development called SignPuddle. And I have to tell you the story about this. This was really amazing. First of all, I already told you about Richard Gleaves. Richard Gleaves was the person who developed SignWriter DOS. And he was the person who helped us structure how our symbols would be found within software. The internal workings of the program, in other words, were very important for future programs. We spent 10 years from 1986 to 1996 working with Richard Gleaves for this development. And our signwriting users around the world became dependent upon SignWriter DOS because that's what we had. It's a beautiful program. You can still use it, by the way. You can actually download something called DOSBox, which is a free kind of DOS emulator, and you can still use the old program. But today we don't use that very much because we spent 10 years from 1996, and well, I'm sorry, not 10 years, but until 2004, trying to get other programs to be more modern for the modern world because Richard could no longer work with us. He had other work to do. So one day I was kind of desperate because we needed to have more modern software for the web world, you know. And I went up on the web one day. It was, I believe, in 2004. And I saw some messages from somebody named Steve Slavinsky. And he was simply chatting with somebody on a bulletin board or something, talking about some software that he had developed, I believe, for playing cards using signwriting, if I remember right. And I wondered, who is this that is using signwriting on cards? So I started reading the messages, and they were really cool. This is amazing. This is really good. So I contacted Steve privately, and I said, my goodness, would you be interested in working with us? We are in so much need of having a more modern computer program that could take us forward into the future. And so Steve and I started working together, and we have been essentially partners in working together ever since 2004. And it is now 2014, so that's a decade. Bravo. And everything started happening when Steve started working with us. First of all, he based his work on what Richard Gleaves originally did and then took it forward into the modern world. And it is because of Steve that we have the software we use today called SignPuddle Online. And although you probably can't see this very well, this is just a brochure, but you can see how it has an umbrella with the raining symbols. That's our logo, right? And when it's all red, that's SignPuddle. That's the umbrella. And when you go to SignPuddle, you'll see I'm sure he'll show you. You'll see a bunch of flags that shows the countries that we support. To go to SignPuddle, you can go to signpuddle.org or to signbank.org/SignPuddle. Either way, you'll get there. And you click on a flag, for your country, and then that takes you, for example, here's the American flag. I don't know if you can see this or not. And that will take you to your country's area. And then you can click on dictionary or literature. And Steve developed dictionary files, which we call puddles, by the way. And you can also have literature files where people write all kinds of stories and literature, including the 27 books of the New Testament, and also Cat in the Hat and all kinds of stories and literature. But let me explain the name SignPuddle. How did such a name get developed? People ask me that. That's because when I first met Steve had an organization called Pittsburgh United for Deaf Literacy, and that was P-U-D-L, Poodle. And I called it P-U-D-L, but other people started calling it Puddle. So I said, Steve, that's a cute name. Maybe we should I think actually this was Steve's idea. Let's make it water, And so we both decided together we'd call it SignPuddle, and presto, it's been a really good name. Kind of unusual, but the idea behind it, for me anyway, is that it's like we start a little bit of water. Like a puddle is a little bit of water. Think of writing a few signs here and there. Students come in, experts come into SignPuddle, and anybody, it's free to write. You can write your language. You can start writing with using the symbols and Steve's software. You can create signs and add them to a dictionary, and that becomes a puddle, like a little bit of signs. And then over time, the puddle gets bigger, doesn't it? And over time, we have thousands upon thousands of signs. Then it becomes like a river and an ocean. In fact, I've had some people say, hey, we should call this Sign Ocean. How come we're calling this SignPuddle? But I love SignPuddle. It's a great name. And to finish, before I introduce Steve, I wanted to show you what else developed. He and I just love this. We developed something called the Pocket Puddle. And this was Steve's idea, of course. And he put his software onto this cute little stick. Isn't that cute? And of course, you probably can't see it, but whoops, let's put the, see the little umbrella on the logo? I don't know if you can see that. And so this is a little, what do you call it, a USB stick or a thumb drive. And imagine if you were traveling and you didn't have internet connection very often. You could store all of your SignPuddle work on this, what we call a personal puddle or a pocket puddle. Personal puddle you can have on your computer, but this is the personal puddle software on a stick. And then you can put it obviously in your USB drive in the back, and that will give you the software on your computer while you're traveling. Or maybe you move from computer to computer and you might need this. Well, this is a great idea, but what really has happened is most people just download the personal puddle. So we actually have software that people can download, and then they put it on their personal computer. So you can even just not even bother with the USB drive if you don't want to. So what does SignPuddle do for us? It's far more than just a computer program, because Steve has done something else that is just remarkable. He encouraged me to develop what we call now the ISWA. You see, the symbols themselves have been out there being used with handwriting all these years. They still are. But the difference is that now we had to put it into a computer, and it grew. So the original symbol set that we used with SignWriter DOS back in the 80s and 90s expanded because there were more and more people using SignWriting, and so we started to put them in to a bigger symbol set, which at the time in 2004 we called the International Movement Writing Alphabet. That was IMWA. And then Steve helped me by helping me structure it better. We tried to put it into the ISWA. We honed it down to just sign writing and not movement writing, which was also including dance symbols, dance writing symbols. And even sports writing symbols. I even had some skateboarding in there. I mean, we were doing everything for Sutton movement writing, which is a general movement writing system. So what I want to tell you is that Steve helped us develop the ISWA 2008 and the ISWA 2010, which is today the world standard. And so now that software, ISWA, is located in SignPuddle Online, and other software developers also use the ISWA. For example, today we're going to hear from 4 different software developers, right? Well, 3 development, 4 programs. Okay, boy, it's confusing. The first presentation today is Steve Slavinsky in just 5 minutes, and I know he's online, so he can start soon. The second presentation today is from Stefan Rohrmann from Germany, the teacher who presented yesterday. Stefan is going to be showing us their software called Delegs, which actually is based technically on SignPuddle dictionaries. So they intertwine. And the third presentation and the fourth presentation today is by Jonathan Duncan from Honduras, who has a program that also uses the ISWA. So now I would like to introduce Steve Slavinsky, and I'm going to click on his screen. Here's Steve. And welcome, Steve. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Okay. Steve, I'd like you to know that we love SignPuddle. And without you, we wouldn't have, for example, the 27 books of the New Testament. We wouldn't have so many pieces of literature used all around the world. We want to thank you for bringing us to the World Wide Web so that people can write right online. Would you like to start telling us about it? We're a few minutes early, but I don't see how that's a problem.
Oh, that's just fine. This is my presentation on the SignPuddle standard for SignWriting text.
So should I go to your screen?
In a second. It's really discussing a document that I've written called Draft Slavinsky SignWriting Text, and we're on version 03 right now. I released it through the IETF, the Internet Engineering Task Force. I wanted to try to make a standard, and I was looking for an organization to publish it through. The one thing I really like about the IETF is that it really clarifies the intellectual property rights, the idea that SignWriting is out there to be used. This isn't proprietary software or the standard. It's an open standard that people, I want them to use it. If you can go ahead and go to the slide.
Sure.
This is really about how we encode SignWriting. Now, I know that we can't see Adam right now, so I'm going to explain the slide a little bit, and then I'm going to go back to me and Adam so that you can see the presentation. So this presentation is about how we encode SignWriting. First, I started with a mathematical model of Valerie told me how it worked, and I did my best to make a model that reflected that. And after I came up with that model, I wanted to make a practical application, something that actually used that model. Now, as development went on, that led to a complication. And I had 2 choices once you get a complication. You can make a complicated program, or you can redo the mathematical model. So we've been doing this, going round and round the circle for the past 7 years. And yeah, that's how we started. If we can go back so we can see Adam. All right. I was saying that we started with a mathematical model. We made a practical application. We had a complication where we could make a complicated program, or we could simplify the model. And we've been simplifying the model, going back to the practical application, new complications, to a new model. Round and round the circle, but right now we've been stable for 2 years. In my talk, I'm going to talk about several things. One's going to be the background of SignWriting text, the benefits of SignWriting text, the elements of SignWriting text, everything that makes it up, and about extending the standard, making it the outreach more throughout the world. Where this standard came from, I just want to talk about my background really quick. I've mentioned math several times. I was a math major from preschool all the way through college. Later in high school, I developed a love for literacy because before high school, I never read. It was all math, all computers. But I started getting into fiction and nonfiction, and one book I absolutely love. It's called How to Read a Book. It's on the shelf there somewhere. But the book is called How to Read a Book. It's an amazing book, and it took my love of literacy to really to the next level. Later, I had kids, and my kids were not deaf. I didn't know any deaf people, but I read a book talking about, I think it was called Baby Signs. The idea is that children can communicate with sign language before they can actually learn to speak, because the eye and the hand develop faster than the ear and the mouth. My son, we working together, him making up signs, me trying to repeat them, we had a dialogue of about 40 different signs that we used. It was great to be able to communicate with him. After about 40 signs, he started talking, and he really dropped the sign language. My daughter, she learned about 5 signs, then she started talking, and it was all over. Years later, my wife actually started working in a deaf program where half the staff was deaf. She didn't know sign language, so she learned by immersion. She was just thrown in the environment. She had a really good deaf friend, and they actually went to the bar to practice sign language. And that's where I met my first deaf friends from. Reading about the deaf, I realized that they didn't have their own writing system. So I went searching online, and I found SignWriting. I was like, wow, this is amazing. Why aren't people using this? And that's where the idea for Pittsburgh United for Deaf Literacy came in. After that, it was a 10-year collaboration with Valerie Sutton, and we've been working ever since. Now, SignWriting text, it really began with SignWriting itself, which is 1974. The idea of using it on computers started in 1984. Valerie already talked about Richard Gleaves, but he wrote SignWriter DOS from 86 to around 96. It was a great program. He did amazing things with a limited memory. And a lot of the ideas that I use are reflected back in SignWriter DOS. It's Valerie and Richard Gleaves communicated, and they understood each other, and they understood SignWriting. And the same thing happened with me and Valerie. We talked, we understood each other, and we both understood SignWriting and how we could make it work on the computer. After Richard Gleaves, there was a series of other symbol sets. There was the 1999, there was the 2002, and then there was the 2004. That's where I came in. SignPuddle, where that began. SignPuddle began with screen captures. I saw images of SignWriting on the web, and I said, I want to use that on my website. So I took a screen capture. The thing is, I need to save the file, save that screen capture. So I picked the gloss name. So if I saw a sign for hello, I saved the file as hello.ping, and that was my file. And I built up a limited dictionary based on gloss and these screen captures. Later, I found the huge symbol set that Valerie created, and I was able to put that into an application where you could take any symbol that you wanted and drop it into this two-dimensional image. And after you had constructed your sign with the drag and drop, you could save it, but it was still saving it under that gloss name. So, Val, if you can bring up the next slide, or just go to the slide presentation. I'll have Adam explain this after. I'd like to stay on this on the screen for a little bit because we're talking about how do we name the signs. My first way to name a sign was something I called the build string, and that was just the a long string name for each symbol It was comma delimited, so I had symbol, comma, x coordinate, comma, y coordinate, comma, symbol name, comma, x, comma, y. It was very, very verbose. It worked. It was pretty easy to process, but it had some limitations. Next, I went to something called SignWriting Markup Language. I took all the previous data that I had and I converted it to this new format, which is XML. If you've ever seen the HTML code to a web page where you have the greater than and the less than sign with all the tags in there, that's pretty much what SWML looked like. It worked okay, but using XML libraries had a lot of overhead that I didn't really like. After that came binary sign writing. Now this is the idea that rather than having commas and rather than having this markup, we just had ones and zeros. I explained the name of the sign and a bunch of characters, and those characters were 12-bit characters, bunch of ones and zeros. And the only thing is there really isn't a way to support a 12-bit character. There's either ASCII or Unicode. So I took those characters and I put them into something I call character sign writing. And that is best represented right now on the Unicode private use area, where every character from binary sign writing is equivalent to a character on the private use area plane. Now Unicode has its own complications, especially if you're using regular expressions in JavaScript. So binary sign writing has a second trunk, which goes down to something called Cartesian sign writing. It's unusual spelling with a K because we have irregular coordinates. They're irregular because I found when you try to search for them, those irregular coordinates really mess things up. So Cartesian sign writing went down to something we call now formal sign writing. Formal sign writing is an ASCII standard. It's what we use when we save, when we search. All the data in SignPuddle uses formal sign writing, and all the data in the ASL Wikipedia uses formal sign writing. Formal sign writing is equivalent to the Unicode. It's a one-to-one transformation, and you can also go back from the Unicode back to the ASCII formal sign writing. All right, if you can come back to me and Adam. I'm not really sure how to explain the graph that I just showed. I'm sure Valerie will put together captioning later for this, so I apologize for anybody that's watching the interpreting. The benefits of the standard. Let me just get right to it. Sign writing is universal. Every sign language that we've tried to use with sign writing has worked. There is a long list of languages, and there's more all the time. People that are using sign writing are able to use it. You can go to the slide. All right, and come on back. One of the benefits of the SignPuddle standard for sign writing text is we have beautiful images. That was an example of the scalar vector graphics. Originally, we only had ping images, which is basically a bitmap, which if you look at a bitmap really close and enlarge it, you see all these blocks. It's not very pretty. Working with Val, and actually with Adam Frost, the man who's interpreting it right now, he went through and he hand traced every symbol of the ISWA where it couldn't be automatically rotated. This was a very long and very involved process, but the results are absolutely stunning and amazing. We have SVG graphics, and they look beautiful, I think. Okay, Val, if you could bring up the slide again. The great thing about sign writing text is we have real sign language text. It is grammatically correct. Right nowadays, we write vertically, from top to bottom. And the one thing this really clarifies is the left side versus the right side when you're reading. You can easily scan down. Historically, we've written horizontally. And some people still write horizontally today, especially for bilingual education. The thing about vertical is you can discuss with body weight shifts You can use lanes. You can talk about the old system of writing in one lane, and you can talk about the new way of writing in the other lane. And that body weight shift is really apparent in the writing. Yeah. All right, if you could come back. I was talking about the different ways we write. We have the vertical writing and the horizontal writing. The vertical writing, we do have the lanes, which is an advanced technique for writing. It's not used all the time, but when you need to talk about body weight shifts from the left to the right, it really clarifies what you're reading. All right, go ahead and bring up the slide. Yeah, this is a really involved slide, so we might need to leave it up for a minute. It is talking about how we sort. Okay, you can come back, Val.
Okay.
For sign writing text, we have efficient sorting. If you have two signs that are written in formal sign writing, all you have to do is use a greater or a less than. You just ask the computer to sort these by natural numbers, and they automatically sort. The thing is that signs don't sort automatically. You need to add what Valerie called the sign spelling sequence. It is the writer who uses a specific theory of sorting, and they write this ordered list of symbols. In the example that's on the slide, it has it broken down into syllables that goes along with Valerie's theory, where syllable 1 is the beginning hand shape, syllable 2 is the movement between the first syllable and the next syllable, and the third syllable is the ending hand shapes. And then at the end, you can have locations, facial expressions, and other details. The thing I absolutely love about sign writing text and the formal sign writing is that we have powerful searching. We can find signs that have exact symbols, one or more. You can find signs that have general symbols. You want a specific hand shape, but you don't care about what rotation it has or what palm facing. You can find entire symbol ranges. Say if you want to find all signs that have hands from the index group 1 and maybe the rub symbol. You can find all those. Those searches right there you can do without looking at the location. But the thing I absolutely love even more than just the powerful searching is the approximate location searching. Val, if you could bring up the slide. With the approximate location searching, you can find signs that look like other signs. At the top of the slide, you see that there is an example sign, and on the bottom, you see the search results. And those signs are not written the exact same. The positions of the X, Y coordinates are different, but the searching is still able to find them. With SignPuddle, we have a growing body of work. There are over 1 million signs that have been written with sign writing text, and the work just keeps growing and growing. All right, the elements of the standard. We have the International Sign Writing Alphabet. Well, let me just get right to that. The ISWA 2010. This is really a work of love. It's the amount of work that me and Valerie put into getting this symbol set organized. She would create something, I would make a model that showed what she had created, and then she would update that. We'd communicate, talk, and we refined it, and it's really a great symbol set. Writer control and flexibility. This is one of the key elements of sign writing text, is that the writer, he picks the symbols, he picks the placement of the symbols, and he can also pick the ordering. There is no limitations. If you want to write a sign, however you want to write it, that's how you write it. There's no gatekeeper. You don't have to say, I'd like this new sign, maybe we can get it in the dictionary. You don't have to ask permission to write a sign. You just write it. And there's also no waiting. If you want a sign to look a certain way, you write the sign, and that sign is available wherever SignWriting text is supported. The visual image is another key element to the standard, and I've been talking about that, where we have two-dimensional order, where every symbol has an x-coordinate and a y-coordinate. Our images, for the visual image, we have the ping, we have the SVG, and there's also TrueType, which I'll be discussing later today. All right, another key element is the mathematical name of the sign. It is a plain text string of characters. If you've seen it before, it's a bunch of letters, a bunch of numbers, all stringed together, and it tells you what's in that sign. It's structured with tokens. When I say token, is just what imagine a bunch of blocks. You string them all together, and a token is a kind of block that you use. And this mathematical name has a structure to it. Mathematical name, all signs have two-dimensional space, which I was talking about, which has the symbol with the x and the y coordinate. Now, unless you're talking about when symbols overlap, it doesn't really matter what order that two-dimensional space is written in. Val, if you could pull up the slide again.
Mm-hmm.
Let me show you this one. All right, this has right here, this is the two-dimensional order with the sign that you actually read, and that's part of the sign name. Now, there's only two symbols in here that overlap, and that's syllable 3, the last two hand shapes. Now, in the one-dimensional string, which is the name, because the string name has to be one-dimensional, that first hand shape has to be before the other hand shape at the bottom, so that the overlap is correct. Otherwise, when you're describing how that sign is written, it doesn't matter what order those other symbols are written in. Now, the name of the sign that also has a one-dimensional order, and in this slide you can see that on the right-hand side. And that's syllable 1, syllable 2, 3, and 4. And that order does matter, but not all signs have that one-dimensional order that have been added to that. But it's not possible to sort a sign unless it does. And like I said, that is often written according to somebody's theory of sorting. All right, regular expressions are a definite element of the standard, and this is where that fast searching comes in from. Regular expressions are used for pattern matching. It's a really archaic kind of syntax, but you describe what you're looking for. There's two symbols that we can use. One is the asterisk, which is just the asterisk on the keyboard. The other is the plus symbol. They're used in how we describe these patterns, where an asterisk means 0 or more matches, and a plus sign will mean 1 or more matches. And all of the formal sign writing and the strings are described with these regular expression pattern matches. Efficient processing. Regular expressions are fast, and they're fast everywhere. JavaScript, any programming language, they will support the regular expressions. Automatic conversion, and this is one of the great elements of formal sign writing, is if you take the name of a sign, you can give it to this automatic conversion, and it will give you a super long regular expression. But that regular expression, when you use it, will find all the signs that look like that sign that you just asked for. There's an associated query language as well, and the query language goes with that automatic conversion, where you write something really short and succinct, and the automatic conversion will give you a very long regular expression. Because if you can help it, you don't want to have to write regular expressions by hand. But this automatic conversion, it's really nice. Like I said, 2 years of stability. Actually, since January 12th of 2012. That was the last time that we went around that loop of math, application, complication, back to math. That's the same for the ASCII, and it's the same for the Unicode. The formal sign writing has been stable for 2 years, and the data, all the data in SignPuddle has been available in the standard. Extending the standard. There is the standards organizations right now. Like I said, I published through the IETF. Any other organizations I've looked at, but I've never really gotten any traction. But one thing we can do is we can embrace the standard. There's several people and applications that are embracing the standard. There's Rachel Cannon at the University of Connecticut with SignType. There's SignWriter Studio, who is compatible with the formal sign writing, and he's going to be talking later today. That's Jonathan Duncan. Delegs Online, they are using the data straight from SignPuddle. There's Wikimedia Incubator. That's where we have the ASL Wikipedia, 50 articles. The Incubator, they're actually moving on to officially support the vertical writing mode. It's really a great development. And also the TrueType development uses the standard as it is. If you're not going to embrace the standard 100% directly, the next best thing to do is to maintain compatibility. Swift, for example, they have a modified symbol set. And as long as they keep track of what they're doing and how it maps to our symbol set, there's no reason that we can't transform our data back and forth between the two. Jonathan Duncan later today, I guess he's also going to talk about an alternate ISWA 2010 font, where rather than the font having every symbol in the set, he deconstructs the font, and he only encodes the symbol pieces, and then he rebuilds the entire symbol from those pieces. It's really interesting. Another way to extend the standard, I think, is to not maintain compatibility, but to experiment and try something new. We are pretty much standardized on the formal sign writing with the ISWA 2010. Our data, I don't think it's going to change. Even if there's later versions, this version will always be used. It's the advantages and the benefits are just really overwhelming, and all the complications. There's things that we're doing right now to deal with those. But if you experiment and try something new, that's a great idea. There are different symbol sets you could design. You could use other coordinates rather than X, Y. You can use radius and distance. Those are called polar coordinates. You can try other internal structures where our mathematical names divide time and space. We have the timing sequence in the front, which is optional, which is used for sorting, and we have the end section, which is the two-dimensional space, which is not ordered. Instead of structuring that way, there's an internal structure where you could try some type of tree design. I've heard people talk about it. Nobody's ever come up with a way to actually do that, but if you want to try an experiment, that's a great idea to try. Other character sets. We have the formal sign writing, and we have the Unicode private use area. If you want to try to develop another character set, that's another great idea. Other input methods. Right now, our main input method is the drag and drop. There's also the keyboarding technique that was Richard Gleaves used in SignWriter DOS. Keep meaning to get back to that. Other things keep coming in the way, but we will get there with real keyboarding once again for sign writing. Some people may prefer to keep with the drag and drop forever, especially once we integrate the searching better into the applications. It will become a lot faster and a lot easier to use. The last thing about trying something new is I think it's really important, if there's any brave souls who have a lot of time to work on several iterations of their development, it will show not only the weaknesses that the SignPuddle standard may have, but it will also show the strengths of all the things that the SignPuddle standard can actually do. And I think that's about it for my presentation.
It is absolutely a wonderful presentation. Thank you. And it's a summary of so many things. You know, really, it helped me. It's interesting. We've been working together So many years, Steve. And yet I didn't know all of that in such a succinct and wonderful way. I want you to know that we actually have a question, well, it's really a comment. It's a comment on our question answer, you know, how they have this area where people can make comments or ask questions in Google Hangouts. I'm not quite sure what to call it. The Q&A, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
If I select this, I'm going to try to do this. It's from, I believe it may be from Muhammad Ali Balti. I'm not sure. It's from Fazir, is that? I'm not sure. Let me select this. And what does that do? Can you see it?
It says it's currently answering that question.
Oh, it says, that's an incredible invention. Thank you very much, it says.
I think you're talking about sign writing, because sign writing is an amazing invention.
I don't think so. Don't you think they're talking about your invention of sign puddle and your sign puddle standard for sign writing text? I think that's what it is. Okay, well, I guess that's a difference. We all are working together, obviously, and there is absolutely nothing that we have right now that could exist with only one person doing it, let's face it. You know, one of the reasons why I say that I invented it in 1974, but from there it spread, it's important for people to understand I don't have any control over how people use sign writing around the world, and how could I, and why would I want to? I don't want to. I want it to spread. And what I'm impressed about your work, Steve, is how open you are. I really love the last screen that you showed about how you could do new developments. That's really exciting. Do we still have that up? I'm not sure. Let me see that.
No, I can get back to
Oh, I like this. I like this. Everybody should see this. Whoops, go back.
I'm going to get back to that, too. I have two other things to add.
Yeah, because we have another 10, 15 minutes before Stefan starts to show Dillegs. Yeah, I think this is very open-minded of all of us. I'll come back to me for just 1 minute. We all know that freedom of thinking is what makes beautiful ideas grow. And when we say, okay, it's out there, let's see what we can do, and people stick with each other's teamwork and try to work together, it's amazing what new ideas can evolve. And that's why I like the way Steve works. See how open he is to all kinds of new ideas. And I think the main thing that would be wonderful for the sign writing users is that if you could at least try to get it possible to be able to be compatible with other software. I know that's really hard. I guess you call that backward compatible. Is that what they call that? I don't know, but don't you agree, Steve, that if we could just get it so we could all sort of use each other's software, it helps, doesn't it?
Oh, yes, I definitely believe in maintaining compatibility where possible. I back, even though we've had those multiple generations of going around the circle of math to application to complication back to math, every time I've tried to maintain compatibility, and I have conversion routines that are online, different places that help you convert between the different evolutions of the standard.
Yes, and you know, coming back to the standard fascinates me, because what is a standard? We write by hand, and then Richard Gleaves and I tried our best to get some symbols in there, and Richard did a great job, and we got some symbols in there, and that became the standard for a while. Now, what symbols did I choose? Well, I chose what I thought was used the most, but I'm just one person, and I didn't see every document in the world. And it's possible that we could have chosen this or that, and we didn't. And as Steve just pointed out, Richard Gleaves was restricted by memory, wasn't he? Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so the memory problem made it, we were just sort of forced into just choosing some symbols, right? We couldn't have a huge symbol set because the computers at that time were restricted. A lot of people don't grasp that. There were actually 10 palm facings, not 6. And those 10 palm facings really made a difference when you write by hand, because then you have much more flexibility. But when you're writing by hand, you don't have to memorize all that stuff. It's like it just happens, and you just do it. And you don't even know that you are actually writing with thousands of symbols, but you're not really, because you're only looking at one angle on it. You're not thinking of all the other possible angles. But a computer program has to know all the possibilities, doesn't it? And has to store it. So I had no choice but to break down the 10 palm facings into 6. And when we did that, all of a sudden it spread around the internet because it was on the computer. And then you inherited that, Steve, didn't you? And so it's like one choice that came from not enough memory back in the 1980s and 90s, then influenced the way we're using computers today in 2014. Kind of strange, isn't it? Have you seen that? Yes. It's been an issue because now some of the users, when they write by hand, they would do something differently, and they don't have all the choices they'd like. So we're always finding new symbols that aren't at the moment in the ISWA that could be. But you and I, the reason I appreciate your work with me was that I felt really flustered by this problem of everybody who was using it all over the world needed more of those handwriting symbols being put into the computer software, but I didn't know which ones to choose. And in fact, Steve helped me hone down, focus down to the ISWA 2008. That was really hard. Do you remember how we had to take out all the dance writing symbols, which is wonderful, but they weren't needed for sign writing, were they? And that was,
I remember the conversions. Oh, yes.
and then Steve, that's right. I don't think everybody knows the torture that Steve went through because we were using the International Movement Writing Alphabet, and then Steve helped me hone it down to just the sign writing, and we got the International Sign Writing Alphabet 2008. But Steve had to write conversion programs so that all of Steve's software development to that date had been using these other symbols, and we had to convert it, didn't we? And
there were really complicated conversions that it just wasn't move this symbol here, it symbols within symbols. And
yeah, very. And on top of that, everybody, I think you should realize we were not working with a brand new computer program or a brand new symbol set that had no other documents already written. We weren't starting clean. We had hundreds and hundreds of documents already written in the older IMWA. So when Steve had to do this conversion, we were doing it for a reason. Steve had to make sure that the old documents could be read in the new ISWA 2008, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we were dealing with a building that was already built, and we were taking out little bricks from parts of the wall and then putting it all back together again like Humpty Dumpty. And then, as I think Claudia actually mentioned in presentation 1 yesterday on January 21st, Claudia, who is working with the SWIFT program and the SWORD project from France and Italy, Claudia mentioned that some of their software development actually came about because they were basing it on the ISWA 2008, and they found some flaws. Well, let me tell you, I just want everyone to know, I'm the first one to know there were flaws. I could barely go to bed at night. I was so nervous over all the little things that we couldn't get done in time, and yet we had to sooner or later do it, didn't we, Steve? We had to take the jump, because we could have changed them forever, right? And so then we found out there were some flaws, and so then we created the 2010, the 2010 version of the ISWA. And was that hard to convert from the 2008 to the 2010?
The 8 to the 10 was a lot easier. It didn't have so many internal changes. It was mostly rearranging around the top. There was a few symbols that we really did switch around the internals of, but it was a lot more focused than just a couple.
Okay, well, guess what? I just looked over onto the right under the questions and answers section. Have you seen what's there, Steve? Can you?
Yeah. As for sign text, is it possible to make a new version? First, adding new hand shapes that are not shown on the sign writing hand shapes. The ISWA 2010 right now, as it is a set a finalized set. We're not going to be changing anything that's already in there. There has been discussion, though, of new hand shapes and new mouth movements. That is something that we may or may not do. I think that there will be enough interest to make it happen, but if we're going to do it, I'd like to do it at one time as a all-together set. So if there are any hand shapes that you would really, really like to have, please catalog them, talk about them, and later when we have a specific set of these hand shapes and these mouth movements we really need, there will be an extension to the ISWA 2010 that will include just those new hand shapes and those new mouth movements, and we'll try to make it fit into the model as easy as possible.
Okay, and yes, just so you all know, it was so overwhelming to do the ISWA 2008 and 2010 that I don't know whether I have the physical strength to handle it, but I think we could do it. We talked about a 2020 ISWA, but that's kind of far away. I realize that. I think Steve's idea of adding an additional set that somehow connects to the current ISWA 2010 sounds really good to me. What do you think, Steve?
Yeah, if we're going to do it, that's the way we're going to do it. I don't think, for all intents and purposes, the ISWA 2010, with all its perfections and all its flaws that can be traced back all the way to Richard Gleaves and before, it's a beautiful thing.
Thank you. By the way, hi, Richard. I know that Richard's really excited about this presentation. I'm not sure I know he's working, so I'm not so sure he can see it, but maybe later, huh? Thanks, Richard, for everything you've done for us. We're all blessed by your work. So let's go on. Any other questions you can answer? We have another 10 minutes, I think, Steve, so this is good. Can you go through that?
Yeah, let me talk about some things. If you could invite Stefan, he's asking if we could send him an invite link.
Oh, I see. He doesn't have it? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take care of that then. Could you answer everybody, and I will invite Stefan to come, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know how do I do it? Wait a minute, just one moment. I'm so sorry. I don't have to use email. I can invite him from here, from the software.
Let me. There's an invite button at the top of the page. We can possibly just use that.
And I just use that, and I use his email address. Is that right? Okay.
If you just start typing in Stefan, it should find him in your circle.
I'm sorry, everybody. I'm new to software, you know. Okay, so I will do that. I'll invite him. And so then I just go invite. All right, let's hope he comes in. I do have you, Steve, still.
Mm-hmm. I am still
here. So now we just have to see if we can get Stefan to come in, and I did send him an invite. Let's hope. So now please go ahead and answer the questions if you can. We do have another 10 minutes before Stefan starts.
Okay, well, if you could just go to the slide or the presentation.
Oh, yes, of course, sorry.
This is the actual document that I was discussing. It is the SignPuddle standard for SignWriting text. It is 20-some pages long, and it talks about, here's the table of contents. We have the SignWriting script, talking about that, SignWriting text, talking about that. The next talks about the formal SignWriting with the light markup and that query language that has that powerful searching. Has the Unicode that we're using in there right now. Then it has an appendix with modern SignWriting. That's a textbook that I started. It's really just a little booklet back in 2012, which we're still compatible with. Talks about the ISWA 2010 and how it's broken down, and then Appendix C. That's where some people might really be interested, because when under compatibility, I have information about the sign type and the SignWriter Studio, the DELEGS and the Swift. Talk about Wikimedia Incubator and things like that. The thing I really love about the standard is when I started making SignPuddle, I kept making it more complicated to do more things. And I didn't want to have to keep writing more and more complicated programs because I wanted it to be fast. I also wanted it to be easier to use. So the SignPuddle standard is really all the best things about SignPuddle that have been pulled out of that old sign puddle code, and it's really crystallized it in those names for the signs. And I really like using it.
Yes, I just sent another email to Stefan with the presenter's link for today. For all of those who are presenting today, you have a presentation link just for day 2, and I hope we did send that to everybody. I hope you can find it. So to explain, yes, Steve has put this sign puddle standard for sign writing text as a draft up on the internet, and I hope that you all go to read it. It's very important work. Now, I see that there's some lovely comments here. Do you want to answer any more questions while we're waiting for Stefan?
Let's see, is it possible to integrate the speech writing symbol set? Yeah, exactly. Those are extra mouth movements that we don't have. I'd like if we could collect all the mouth shapes and all the hand shapes. Somebody says for Quebec Sign Language, there's going to be several hand shapes needed for that. Again, that's going to be that addition set, or the addendum, if you will. Translation on sign puddle. After getting the translation, you can select among the different signs. There's a small green dot, which sometimes I want to remove, but I can't unless I go to sign text. Small green dot. That may be a word in the translation that nobody was able to find, or the sign puddle wasn't able to find. So if you wanted to get rid of that, you would actually have to get rid of that word that you put in that translation box. All right, that looks like it for the questions.
Okay, well, I also want to thank some people who had some wonderful comments, not just asking questions, but I can see they say, thank you for your answers. They're a blessing, somebody said. And let me see. Somebody said, Valerie, you are the mother of the sign writing world. Thank you. From 1974, you have been an amazing mentor. Oh, thank you, Charles. Aren't you sweet? You are really a kind man. I want you to know that in Charles's presentation yesterday, he mentioned, of course, wanting a program, and I don't blame him. And actually, Steve has already pretty much given Charles and all of us the tools that we could use to sort dictionaries by the sign symbols with the sign spelling. By the way, Stefan Vorman has.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Hello. We're here. We're presenting right now. Just one moment. We'll be right there. Steve, I guess we need to say goodbye, but I just want to tell you, Charles, about that later, okay? All right. Thank you, Steve Slavinsky, for all you do. We love you. Thank you. It was a really, really good presentation. Thank you so much. Yes, exactly. Thank you. That's great. And now I would like to start our next presentation of Stefan Bowman. So I'm putting Stefan on, and here he is, getting his technology ready. And Stefan Bowman is, as you know, from Germany. And Stefan is a teacher of deaf children at the Osnabrück School for the Deaf, and in Osnabrück, Germany. And Stefan has been using sign writing with his students who are going from young to older. I mean, they're all ages, and many of them are students who only use sign language, and yet Stefan was in a position as a teacher. He was sort of required by the schools, it's understandable, to ask him to teach students how to speak as well as to sign. And so Stefan was in the position that he had to somehow teach speech to deaf people who may not know speech or hear it. And he was able to use sign writing, look at the mouth movements and the symbols that we use, and he was able to develop a standardized way of writing mouth movements when one speaks words. And Stefan already explained all of this yesterday in his first presentation, which was presentation 2 on January 21st. So you can go back and watch that presentation, which is recorded in an 8-hour video by Google Hangouts, recorded it onto a YouTube video. And this is being recorded right now too, but we're live right now. Wow. And today, Stefan's presentation is about something else. He's going to be showing a computer program, some software, that he and a software team developed in actually Hamburg, Germany. I want Stefan to tell us about the team. I don't know who, I don't have the names in front of me, and I apologize, but I want to thank everybody in Germany who worked on the DELEGS program. That's spelled DELEGS. And I think it represents something too, and Stefan explained what it means. And I'm impressed with it because what Stefan has done is encourage the programmers to base the sign puddle dictionaries, you know, back to Steve's program, which we use every day on the internet. It's on the web, Sign Puddle Online. Stefan's been using that program, and Stefan created a dictionary in Sign Puddle for German signs that has so many signs I can't even remember, like 20,000 or something like that. Huge amount. Really, really good number of signs. And of course, originally Stefan had used the SignWriter DOS program, but this is now 2014, and we're up on the internet with 20,000 signs. And DELEG's program in Germany based it so that those signs can be brought in and used in their software to create sentences. So now, Stefan, are you ready to go?
No, I'm still finding my way to share the screen. I don't know how to get there. So perhaps we can start. You can start showing the video as Xaver is writing with DELEGS.
Okay, we can try. I'm not too happy about how video is shown here on the Google Hangouts. But Steve, you want to try to do the video that is on Presentation 12's webpage?
Go to the other screen.
Pardon me? Okay, I'm going to go to our screen. Right, there we go. There we are. And so now we're going to play it.
But I have to find a way. Valerie, you can hear me?
I can hear you, Stefan. But I have the screen.
Yeah, please just try. I try to become calm. So.
Okay, do you want us to do the video?
Yes, please.
Okay, so Steve, please click on the video and start it. And Stefan, if you want to say something, you can.
Okay, so I tried to find my way back to you, okay?
No, that's okay. We're looking at the video right now. This is your deaf student. I can tell them about it.
Do that.
Okay.
I tried to open another window.
All right, very good. So this is Stefan taking a video of his classroom, working with a beautiful deaf student, and this is the DELEGS software web page that we're looking at right now. And the deaf student goes up there just really, really fast because he knows exactly what he's doing, which is really wonderful. And as you can see, he starts typing words, or he can start typing signs. He can, do different things. But right now he's typing words that I believe Stefan is probably telling him what to type.
Right. Yeah.
Go ahead. You talk.
Can you see me now?
Well, we could, but we're looking at the video right now, so we're not going to.
Please go ahead looking at the video.
Yes.
I try.
All right. So to explain, we don't hear anything on this video right now, and that's fine. But you can see the young student is Stefan is telling him, "How are you?" or whatever it is in the German language. He's saying, "What about writing those words?" The child writes the words, and the signs appear. Automatically, the DELEGS software is grabbing it from the sign puddle dictionary, then bringing in the actual signs. And then, of course, what it does is it teaches language, because later on they can switch the documents around. They can put it into real sign language grammar, or they can put it into a signed version of German, like Sign German, or any other structure they'd like to use, because it's easy to turn off the spoken language and just look at the sign language written in SignWriting, or they can turn off the signs and just look at the spoken language. And this way they've done all kinds of text, all written from left to right, related to translating like textbooks in a classroom. It's a remarkable program. And now, before I bring back Stefan, I'd like to tell you something. This program is not just used in Germany. DELEGS is starting to spread, and it is used in, for example, Slovenia. The Slovenian presenter who is presenting on the last day. I think he's number 34. Yes, Eddie Stroll from Slovenia is using the DELEG software to actually write Roman Catholic liturgy. He has actually written the Holy Mass. He's written Our Father. He's written Hail Mary, all using the DELEG software. DELEG software is also used by other countries, so it's not just for Germany, and it is being written from left to right in a horizontal fashion. Now, we are not looking at the interpreter right now, because unfortunately there's no way to see the video and also see the interpreter. But you can see how it's used, and I'm going to go off the video now, Steve, because I would like to go back to Stefan, okay?
Yeah.
Stefan, you can at least talk to us about it, okay?
Can you see me right now?
Yes, we can see you now. And
okay,
we have...
perhaps it is possible that until I find the screen share thing, that we open the DELEX from your point of view, from your position. Can you do that?
I think Steve.
Or Steve, can you do that, please, for me?
Steve, do you understand what he's saying? Hello, Steve, are you there?
Well.
Hi, Val, I'm here.
Okay.
I just you talk.
Okay.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay. He can't talk because of some kind of a reverberation.
He tries to help me, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, he's doing the DELEX now. He's finding. I'm going to have to talk, and I'm afraid.
Do you hear me?
Stefan, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Okay.
Now wait.
Yes, I can hear you. So okay. Now you are on the DELEX page, and I would like to be there, but I don't know how to get there.
You don't have to get there. Why don't you just talk, and Steve will show the program, and we won't have any American Sign Language translation. We can't.
Okay.
We'll put it in later.
So now scroll down on this page where it says DELEX editor on the right side.
Steve, go ahead and scroll down. Can you do that?
No, just there are 3 pictures on the right side, and in the middle you see DELEX editor, right?
Yep.
Yes, please click there, right? Now it says, just a second.
Go back up. Go back up, Steve.
Go back. Yeah, okay, there. The blue one, Gebärdenschrift Editor ausprobieren, please.
Right where your mouse is clicked.
Right. Okay. This is fine. So this is the point where you generally would start, okay? On the corner in the upper right, you see a little head. There you can register. You see that? You
see up in the far corner on the right, there's a little boy, a little picture there.
Right.
That's where you register.
Okay, right. Just click it. And here you would get a username, and you would get your password, and then you have your private email account, your private DELEX account, and it is wonderful. So your documents would be safe, okay?
Okay.
So right now we won't do that because I have no access to that, but otherwise you can do that for your own, no problem. We just keep in the public area. Now you see on the very left side a little house.
The home icon.
Yeah. Can you go there, please?
Click there.
Yeah. Okay. And now you see there is only one door open because we are an anonymous new beginner. Okay. Just open that link, right?
Click right there.
I'm so sorry that I can't get access to my thing.
This is actually all right. We're doing okay, Stefan. In some ways, this is better.
Maybe Adam can tell me when I'm on this screen that I open another link and I get there and I just switch between my own one computer screen. Is that possible?
I don't know. Adam got his mic off because he was interpreting. Adam, can you hear us?
Or Steve, can you tell me that question?
You should be able to log in 2 times to this Hangout.
So if I...
Well, I really do think, is it not possible for you to continue as we're doing?
What we can do, okay, so open, I'm sorry, just click on Erstellungsdatum. When did we do this file? On the top line, you know, up, higher, higher, higher.
Go up to
Right.
the no.
Now,
Hey,
no,
no, come back.
no, not you.
Steve.
No.
Steve, go back to Papierkorb. Go to quiz. Is what you want? You want to go to quiz?
No, I want to go on Erstellungsdatum.
Erstellungsdatum.
So you see type, Name, Besitzer, Erstellungsdatum. Up, one line up.
One line up.
One line up.
Oh, I see.
No, one higher.
There.
Yes, please go there.
Click on Erstellungsdatum. No.
Please click on Erstellungsdatum.
Steve?
Yeah, this would be a lot better if Stefan could drive. I'm sorry.
I know, but still go back, Steve. Can you go to Erstellungsdatum? See? Right there. Click right there.
All right.
Click. Can you click?
Want me to click again?
Okay.
Oh,
so
okay.
please click once more. Please click once more.
There.
So now you see the documents I prepared especially for our symposium, okay?
The exact signed English sentences, Adam.
Yeah. Please go down to the second one. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay.
Okay, we're now on the second one, right?
Right.
And it says bitte warten, which means to wait.
Right.
Wait. And here it comes. We did it.
Here it comes. Right. Wonderfully. So what you see is the principle of the DELEX program. You see, there are 3 lines. There's a SignWriting line on the top. Beneath, you see what we call search word line. Okay. And down under, there is a translation line or free text line, whatever. So if you go on the line where you found this little house, can you go there and say Gebärdenschriftzeile? No, don't click on the house. Yes, can you click that?
No, that's where you were, Steve. The Gebärdenschriftzeile. You did it right. Go
Gebärdenschriftzeile, right.
I'm just having a problem where I'm moving the mouse and you guys aren't seeing it until I move it, so I'm getting the wrong.
Okay, go to the right, please.
Okay, there. Okay.
Yes, click there. Okay, click there, please. Yes, and now the next one as well.
You mean click again?
Yes, next one, right. So, great. So, what you see is there are English sentences, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And I can check whether my student is already able to read spoken language perfectly. So I show to him this kind of document and ask him to sign. What do you see? And if he is able to sign in German Sign Language or in ASL, he should sign exactly what is written in the Gebärdenschrift line, you know? If he doesn't know the terms, he just clicks again on Gebärdenschriftzeile. Can you do that, please? Yes. And help will show up. So the student is able to look for information what he did not know before. Okay? Now, next step, just click on Freitextzeile on the right side. Not one further, right. So, what you see now is written ASL at its best. So Adam took care of that, and I'm very happy to get a document. This is the way little phrases are written correctly in ASL. Right, Adam? Yes, think so. And now you see the way ASL is written, there are no mouth pictures whatsoever. So they don't like that, or they avoid that, or I don't know. Maybe some of them don't like that. So now my student is asked to read out loud what is written in ASL here. So maybe first he signs car blue, cat black, dog white, and so on and so forth. And then I ask him to write what he sees. So for this purpose, he should click on Freitextzeile. Can you do that, please? Right. And now go to the Freitextzeile and put your cursor in front of the car is blue. You see that? down, 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 right? And there place your cursor, right? It should blink, yeah? No, just put it, yeah. And now delete the whole line, please. Just say all the translation is gone. Right, yes, all of them.
When you click on the minus?
No, just mark and say delete, or yes, right. Wonderfully. So this is a document my student would get, and it is his task to write correctly the translation, in this case in English, under the Gebärdenschrift style, under the SignWriting style. Yes, perfect. The car is blue, and so on and so forth. In the end, you would end up with, what is it? My grandfather is smart, or what is it? What is it? Grandfather? I don't know.
Oh, it's because Adam can't speak.
No, just a second, Valerie. That is the crucial point to the whole thing, because I'm the student and I don't know the vocabulary for this sign. I go back to search word line, exactly, and click on search word line. Can you do that? Right, and I see, oh, it's grandfather. Okay, get it off again.
You just click on it again.
Right.
Wow.
And now I got my information I was looking for. So this sign is a sign for grandfather, and I type it this way. Wonderfully. Now you say, after smart, please say return. Right. Can you do it? Yes. Now you see there's another room for example, a German translation. So my students are asked to read sign language, to write the first translation, to write the second translation. However, how much you ever want to, you know, it is perfect. It is wonderful. Okay, so just close down this document and go back to öffentlich, where we have found this one.
So öffentlich is
right. Just verwerfen on the right side. Not, I don't want to save. On the right,
no,
not right. Yes. Okay. Wonderfully. And now start with the other one, exact signed English, please. So you go to öffentlich, right? Again, wonderfully, great. And now exact signed English, great. So this is a way my students are better able to pronounce and to translate and understand English, you know. So just switch off the Suchwortzeile.
Suchwortzeile?
Right. Yeah, wonderfully. You are doing a great job. Just click on it, on the radio button. So now you see what we already know. In this case, word by word order, all the vocabularies that are needed to speak or to write the correct English sentences. So what is to be shown is Delex program is a possibility to write just what you want to write. So if you want to write a sign language as a deaf sign, you write it by glosses, word by word by word order. Or you want to sign exact spoken language. So you can write every sign the way you want it to show up. Now let's do a different thing. Please go to the house, to new, neu, right to the house, right? Okay, thank you. Just click on it and say, just a second, I would like to start a new document, okay? Now you see the second line is what language? And the language is, in this case, either ASL or BSL or DGS or whatever you see in this line. So our software team made it possible to get the dictionaries from the sign puddle, your wonderful, wonderful program, hey, that we can get all these vocabularies that are already stored in these sign puddle dictionaries in order to work with the Delex program. And that is wonderful. So once you entered all these terms you want to use in the Delex program, in the sign puddle dictionary, you can write your documents just as we are going to show here. Maybe we will start with the German first and then switch to an American. Well, okay. So you go up to DGS. Yes. So it says we want to write a new document with a sign puddle German dictionary in the background, and we will start with neu. Down there. Neu. You see? No? Down. Yes, wonderfully. Okay. Wonderful. So now it is just what you want to write. In this case, I would love to say, hi, Thorsten. Okay? So just say Hallo, H-A-L-L-O. Nee, mit L, yeah, say, just we are writing German. So can you say H-A-L-L-O?
It's with an A instead of an E.
Yeah, yes, okay.
There we go.
It says hello, and now just say back, what is it, blank?
Yeah, press the space bar.
Space bar, right? And now write Thorsten. So T-O-R-S-T-E-N. Okay, so now now next spacebar. Yeah, Ken, so K-R-N-N.
K-A-N-N.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's all right,
yes, Ken, right. Ken, now U, also D-U. Me, also M-I-R. Next, right. Now, helfen. Next, yeah, H E L F E N. Thank you, Steve. You are doing such a great job. Question mark. Just question mark. Right. Wonderfully. So now there are several mistakes in this sentence, but nevertheless, that's great, because this is exactly how my student perhaps would write. And what you saw in the video was he tried his best. At his state of knowledge, he wrote what he tried to write. Okay? And it is now my job to go over with this whole sentence and say, let's look at this. So if you place now your cursor onto the hello, on the word hello, please.
Oh, on the word hello.
On the word hello, right? And write it with a capital H. So we start every sentence with a capital letter, right? And now I don't want to say hello, I want to say a different hello. So press with the left index finger the Alt key, and with the right index finger the arrow key. Right. And now we see several. Go ahead, please. You see? Well, go on. So you see there are 18 possibilities, 18 options to sign hello in the back. Okay? And this is wonderful, because all the different entries in dictionary, in the SignPaddle dictionary, are in the background here. And you can just browse through your options and look for the one you really wanted to write and that are in your mind when you start writing. So go to Thorsten, please, and write a capital T. Right, thank you. And go now Alt, the same procedure, Alt and arrow. Right. No, not just a second. This is a wonderful thing, because I thought, yes, oh, this is a Thorsten, right? It is his sign name. He's a brilliant software developer, so, and a very, very supportive and helpful guy. So hello, Thorsten, to you in the background. I love you. So, and now here is Thorsten, and just go scroll back to the other one. Yeah, Alt, yes. One. So here you see the finger spelling of Thorsten. Next. Okay, so this is his hair, right? This is go. So this kind we did, you know, Valerie, 10 years ago, 12 years ago, when Irina and all these little students wrote to you the letter, and this is the way we tried of design new signs, new spelling just for fun, for kids, for little kids, and they love it to see their sign names in a way written that are really what is it, so individual that everybody, every child at age of 3 identifies his name sign or his symbol. So we start this way. Go back to the other Thorsten. I will love his hair. Not this one. Okay, so later on you will see a photo of him and you will identify his thing. So now it is kann. Kann is a second person. So it is not kann. It has to be kannst. So N-N-S-T. K-A-N-N-S-T. So what you see now is there are mouse pictures above, you know. So it says K-A-N-S-T. Everything is perfectly written, but there are 3 options. So can you look for the other ones? Right. Another one. Okay. So whenever you see kannst, because it's difficult for my deaf students with low spoken language knowledge, they get support to understand I have to write kannst because it is do. Now you can decide whether you sign it like this, kannst, or can you show the other one? Right, it is kannst with both hands, or right, again, kannst with just moving the head a little bit forward and asking eyebrows and so on. Okay, let's stick with this. So now du is perfect. Now mir is perfect. You know, in German it's always mir and mich on this kind. It's difficult for little students. And now this M-I-R is exactly to be seen in the Mundbilder. So it is a brilliant support for somebody who is just started. Can you look for other alternatives under mir? Just place the cursor right, and now look. Is there another mir? No?
No, there's no more.
Okay, so it is only mir. Fine. So now helfen. I don't want to help him. I want him to help me. So we have to look for a different sign. Okay. Right. Again, forward, forward, forward. Right. So now it is help. Can you help me? Not I help you. So can you help me? Okay. Just for fun, so that you can see something funny thing. Go after the question mark, please, and say return. And this way we will get another line and can add and add and add sentences, and no matter what. Valerie, how about the time? How much time is left?
Well, you can continue until, well, at 10. We have Jonathan Duncan.
Okay.
Who's
so how many minutes are left?
Oh, I'm sorry. We have around 10 minutes.
Fine. Okay. So, okay.
Yeah.
Just to show you something I do with my students to cheer them up and to make them motivated to go further. And so, can you write G E D A N K E N. Okay, this says Gedanken, think, but it goes further. P A Au, U, and show you U S yes, E. And now just take the time and do some scrolling, you know, Alt. So with the Alt and look at these things what I designed for my students, you know.
Oh my God.
So,
I love that. And what this means
so whatever would take place in lesson and somebody is doing not good, and so I do this kind of thing all the time, and it is just fun to add kind of things. You see this?
Well, I think we have to explain to people who don't know German, Gedankenpause.
No.
Is that how you say it?
Yeah, I just said it. So it means I don't know what to say right now. I just have to think about what is
good.
going next.
That's all we need to know. So that's why people are pausing.
Right.
And, oh my God, what am I going to think about? Yeah.
And the funny thing is, how do we find that this sign is stored with the term Gedankenpause? Gedankenpause. So in order to find it, you go to SignPuddle, Steve, and it is so wonderful that we can now look for symbols and find this sign and identify the term and can use it in the vocabulary, okay, in the DLX program. Understand what I mean?
Steve, are you there?
Yeah?
I'm here.
Yeah, okay, wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, so now if a teacher is watching, no, just stay here. Just stay here. I'm sorry. I don't want you to go away from here.
Go back, Steve.
All right. I thought I was going to the sign puddle. Sorry.
I know
No,
that's.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So,
that's all right.
the interesting point is if you enter any terms in SignPuddle, make sure that the words are connected at least with a line. So if they are not connected, they will not show up. It's the same in SignPuddle with the translation option, you know. If you type in translation and the words are not connected, it will not show up in SignPuddle. The same is true here for the DLX program, okay? So now if a teacher is looking, he may want to give sheets of paper of this to his students, okay? So we have to make a printout. How to do that? The first thing would be we would save this document, okay? So it says Speichern unter. You see that? Left to PDF erzeugen in the upper line? Right there, right. Just click on Speichern unter, right? And now it says, what is the title? So down you say, in neues Dokument, you place your cursor, right? And write a name for this document. For example, Symposium 2014, okay?
Amazing. Bravo, Stephen.
Well, okay. Now say speichern, so save. Right. The good thing, can you scroll? Fehler beim Speichern. So it has happened a mistake. Can you go back? And maybe, okay, say, okay, go down, say speichern unter. Okay, and we have to speicher in the public. So speichern unter, just a second. We have to save in the public area. So go to öffentlich. Can you click on öffentlich? Yeah, öffentlich, right? Okay, right? Click. Okay, it is fine. So now down again.
Well, it's got to.
Yeah. Okay, so now you can write amazing document. I love that. I love the table.
Okay, amazing. Amazing.
Wonderful. Just the way, and no additional space. It's only one space allowed. You know, so not two spaces. Okay, wonderful, fine. If you make sure that there's only one space, it's fine. So say save, right? Speichern. So now if you scroll down, please. Down. Okay, now you see, the title of your document is shown on the left. How many pages are written is in the middle, you know? So that is wonderful because now we can keep order in all these materials. We have thousands and thousands of pages in our class, you know? You can't imagine, there are piles and piles of SignWriting documents. So now you say PDF erzeugen. You see that? Up.
No, where am I looking? Oh,
in the line with the house, there's a PDF erzeugen, right? Okay, thank you. Go there. I'm so sorry that I can't do that my own, but you're doing a wonderful job. So it says just allow from here, the pop-ups, right? And now do it again, PDF erzeugen, because it has, and now it will work. And within a second, the PDF shows up. And now you can do everything just this Gedankenpause is still there. She's crying. Okay. Now you can do everything with your PDF just as you know. You can save it on your computer, you can make printouts or whatsoever. Do you understand? And you can print 2 pages on 1 sheet of paper and all this kind of stuff. So it is wonderful. Let's go back to the DLX editor. Yes, cancel, and say close the PDF site, right? And go back and say new, neu, right? And please go to ASL. You're right. Wonderful. And say new. Great. So now if you type the numbers 1, 2, 3 or whatever, you see, aha, this is the way teachers would love to. So 1, 2, 3 is not there. So 1 is there, 3 is there, and 4 is there. Okay. And now you can always do. And for my students and for all other kids as well, they may see the numbers, but do they really know the names for them? And now it is the option of the teacher to write the free text line, this translation line with the correct words, or to look for the numbers with the correct words already. So you type 1, 2, 3, 4 if it is already stored in the dictionary, and so forth and so forth. Is there anything I would like to show you right now? Maybe you can go please back to our DLX homepage. Steve, you're right. And now please go down to Gebärdenschrift on the left side. You see Gebärdenschrift? No, on the left side. On the left side, go to the left, please, and up. Yes, there. Please click there. All right, did you? Okay, and now go down. Can you go down? Right. So now it's a Gebärdenschrift Memo-Spiel. Can you click on that?
This thing?
The Gebärdenschrift Memo-Spiel. Yes. So that is fun for students to start with, just kind of play, understanding sign writing and doing this kind of memory thing and so on. And when Elena and others visit our class, just okay, say yes and so on and so forth, and you would start this kind of game, Did you got it? Just click in the middle, yeah, and just open one pair, okay? So they are beautifully designed of our software thing. It is 2 pictures. Just click again on the picture. On the picture, please, again. On a yellow picture, right? And now open another pair, right? So it says height. Oh, just because before we found this sign for height, and now again on the picture, you have to always to go back and forth. So if you have already, right, done, and open the next one, okay? This I would like just to give a demonstration of. Now, can you go back to our site? Where you have been. Ah, you won. Great. Now go down, please. Down. You see, I really love it. So go down, please. Right. And now I'm sorry. It says find the sign. Do you see that? No, up. I'm sorry, I'm so hectic. So just a little bit higher. So in the middle, you see, find the Gebärdenraten. Stop. Mm-hmm. Find the sign in the middle. Yes, please. Thank you. Go there. So this is wonderful. This is absolutely wonderful, because now my students see all the 22,000 signs just in a mix-up, and they pay attention to the Mundbilder. You see? Everybody of you would be able to understand there's written what? What is written? Of course, it is zoo, okay? Because the mouse pictures say S and O, su, su. You see that? And down you say S-O-O, su. Can you click on su, please? And one to the left.
Click on zoo. There we go.
Right. Okay. So it says, wow, great. So next. What does it say? It says bombe. Okay.
Okay. So we have just a couple minutes, Stefan.
Yeah. Okay.
Just 2 minutes.
Yeah. You have to throw me out, you know.
I mean, your enthusiasm is amazing, and I know people love this. They love this.
Okay. Any idea what would be appropriate for this sign? Right, telephone, right. Okay, so once more, if I have only very few seconds left, go to the go to the Dilex place, please, and I will speed up with my speaking. Go back to the Dilex page, please. Yeah, and now see one higher sign quiz. No, yeah, above.
Yeah.
Right, wonderful. So just to show what is possible right now, you know, just click again. Mm-hmm.
It's there. Can you see it? Yeah.
Okay, ja, okay. So, say Fragenkatalog von Stefan. No, the last one. What passt nicht in die Reihe? The third one. No, down. No, one deeper. One lower. Right.
Okay. Show this, and then we do have to stop after this, okay? We have to click.
Yeah, fine. Fine. Okay. Just so.
And, oh my God, it's so beautiful.
See, everything is written in sign writing. So you have to understand what's going on, okay? So it says there are 4 terms. Can you scroll down a little bit? Scroll down. So there are 4 terms, and one doesn't fit to the row, okay? So it says pencil, it says pen, it says cow, and it says sharpener. No? So what is wrong? Of course, it is cow. So click on cow, because that isn't a thing that is speaking.
Okay.
Oh, so, and hey, you did right. So,
okay, now we're going to have to. Okay, Stefan, we got to stop now, darling. I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. So, Steve, you did such a great job, and I'm very, very grateful that you helped me out. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and Stefan, we are very grateful to you. This is incredible. I mean, I just love it. And thank you. And yes, Steve, you did a marvelous job. It's beautiful.
Yeah, and on Valerie's perfect webpage, you will find lots and lots of materials and little videos and demos, and everyone is invited to just get in contact, and I will support as best as I can. Okay.
We love you, Stefan. Thank you for the great 2 presentations, and we'll be more. We're going to put on more documents on your webpage. I promise.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. And thank you, Steve.
And thank you to Thorsten as well.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh, I'll say, Steve, wave again. I don't think they were seeing you. This is Steve. Thank you, Steve. Okay. All right. So now I'm back again because in like 2 minutes' time, I want to tell you quickly that we're going to have an amazing presentation by Jonathan Duncan. And here is Jonathan. Hello, Jonathan. Hi. Hi. Now, can we hear you?
Me. Okay, I just unmuted my microphone. Can you hear me now?
I can. I wanted to make sure
excellent.
we could, right? We have to test right before you start. We got to make sure we have the technology going right.
That's correct, or else you're like.
Yes, and you know, Jonathan is a software developer as well. This seems to be the morning of software development, one after the other. It's really astonishing.
Wow.
And I want to tell everybody very quickly about Jonathan. Jonathan and I have known each other for several years now. Let me ask you, Jonathan, how many years has it been that we've known each other?
Let me see now. Probably approximately 8 years or so. 8 or 9 years, I think.
Yeah, and the way we started, I think, was more on the internet through the sign writing list, possibly, etc. How did we get started? Tell me.
Yeah, well, I had started learning sign language, and then I was looking for a way of having more vocabulary, because learning American Sign Language in Central America is terribly difficult because there's no deaf to interact with. Well, there are a few, but I had to travel to be with them, so I was looking for more vocabulary, looking through books, and then I'm thinking, well, I've learned some signs from other deaf, and I should like write them down so I can like share with other people. And I thought, well, I should invent my own like way of writing signs, so that we could write signs and we could share between each other. And then one day I was looking through internet, Wikipedia about ASL, and now the bottom was a link to your website. Wow. And then I saw your website. I thought, wow, this is awesome. This is actually what I needed. It's already made already. And then I started from there. And then I wrote you a question. I think I emailed you, and you told me about the list. I joined the list, and then we just went from there, asking questions about sign writing, and then. Yep.
And that's how it happened. Well, I'm going to explain something. I need a 5-minute break, and I would like to ask you to just start, because you can tell the story better than I can anyway, right?
Yep.
and tell us everything
Sure.
about your background and why you're using it and your software. And this was my question. You know how Steve just kind of worked hard helping Stefan with his presentation, showing the program, and I realized, can you do that on your screen? I asked Adam about that today. Could you just show the SignWriter Studio right up on your screen? And I can't remember his answer. There must have been a technical reason. So, but if Steve would
Yeah,
be,
I think what it is when I show my screen, you won't see the interpreter anymore.
well, that's what happened with Stefan's presentation anyway. I think it was better. I think what I'm going to do is add the interpreter and the English captions and possibly even German captions and lots of other things later. Because when it came to Stefan's presentation, it looked so complicated. He looked like he couldn't get his screen working. And yesterday we had so many technical problems with everybody's presentation. You should have seen the shenanigans. We had to mix things up. We couldn't get where things to work. I just thought, well, okay, so we lost the ASL interpreting for Stefan's presentation, but it went really well. You see how happy he was because he was able to really work on telling everybody about it without the confusion of switching back and forth between screens. So we're going to have to add the ASL interpreting later for Stefan's last presentation. So,
okay, just let me clean up my desktop here. I wasn't thinking I was going to be showing my screen at all. So.
But do you agree with me, or would you prefer to have the ASL interpreter and you just talk? What would be better for you?
Either's fine. Just let me get a few seconds just to close a few programs here, and then we can.
If you don't mind, I'm going to take a 2-minute break, and I'll be right back. I do have the screen on you, so you can start talking anytime. You could even be talking while you are trying to get your screen up. And Adam is interpreting for you right now, but as soon as the screen comes up, it's true, we will lose Adam. I'm sorry, Adam. And I know that wasn't our original plan, but I think I'm right. Because if we get a really good demo from you that isn't hard to hear, that, you know, clean and clear, then we can always add interpreting later. Okay? So I'll be back in about 2 minutes, everybody.
Okay. Let's close this out. What's that one? So I'm going to open SignWriter Studio. Okay, so I started doing SignWriter Studio. It started out as another project which was called ASL List when I was doing American Sign Language. And I was trying to find ways of sharing with other deaf. They didn't know any signs, hadn't been to sign school. The signs I'd been learning as well, so I was making a list of different signs from books I could find. But the problem was I was limited on the vocabulary. I needed a way to expand it more. And when I came across SignWriter Studio, I came across SignWriting, I should say, then I decided I wanted to include that in my program. And so I made a lot of changes to it, and it's been a long process getting to where we are. But now I can add as many signs as I want, and also can add as many signs as I want, so I can show new signs to people, even though we don't have like another book to take it from, or things that I've seen, signs that I've learned from others deaf. I can share those as well. So that was one of the motivations of doing SignWriter Studio. Also, another thing, I had looked at the sign puddle, and for selecting the symbols, that was a little bit complicated for me. So I wanted something that would be a little bit easier for myself. I was learning SignWriting at the time, and also learning sign language and SignWriting, so it was a lot to figure it out at first. So as I was learning SignWriting, I also wrote the program. So I want to show you something that I think is interesting about SignWriter Studio. It's the editor. So I've got the dictionary open here. Let me share the screen with you though, so you can see it as well.
No, I don't think we're seeing it.
Share. No, okay. I'll just hit share. Can you see it now?
Yes, yes. Okay.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so now this dictionary I have open right now is Quebec Sign Language. I was doing some work for actually I'm going to switch over to my Honduran Sign Language. That'll be better. So open SignWriter file and files. Okay, here we are. And I need to change my options so that we looks for Spanish and the Honduran Sign Language.
Can you hear me, Jonathan?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. So I'm assuming that everybody who's live and can watch this can hear me as well, right? Okay.
I believe so.
So we're just doing this in English, and I apologize to all the ASL signers in the world. Okay, so here we are on the screen, and we are not even sure who you are yet, Jonathan. The one thing you should know is that Jonathan is a programmer who lives in Honduras, but has a background from Canada. And so that's why we are speaking English together, but Jonathan also obviously speaks Spanish and lives in Honduras and has for many years, haven't you?
That's right. I've been there 12 years now.
Wow, it's a long time. Yeah. So that's why on the SignWriting Symposium it says that Jonathan's from Honduras, because he is. He lives there. But he's also from Canada. And this is a program that Jonathan Duncan developed called SignWriter Studio. So he's telling us, he's showing us now. So you go ahead and talk.
Okay, so SignWriter Studio is some of my ideas and a lot of ideas of other people on the list that had different ideas and their suggestions. As much as I could, I tried to incorporate them into SignWriter Studio. So I was going to show you the editor, which is, well, this here, maybe just explain this page here. This is the dictionary. So this is where you search for signs. So you can type in part of a word in the gloss search. Click search and you can find the words. If we put in 100, we should get 100. There we are. So we only have the 100 showing up now. So the main word for that sign, other additional words that also would be the same sign. If you want an illustration of the sign, a photo of like someone signing it, like just a still picture, and then the sources for those three. And if we don't want to export that sign, we can click this. So when we do exports, then it just becomes our private sign. We don't have to share it with everybody. Okay, so if we click on the sign writing here and the sign edit sign writing, we get the sign editor. And I'm going to show you this part here, the search. So let's say, okay.
Where are you? You got to tell us where you're putting your cursor. I'm lost.
Okay, you don't see my cursor?
I don't know. Tell me where you are right now.
Okay, so now we're in the sign editor. I'm in the search tab. So here we can search for hand shapes.
Oh, no, we're not there. We're not seeing that.
You're not?
I'm not. What I see is only a screen that is back in the dictionary where it's frozen, I guess.
I think what happens is I selected the last screen I had. And when I open up a new window, then it doesn't switch to the new window. So let me go back to the Hangout and switch it.
And I'm sorry that I'm doing this, but
it's good you let me know. I didn't realize that. So that's good that you let me know because I had no idea you weren't seeing what I was seeing.
That's right. That's okay, Jonathan. While you're doing this, let me just explain. I wanted them to understand that Jonathan has developed a new software way of using the ISWA, the International Signwriting Alphabet. He's using the ISWA 2010. In fact, Jonathan went through the issues of having to switch from the ISWA 2008 or update to the ISWA 2010 with me and Steve. We all went through the same process of conversion and getting things to work again. And now, go ahead, Jonathan. We can see a screen now that shows. Yes.
Yeah. So in other programs, we might have something like this in the all. Not exactly the same format, but basically it's the big listing of the different hand shapes. So to find the hand shape you're looking for when you're starting to learn sign writing, it's a little complicated. Once you get the hang of it, then it's not quite as bad. But for starter users, it's good. Starting users, it's good to have like something like a search. So if you want something that's on a fist, you can click here, fist, and let's reset that first. Okay, hit fist and then search, and we get all the hand shapes that are on a fist. But let's say you want it to have the index and the
Okay, so
middle
you're
fingers.
Yeah, and so you clicked on that number 4, and that gives you something. Is that the fingers?
Yeah, these are the fingers. So this is the thumb. One's the thumb. 4 is the index. So if it's in the box, then the black box in it means we don't care whether it's sticking out of the base shape or not.
So in other words, wait just one moment. So I think everyone has to get oriented here. What you're doing is you're searching for signs. Is that correct? We're
searching for symbols.
For
hand symbols.
Or what some people call glyphs. By the way, there are different terms for these things. I noticed that the other researchers were using the term glyph, and that's perfectly fine. In my world, back when I first started, I called them symbols. So that's why we're calling them symbols, and that's fine. So let's say we wanted to find the fist. Is that what you said you were looking for?
Yeah, so this is showing us all the symbols that are fists.
Oh, I see. Up on the top under root shape. Oh, I see.
Root shape. Yeah, right here. So you can choose different root shapes.
I see.
And then you can choose what fingers you want to be sticking out of the root shape. For here, for example, we selected index and middle. So all these have at least the index in the middle. They can have more than that also showing. But if we just want the index in the middle, we uncheck these other ones. So this will have only fist root shapes with the index in the middle showing. So there we are. So
that is so unique. That's one of I have never seen a search quite like that, where you give it the name root shape, meaning I find the base. And now I'm going to find all the hand shapes that use only those 2 fingers, index and middle, with that base.
That's right. So I can change the base, like say a circle and ovals.
Yeah, could you do that now? Go under root shape. Up on the left, there's this where it says root shape. Then he chose circle. You need to hold it for a minute because we can't see it as fast. I think there's hold it right there. Hold it there. Can you click on that and give us a listing so we can see the drop-down menu? Do you see it now? I don't. Let's do it again. Can you click it again? Isn't that interesting? We're not seeing the drop-down menu.
Okay.
Okay, that's okay. So what's happening is there is a drop-down menu we just can't see.
Okay.
And so there's like a choice. Yeah, well, it's just this is life with Google Hangouts, but I'm still getting more from this than I would get from anything else you say. I needed to see this myself. And just so everybody knows, there are videos that are really excellent that Jonathan did for us. He got everything prepared. In fact, I think there are like 21 videos or something.
Something like that, yep.
Yeah, I mean, just a huge amount of videos, everybody. And I put them on Jonathan's webpage, which is presentation 13, I guess, right?
Yes, correct.
And I haven't linked them all yet, but they will be very soon. The point is, the videos are fine, but this is helping me because it's like an individual lesson. So you choose the root shape, then you go down to this 5 hand shape down below, and you're choosing which fingers you want to use, but it's not because it's a 5 hand shape. It's just your way of saying which fingers you want to take, right?
That's correct, yeah. And if you happen to have a numeric keypad on your computer, you'll see that they kind of, the outside numbers, the 1, the 4, the 8, 6, and the 3, are the out, like there are 5 keys that are around like the top edge of the numeric keypad.
Oh, and that's my question. Why did you have number 4 at the index finger? Is that because of the numeric keypad?
That's right. Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
so I never. If you press the 4 on the numeric keypad, you'll be toggling between checked, unchecked, and not selected.
So that means everybody, you could use the numeric keyboard to choose how many what fingers you want. There's number 4.
Yeah, you can use like a normal keyboard as well, like I'm doing now. So if I press 4, it's unchecked.
It also works on a number 4. Very good.
Yeah, so if you don't want to use the mouse, you can not use the mouse as much and use more of the keyboard, because that was one of the things that a lot on the list wanted to do, that they had to use the keyboard before in other programs, and now with the web they're using the mouse a lot, and they really want to use more of the keyboard. So this is one of the things I added into it, so they could use the mouse or use the keyboard, so it'll be a little bit more flexible for different ways of doing things.
Yes, you've certainly touched upon different ways of doing things. It's really good. So you have now chosen the circle oval. I don't think there are very many of them. These circle oval as the base or the root shape,
Yep.
and then you've chosen 4 and 8, which is the index finger and the middle finger. So then you push the search button.
Yep.
And look at that. You found 2 hand shapes with a circle base
Yep.
with the index and middle. There they are, and then the
Yep.
one cross. Yeah, that's
So there's other options here. You can select by, search by as well. The thumb, which if it's over, under, forward, angle, angle in.
Wow. So you can search by thumb position.
That's correct.
That's great.
And other characteristics I got also from the manual are the names of the symbols like hook, cup, hinge. So let's look for.
Hold on, menu.
So let's do a.
Yeah.
Okay, can you see the listing there?
Sadly, we're not able to see the.
Okay.
But everything else.
Let me select.
Oh, it says
Hook.
hook. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so I removed the base root shape, and I reset the fingers so it could be any fingers. I
Okay.
just selected just the hook. So here are all the symbols that have hooks in them.
Right.
It's what 2010. Oh,
Right.
hooky shaped fingers.
Cookie shaped, like cookies. Okay.
Cookie. Yeah.
So now let's pretend they found one they want. You know, it doesn't matter which one. It goes
Okay,
up over that chooser, doesn't it?
That's right. So I have 3 choosers that are in this area here. If you can see my cursor where it says chooser presently.
Yes.
So there's 3 choosers. There's one for hand shapes, one for movement for arrows, not all arrows, but most arrows, and then there's one that's just a general. It can choose any kind of symbol that doesn't fit into the other 2 categories very well. So here we can choose which hand we want, a right hand or a left hand. So depending which hand we have, see it changes the symbol. So, which was a little bit controversial after I got into it, because I realized that some symbols are used for both right hand and for left hand. But I kind of fixed that, being that I have the four palm facings instead of just four palm facings in each plane instead of just 3 in each plane.
That is so fascinating. You know that I love that. Yeah.
Yeah. And so once you choose whether right hand or let's try a right hand. Okay, so now we have palm facing you side, and then back of the hand, and then this is the other edge of the hand.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And everybody, that could be either a left hand or possibly a right hand, depending on the palm facing issues. We have actually 10 palm facings that were never completely incorporated within any software program, and even though we still in the ISWA are doing 6 palm facings and not 10, Jonathan has found a way to give us kind of a flexibility with that, haven't you?
That's right. So this symbol here, if I chose the left hand and chose this other one, I would have exactly the same symbol. That's the same symbol there, even though.
Yes, because over to the far right, the one on the far right, that one could be either left or right, and I'll show you why later. There's a real reason. Like for the sign for money in American Sign Language. In Sign Puddle, we can certainly find these symbols. They're all there. They're just simply not quite analyzed like you did this one. That's all.
That's right. Yeah.
So then, go ahead.
So after we've chosen the palm facing, then we can choose which plane we want. It's just the wall plane here. And the floor planes here. So if you want something that's your hand straight up, watching the back of your hand, there's the back of the hand, and then your hand facing forward, so you see the back of your hand. But if you want diagonal, choose this one here. So it's all 8 rotations for the right hand.
So you chose all the, what you do is you choose the hand shape up under the chooser, up at the top, the box there with the blue symbol. And
this gets here from this section here. You choose the base shape in this section here with the search.
Right.
With all the favorites. Then you can choose the palm facing.
Right.
The plane and also the rotation of of the
Yes.
symbol.
And I just love the floor plane. You did such a cool job on that diagram down there. That's
Thanks.
yeah. And so then by the time you've done all those buttons, then what do you do?
Okay, so then you can choose. Okay, let's say I want where it is right now. So I can have several ways of adding it to the sign area. Either I can drag it from there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's choose that back again, or I can hit just remove it. Okay, I can also do add replace with a button, and it adds it to the top corner. And I can drag it to where I want.
Mm-hmm.
So those are the two main ways of adding to the sign area. From there, then you can use the numeric keypad and move it to any of 9 areas with the numeric keypad without having to. So if you're using the arrows and you want to move it, don't want to use the mouse, you want to move it with the arrow. Use the arrow keys to move the symbol.
Okay.
Use the shift arrow to move it faster. If you want it like in the middle of your sign, you can press 5 and it's in the middle, or you can press.
In the numeric, see, I don't know whether people understand you. It's the numeric keypad. That's for when you normally do numbers, like calculating.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Not everybody has a numeric keypad, though. Not in today's world, at least.
That's
so
right.
if you don't have that.
Well, then you just use the normal keys at the top, but they don't fit because they don't fit the schema. Like it's not as visual because on a numeric keypad, the top right corner is the top right corner of your numeric keypad, and the top left corner is the top right corner of your numeric keypad.
Yes.
So it still works, just that it's not as intuitive. So you can just use a mouse and drag it.
Yeah, and I think you can even get external numeric keypads that you could attach to some computers, I think.
Yeah, that's what I do actually, because my laptop doesn't have a numeric keypad, but I use an external keypad for working.
Wow.
So I use that all the time. Yeah, they're fairly cheap as well. And then you install, basically just plug them in and they work. So.
so that means anybody who wants to use SignWriter Studio, if you get a numeric keypad, you'll be able to actually do a lot of the keystrokes just to be able to get these symbols where they should be. So now we got our.
And I think it's interesting too here. I want to show you here in the chooser. If you press 0, you change between the right hand and the left hand.
Wow.
And if you press 5, which is in the middle of the numeric keypad, you go between the floor plane and the wall plane.
Very interesting. So you just have to memorize the strokes. Yeah.
Because of the two numbers that aren't already on there, so those you have to read the instruction manual to know those ones.
Yes, and you do have one, so that's really good. You also have videos on this presentation page. Go ahead.
Yeah. Another thing too is I have favorites. So if you have a symbol you're going to be using a lot, like glyph you want to be using a lot, you can select it and then add it to your favorites, or even several symbols like these. So let's say I want to add this here, make a new favorite. I'm going to call it my new favorite.
Where are you typing right now?
Oh, you're not seeing that. It's a little pop-up box. It's just asking you for the name of the favorite.
Okay, so we can't see pop-up boxes and we can't see pull-down menus, and our technicians in the background were just discussing this. They were disappointed the technology wouldn't allow that, but that's okay. We're seeing your general screen. Yeah.
Because when I share the screen, it asks me what screen I want to share, so it's actually like just sharing the one screen, so
yeah,
that's probably why.
It's all okay. We're doing great.
So here we see it's odd here at the bottom in my favorites.
Okay, so you added yeah.
So let's say I remove it out of the sign area. If I set up a new sign with no signs in it, no symbols in it, I can click here, and it adds it to the same spot where it was previously.
Right.
So that's useful for like a rhetorical. How I've got rhetorical here. So I want to add that head shape with the eyebrows and the head forward. So I can. So when I'm doing a piece of text and I have like just the normal signs, and then I can go through the text and then open them here and click on rhetorical, and it adds those two head shapes to the sign. I just move them where I need them and save. And I keep on going, so I can easily add shoulders, eye gazes, eyebrows, all different things to the signs in a text without too much trouble, because I already have them saved here in my favorites.
Okay. So you have a favorite bar and
An all bar.
Yeah. And a what bar? An all bar, yes, with all the symbols.
Tab. Yeah, the tabs.
So you have the whole ISWA 2010 listed in a long list. I think that, if nothing more, is quite useful. And by the way, everybody, you can click on those little plus symbols. Can you put that over to the left and see? Just click on one of those, and then that gives you the subcategories. And if you clicked again on one of, like the index finger, then it would give you the subcategories. Oh, no, it didn't. It does, right? Can you click back and now click? Oh, it goes under. Oh, I see. So can you ever see all?
If you want to see them all at once, if you go over the first one and do a star.
Yeah, we can't see what you're doing. They were just saying if we screen shared our desktop, it would work better. Who knows? We're just going to keep going because this way at least we're learning, and I don't want to confuse us now. I just was wondering how to see all the rotations. Are there a way to do that, or is that just simply implicit within the program?
No. If you want to, you can't see all the rotations in SignWriter Studio. That's one of the things that kind of protects you from. In a way. So when you select the base shape, then you have to choose them here. If you want to see them all, you have to go through them here. And you can see them all.
I think that's very
one by one.
I think, you know, it's so exhausting for people to look at a lot of symbols, isn't it? So this way.
So if they have an idea which way your hand's pointing anyway, so you just click on that one. Oh, it's pointing that way. There we are. That's the symbol that goes when you're pointing that way.
Okay. It's excellent.
Also, these ones, if you use the numbers 1, 2, 3, it'll expand each category. So use that on a normal keyboard. Just press the 1. It'll expand the first grouping of the hands, second of the movement.
So can you be completely mouse free, or do you use some mouse requirements?
I always use the mouse some. I think you could almost be mouse free, but I think some things are faster with the mouse, and then some things for more accuracy. Sometimes it's better with the keyboard. So I kind of go between the two myself.
But it seems that your keyboard is solely based on numbers from the keypad. Is that right?
We also have the Alt. Some things you can.
But you're not using any spoken language keys like A, B, C, or F, or anything like that.
There are some, like this one here in the search. I can go to different areas, like different drop downs.
Okay.
If I go Alt-C, I go to the characteristic. If I go to Alt-R, I go to the root shape, and I can use the down arrow and then arrow around that one.
So you have commands, in other words, with the key. Yes, of course. That's fine.
Yeah, they're called shortcuts. Yeah, they're normal Windows shortcuts. So it's like you press the Alt key and then the letter that's in the label that's underlined in the label, and then you go to that label. Yeah.
Well, so then what happens when you've got this beautiful sign over there in the box? What do you do with it then?
Okay, then you can click accept, and it'll add it back. It'll modify. If I had a dictionary open and I got it from there, it'll save it back to the dictionary. So now I've got this head shape in my 100.
We're seeing you, Jonathan. Somehow we lost the screen, which is, by the way, it's nice to see you.
Okay. Okay, let me switch back to the dictionary.
Somehow we lost the screen. So
let me see if I can share differently now.
All right. Well, Steve, do you have any suggestion, or Adam, as to how sharing screen should be done?
When I was sharing the entire desktop, it seemed to work okay to show the dialogues and the other things that were popping up.
Okay.
Share your desktop. That might be a different way to go, and have the program.
Let's try that.
Yeah, that was really good, Steve, the way that worked. By the way, this was also working beautifully, Jonathan. This is all the Google Hangout technology has certain limitations, apparently. So the pull-down menus might work. Oh, yeah, well, here I am.
You seeing yourself now?
I don't know how I'm seeing myself. How did
I think you're seeing me on through my screen, I think.
I guess so.
Because I'm okay, let me go back there. You see my screen now? Dictionary?
Yeah, that's all right.
It'll just take a second to refresh.
You bet. Just refresh, yeah. Should, but that's Jonathan that's going to refresh, right?
Well,
okay, I can barely hear what you're saying.
Uh-oh. Now we're having problems. That's too bad. Do you want me to get my, can you hear me, everybody?
Yeah, you're coming through okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's better now. Yeah.
You're better, Jonathan? Okay, good.
Yeah, I can hear you better now, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, when you feel ready, you tell us. Right now, I just wanted everybody to know that I have
Okay,
these.
so let me try sharing my screen.
Yeah, you want to try sharing your screen now? Okay. Let me go to
Yeah.
John.
Okay, can you see it?
Well, I'm getting there. Oh, yeah, now we can
Okay.
see something. Yes. Can you hear me, everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So,
Yep.
looks like we're doing okay. And are we on your desktop now? We're sharing your
Yeah.
desktop now?
I'm sharing this. It's called the screen. Sharing the screen. Didn't have a desktop option, but I think the
Oh,
screen's the same. So,
okay.
can you see this drop down?
Yeah. Hey,
Okay.
learned something. Thank you.
Okay. If I edit this, can you see my editor?
Yes, yes, I can. SignWriting
Okay.
editor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So tell other people to choose the screen when they're sharing the screen. Because I was
Okay.
just sharing the one window, so that's what the problem was.
I see. Now I understand. Okay.
Okay.
So now we put it in the dictionary for better for worse. And I know for me, we have another 15 minutes in this particular presentation, and then you're the next presenter anyway. So if you want to, go over time, it's okay because it's all up to you.
Okay.
But the reason I'm telling you this, Jonathan, is I'm going to tell you a secret. I want to.
Okay.
Do you do literature yet? Are you able to make a document?
Yeah, I can. Yep.
That's what I'd like to see as well. So I hope we have time for it. What do you think?
Okay. Should I show you now, or should I show you some other things here
Well,
first?
why don't you show us a few more things about this dictionary? We just created a sign, and now what do we do with it?
Okay. Well, it's there basically.
And so, can you, for example, move them into a literature document, or can you put them into SignPuddle? What would you like to show us? What you can do with some of the dictionary entries?
Okay. So let's try adding it to the signed puddle. So you have in the dictionary here, and you click. You have to be on the row. There's several rows. Be on that one and edit and copy to sign puddle. Do you see my menu?
Yeah, that's really powerful. Great.
Okay, and that should pop up for web browser. There we are. So now it's opened it and sign puddle.
Mm-hmm.
So now we can tell it what puddle we want to save it to.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So there is a limitation here. Like if the text that accompanies this sign is lost, it's only the sign itself, and it doesn't pull through who wrote the sign, the sources, or anything. So it's quite limited in a way, but it is one way of sharing the sign.
Yes.
And you have to do one sign at a time too. So hopefully we'll be able to remove those limitations in the future, as both SignPuddle and SignWriters2U keep progressing. So.
Yes, of
So
course.
then you would choose.
You're welcome to
100.
any of our dictionaries. We don't care because we can always go back in later. It's just fine. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay. So another thing too, this feature in SignPuddle is actually for documents. So if I want to save a sign, I have to save it to document first, and then go to this document and then save it as a sign in SignPuddle.
Wow.
So what I'm going to do here is call it temp. Let's call it
Sure, temp. Yeah.
I might have another one there, so let's try my 100. My 100. Okay. And then we'll click on add.
So you click on the add.
Okay.
Right.
So there we are. Okay. So now we have a document that has just one sign in it.
Okay.
So then we want to go and click copy sign text.
Ah.
Okay. Then it's going to ask us
where we want to save it.
Yeah, I choose the right. I don't know if I chose the right one or not. I think I did.
It's okay.
Sign from sign text.
Wait, say that again, Steve.
Instead of copy sign text, it should have been copy sign from sign text.
Okay, this one here. Yeah, that's better. I remember that screen. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, so here it lists all the signs in the document. So this one only has one. So we're gonna copy this sign.
Sure.
Okay, and then where do I want to save it to? The Honduras dictionary.
Uh-huh.
And this is 100. Okay, and now add it. and now it's in the
In your new file.
Honduras dictionary.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just a symbol, just a sign, I should say,
Yes.
not a document.
Right, exactly. We understand. But it's cool that you guys have worked this out. That I'm sure there are more features that will come later. But this is really great that we can go back and forth. That's great.
Yeah, so that's moving to the sign file. So what else I can do here? I can also take the dictionary and export it to HTML.
Okay.
So all the signs in the dictionary that do not export symbol checkbox checked. So like this one's going to export because it's not checked. But if it was checked, then it wouldn't export it. It would skip it. So export to HTML, and I can browse for a file, create a new file. Okay, and click on export.
And it gives you
now if I So now if I open that in my web browser, actually, yeah. So here we are. So now this is just been exported just now.
Oh, wow.
These are all the signs that are presently in that dictionary.
Oh my gosh, that is so beautiful. I love that.
Yeah, so this is a quick and dirty way of being able to share the dictionary with someone else. So if I have a friend or somebody that needs to learn a sign, and they're like, what's that sign? And okay, well, let me just export the dictionary and look, you can search for it because it's a web page. So they can look for the word and they can come to it and they go, okay, that's what the sign is.
Yes. Very well done. Nice.
Yeah, so.
Very good. I like that feature.
Yeah. And also done it also for Anki. That was a request of one of my users from Andre Lemire.
Andre Lemire.
Yeah, so Anki is a program that's a flashcard program. I believe it's, I'm not sure who actually wrote it first, but it's a freeware. And people can have like flashcards that have a question on one side and the answer on the other. And if as they go through their flashcards, if they find one flashcard was hard for them to remember the answer, then they mark it as it was a harder one. And so the program will keep asking that one more often until they get it memorized.
I see. And
so people use it for learning like Japanese and other Chinese and other kinds of languages. So they can have, like every day they can go through their cards and the ones that they find most difficult gets repeated more often. So that's what Andre wanted because he's learning Quebec Sign Language.
Sure.
And so he wanted a feature to do that. So that's what I did here in File, Export to Anki. So I can export all the information from the dictionary and then a folder for the images. Then you go into Anki and import it, and then you can every day you can get a different sign presented. You have to remember what the sign is, and if it's difficult, you mark it as difficult, and it'll ask you. Next day, it'll bring that one up again, so you can practice it more often.
Okay. Well, I don't think you should go there right now because of time.
Okay.
I would really like to see the literature feature because I don't mean to be taking away from the dictionary, but frankly, I really would like it.
Okay.
Because I just really want to be able to create some literature, and I would love to be able to do that. So.
Okay.
Let's say I needed to write, Cinderella, or maybe I wanted to write to you and say, thank you, Jonathan, for the beautiful presentation that you did today, but I wanted to tell you in ASL, written ASL. How would I go about doing that in your program?
Okay, let me just load the ASL dictionary here. Do I have one?
Well, you may not. Oh, no, don't worry about the language.
I do.
Why don't you use your own language? Any dictionary you've got doesn't matter to me. I was just giving you an example.
But I want a dictionary that's a bit populated already, because if it only has 3 or 4 signs, then that won't be much.
The language you've got. Do you have a Honduran dictionary? A Honduran sign language?
I do. But the ASL, I have one.
Don't even worry about ASL. It doesn't matter. Well, do you know some basic sentences, for example, in Honduran Sign Language that we could look at in literature?
Yeah, I do. I'm just worried that I might not have all the signs in the dictionary yet.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Just give us the features so we can see how we would do it if we were able to build the dictionary in SignWriter Studio, right?
Okay, sounds good. So I'll show you my screen again.
Yeah.
So do you see my screen?
I think we do, yeah.
So SignWriter Studio document?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a blank. So when you open it first, it's a blank document, and then basically what you want to do is add signs to it. So you can add. There's 3 different ways of adding signs to it. One is from the editor. So that's from scratch. If you want to add just a sign from scratch that's not in your dictionary, you can come here and then pull some symbols over, and let's try another one. This one here on the floor plane, just for argument's sake. Okay, so we've got a sign and accept. Okay, so we've got this one sign here. It's not in the dictionary. It's just in my document. If you want to add from the dictionary, you can come here, add signs from dictionary. Have you seen that?
Yes, I see that. Yes.
Okay, so then it's going to bring up the dictionary. Okay, I need to choose a file though, because it's a dictionary file. So let me choose a dictionary. I had the Honduran.
Yeah.
This one here.
Yeah.
One here. Okay. So here, if I want to look for a sign, so hello is hola. So if I search for that, see what I get. There we are. There's hola in Honduran Sign Language. So I have my cursor on it, on this row, and click accept, and it adds it to my document. Another way of doing it is from the signs, adding a gloss to sign, so we can write some glosses and then add it to.
So that's a little bit like the translate feature in SignPuddle. You could just write a bunch of glosses in English or in Spanish or whatever, spoken language.
That's right. So it's very, very similar to that. Okay. So exact same idea. Hola. ¿Cómo está? So hello, how are you? But being that "cómo está" is one sign, but it's 2 words in Spanish, but it's one sign in Honduran Sign Language.
Okay.
You see how?
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out so good because let's see if I have it.
No, that's okay, but I can see you have different choices, don't you? Because the same word gloss can be represented by different signs, can't it?
That's right.
So you have multiple choices that you've got to make. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. The same problems that we've always found to happen.
Yeah.
And then how the words were entered too in the dictionary means so much, because if they were 1 word or 2 words, it's hard to find.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So this one, if it finds an identical match in the gloss to the word you typed in here, then it shows it in green. But if I put in another word and it doesn't find it at all, then it's going to add a red one. So if I have a lot of gloss and I'm adding a lot of documents really fast, then it catches my eye. Say, oh, this is a red one. I didn't find anything for that word. Maybe I misspelt it, or maybe I haven't added to my dictionary yet. So I can go back and check that. Also, if sometimes it doesn't find the exact word, but it finds that word within another word, then it'll be yellow.
Okay.
If I do COM, if I COM, I find that. So there, it shows me this yellow one here is all. It didn't find the word COM, but it's finding all the words that have COM in it. So then I have to be more careful because it's more likely that the one that's here isn't the one I actually want. I have to actually go through it and choose it. Be more careful about choosing the right one.
Right. Okay, that's an excellent feature.
So then we check them. So then we can put a check mark. So those are the ones we added to the document.
Right.
Also, if I feel like maybe sometimes I have a long piece of text here of gloss, and then okay, well, that wasn't the right gloss word for the sign I'm looking for, so I need to come back and change it instead of going back and losing all of my selections. I can just choose this one and right-click on it and change the gloss. So let's say that I didn't want it to say como, I wanted to say papa, which is father.
Okay.
Okay, and then it should. Now it's looking for papa for me.
Right.
So my other checkbox here, it stayed the same. It didn't get reselected or anything.
Wow.
Yeah, so that way I can make some changes. Sometimes I miss the way the words are spelled. I can just change it, and then once I have everything there, then I just click I'm good, and I click accept, and then it should add them all to my document.
And this is the document over to the left, that's the first column. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah. So, and adjust to the height of the screen as well. So.
Oh, that's
shorter.
Graphs. That's great. And so, can you show us a bigger document already written in the document feature here? Can you bring a saved document?
Let's see here. Open. So I didn't prepare anything to show you, so I don't know.
No, I'm sorry about this, but you know this is helping me personally. I'm so grateful for it. I was going to ask you to Skype with me and do the same thing.
Okay, let's see if I have anything.
But it gives us a feeling how one would work, because you're looking for folders and files.
Okay, this is a transcription of, I quickly translated Exodus 32.
Wow.
So it's the first section, so just one paragraph here.
Oh, it's beautiful, Jonathan. That's so beautiful. Wow. And you're using the SVG that SignPuddle Online uses?
I'm still using the PNGs in SignWriting Studio. I haven't had a chance to upgrade it yet.
Okay.
Partly because I wanted to focus a bit more on the user interface and for features that the users actually want, like the Anki that Andrew Lemire asked for. So trying to focus more on the user and less on the technology part.
Okay.
So hopefully the idea is that we will get the SVG in here and have nice outputs. Another thing that's missing from the document is to export it. The best way I have right now is doing a screen capture and pasting it, which isn't really great either. So that's another part that I need to add into the program so they can actually save it to a format that I can work with easier. With text, right? And also have the columns too, the right and left columns.
Oh, the lanes. You have the
lanes, correct.
So let's say I wanted to. Are you able to edit? Let's say you made a mistake and you wanted a certain sign to go into a lane. Can you? Yeah, I think you have some lanes there. I can see it.
Yeah. So I just right-click on it, lane, and choose which lane I want. The left, center, right.
Oh, that's so cool. So you can change the lane after the document's been written. That's really,
right.
Really one. You don't have to edit. Yeah.
Another thing too I can do is maybe sometimes you have like a sentence and maybe it starts on the last sign in the column. So I don't want it to be at the last one. I want it to be the first one in the column so it reads a little bit easier. It's kind of like a paragraph, but go about doing vertically. So I right-click on it and force the beginning of column, so that starts the column here. So no matter when I adjust it, always at the start of a column. That symbol, that sign is always at the top of a column. So that's something that's unique to SignWriter Studio.
Very nice. Very nice. Now, I have to tell you something, Jonathan. First of all, we're sharing screen and we're getting an interpreter, and I hope everybody can see him. Thank you, Adam, for interpreting. Very interesting. I don't know whether you can see the interpreter or not out there in the world, but it is happening. If not, later on, if the recording doesn't have it, we'll just simply put it back in somehow. But having said all this, Jonathan, right now, normally, I'd be introducing the next speaker, which happens to be you.
Okay.
Because it is 10:40, exactly, at 10:45, which was 2 minutes ago, your next presentation was supposed to start. So what I would like
So I cut myself off, basically, right?
No, you didn't. No, yeah, well, maybe. It depends on how you look. You could put it on me, because I was the one who asked you to show us the, the document part of your software, SignWriter Studio. I just want to thank you for SignWriter Studio. I love it. And as you know, Steve and I also want very much to have software out in the world that is using the ISWA 2010, and we're very grateful to you that you have chosen to use that, and we know that the conversion process from 2008 to 2010 was no small job for you, and we do feel kind of badly about that. Just so everybody knows out in the world, it isn't easy to change symbol sets in software that was already designed for a prior symbol set. It's like having a building that was built with bricks and you're taking out bricks in the middle and changing things. It's very hard. So that's why changing the ISWA 10 just any old which way would be really destructive to SignWriting, because we need to get it so that it can be stable for programmers in the future. Don't you agree?
I do, yeah. But it's
Yeah.
nice to be able to, in the future, maybe after a while, do another version of SignWriters of this
Yes, that's exactly.
ISWA in the
Everyone calls
future.
it ISWA. Do you know? I didn't know that. I call it ISWA, and you're calling it ISWA, and so do other people. So now I'm learning.
ISWA is too long to say.
Yeah.
I always go ISWA. It's so much shorter.
All right. Well, ISWA's fine with me. You know, that's how the sign Puddle name started. Everybody else was going Puddle, and Steve was spelling it P-U-D-L for Pittsburgh United for Deaf Literacy. And I kept saying P-U-D-L. That's me. But I found out that people were saying Puddle. We all realized it was a really great name. So now I'd like to tell you that the next presenter is Jonathan Duncan. And Jonathan's next presentation, as you all can see, is number 14. And it's called Alternative ISWA or ISWA 2010 Fonts. And I think Jonathan can explain this best because I know you did this as a special development for your work with SignWriter Studio. Isn't that right?
That's right. And the one doing the new font is also a big piece of work, and it's also adding into SignWriter Studio is also another big piece of work. So I got as far as getting the fonts done, and with the idea of incorporating them into SignWriter Studio, but I haven't got that done yet. So
I'd like to. I just want you to know that I have a question and answer kind of column on the right side of my screen.
Yep.
I don't know whether you see that or not, but somebody said they had a question, and I'm not quite sure whether it's just now or whether this was an old question. One of the problems I'm having is that I can't quite tell. Isn't that funny? Because I don't know the software. Do you see can you see that there's some icons on the left of your screen, Jonathan, in our presentation area here?
Yeah. I just loaded the question. I see some of
Q&A, it says, yeah, and it loads in to the side. Do you have that?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, and there's somebody, I think, who asked if they could ask a question, but I'm not sure. So, Don, what? Did you say something, Steve?
That question was from a while ago.
I see. How does one know? I don't know. Anyway. I guess we'll go back to Jonathan's talk because we really don't know how one knows. I'm sorry, Jonathan. Excuse me.
Okay. No problem.
All right. Please go ahead. I'm very interested in your font. Tell us about it.
Okay. So there's actually two fonts. The first one is ISWA 2010 XAML. That's XAML, which is what is used in programming nowadays for Windows, and it's can also do vector images as well, just like the SVG does. So when you're working with a Windows program, one of the hard things with SVG is that you can't work with them natively. What you have to do is create your SVG, pass it off to a renderer, which is a piece of program that draws it on a bitmap, and then gives you the bitmap back again. So it's whereas otherwise, if you just use XAML, you have a rectangle or a circle, and that circle you can move the circle, you can squish the circle, you can scale the circle, you do all kinds of things to it. But you can't do that programmatically with the result of the renderer because it's just a picture.
Right.
So that's one of the main reasons I decided to look into converting the SVG to XAML format. And they're quite similar in a lot of aspects. So it's mostly a lot of tweaking. And another thing too that the SVG can do as well is the animation and interaction, programming-wise with the pictures, with the pieces of the signs. But with something you can't.
Can you show us something on your screen, or is it just not possible?
I can show you. Yeah, I wasn't ready to show you, so let me see if I can find it first, and then once I have it loaded, I'll show you.
While you're trying to find it, but if you can't, it's okay. So when you say SVG, are you talking about this new font that the alternative ISWA 20 font? Is that an SVG font?
No, it isn't. I started from the SVG font. I used Adam Frost's SVG refinement font as
Yes.
the basis for mine.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So once I was finished with this first font, the XAML, it doesn't have any more SVG in it. It's purely, this one is purely converted to a different structure.
Okay.
Yeah. So let me look here, documents, and see if I have.
Meanwhile, Steve, I think you found Jonathan's webpage, presentation 14. I never got the video up there, but
Okay.
there is a video up there, which we can look at later. And when we're all done, people can go and look at your webpage. It's signwriting.org/symposium/presentation0014.html. That's your presentation 14 page.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to share my screen here.
Okay.
Okay, and switch over to this application here. Okay. So this is basically a test window for the resulting XAML font. And so if you see here, over here on the left, it's just
unfortunately, we're not seeing your screen. I don't know why.
Okay. Okay, I see. So
sorry.
Let me try again.
Yeah, it's all right. Oh wait, I think
I have to.
maybe so. Let me see.
Okay, now you should see it now.
Perfect.
Oh, now we're starting to see it. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. All right. So one thing I can do easily with a vector objects, as we have here the XAML, the font XAML, is I can color different parts of the symbol. So we have and we can make them different sizes. So once we have the symbols, it's just a matter of saying, okay, this symbol I want it 2 times bigger. I want to scale it 2 times in the X and Y axis, and I've got it twice as big.
Yes.
So it's things you can do programmatically on the objects because they're actually shapes in the program, and then so it's a representation that's more easily in tune with programming. Because the other, for example, PNGs aren't, because they're just pictures, right? So when you scale them or whatnot, then they go blurry. So you see this one; these aren't blurry; they're nice and clear, different sizes, different colors. So this is just a small test I've got here. But up here, we can paste FSW from a document up in this part here in the top, and then we can click on display, and it'll take the FSW and then show it with the XAML font.
Wow. So the FSW is, Steve, is that formal sign writing?
Yeah, that's formal sign writing.
Yes. So it converts into this font that you developed, Jonathan?
That's right. So it takes the FSW and then it analyzes the FSW and makes programming objects for each of the symbols, and then it gets the font, puts it together, and then also has a layout engine, small layout engine in this too, so we can get different columns there as well. So this is just the basic part, so we can later on add more usability, more interactivity with this on the computer. So I don't have I can't change columns here or anything like that because that's not implemented in this test program.
No, that's fine.
That's something we can do later on. We could maybe scroll over it, and then the symbol could change color or glow or different stuff like that, or shake or become bigger when you scroll over it or stuff like that. So it's the basis, so we can do all that kind of stuff in the future with a Windows program, and actually have the font and the symbols at a hand's reach, because otherwise it's send it off to the renderer and then you get an image back and you still have an image. So then you have the way SignWriter Studio works now, it's all PNG. So you move the mouse over a certain part of the image, and then it goes through. Okay, it's is there a symbol of that image at that spot? Okay, which symbol is it, and then it goes from there, and then it works. But this one, you could just move over top of it, and then it's more, you can use events and whatnot, so it's a much better programming experience. Also, another thing too, like in a PNG, if I move my mouse, like say right here, in this white spot above the index, above the fist, and in most programs, it would consider that I'm on top of the symbol. It can't tell between this black line and this white space beside it. But in an SVG font or an XAML font, then you can. It's like, now you're not on top of it yet, but when you're actually on top of the black, then you're actually on top of it, because it has an object for each one. So it's interesting, the different paradigm for programming.
Yes. So may I ask a question quickly?
Sure, go ahead.
You're calling it XAMO? Is that XAMO? Is that the name of your font?
No, it's XAML, XAML.
Oh.
And it's a type of XML.
I see. I'm sorry. I'm not a programmer, so.
Yeah, you wouldn't know that. Yeah. Yeah. So a lot of programming files are nowadays are XAML.
I see.
And a lot of the controls on Windows programs now, they're also vector controls, so they don't have so they can scale on different devices and whatnot. Mm-hmm. So we're applying the same technology that was developed for the controls for the buttons and whatnot in the Windows to the font.
Wow. So Jonathan, what this is only for Windows, or is it for all computers?
This one is only for Windows. Yeah.
I see.
I have another. The other font. The next one I want to introduce is the what do I call it now? Okay, let me just go back down here to my notes.
We do have an abstract for you on your webpage. I'm going to go over for 1 minute to Steve Scher here. He's got your abstract up on his screen, and I'm looking at it right now because I clicked on it so people could see it. And yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so this other font I did is called SVG Refinement.
Yeah.
SVG Refinement Refactored.
Okay.
And it's for
it's
an SVG font, and it's going to be it's for web browsers, and it's for web browsers. So it's basically the same font Adam created, and then it's been optimized a bit because a lot of symbols or the glyphs have the same root shapes, and some are just a matter of being rotated differently. Some are a little bit different from one to the next, but they have like the same same pieces in them. Mm-hmm. So as I went through and all of the pieces, all the parts, they were the same.
It's amazing.
So I found which ones had them, and then I said, okay, this one I saved it once. Okay, so this one has that piece in it. This one has that piece in it, and it's at such and such a place in the symbol. And then so it made for a lot smaller SVG files.
So you cut the symbols. Instead of just doing a whole symbol, you actually found pieces of symbols like roots.
That's right.
Wow.
That's right. Yeah. And so we went from 28 megabytes to 13 megabytes.
Ah, saved a lot of memory, huh? A lot of space.
Yep. Yeah. And then there's an interesting part about SVG files. It's called linking. So you can define one shape.
Can you
in a definition? Let me show you the other one. Just 1 sec here. Go to no. Okay, let me go see if I can get it here. slash
Wow, sorry.
writer.
SignWriter layout engine core.
See, I didn't spell that right.
Gosh, I'm so sorry. Well,
let me go to my page. I believe I have.
here's something that Steve is looking at right here. What is this, Steve? Can you see our screen?
This right here is the numbers that we have for the compressed font that Jonathan is talking about. It's on the signpuddle.net/ISWA, which is the ISWA 2010 font.
Uh-huh. And so I don't mean to be taking the floor away from Jonathan, but what do we look for, Steve? I'm not quite sure I know what this is.
Well, here we have the, this is the ISWA 2010 SVG refinement. When it's uncompressed, it's 26.4 megabytes.
Okay.
With his refinement, it's about a third of that at 9.3 megabytes.
Wow.
And the refactor tiny, which goes down to about 7 megabytes, which is about a quarter of the size. So.
So I found the screen, Valerie.
Okay.
If you're seeing my screen,
yes, I'm going
what
to
you're
your screen now. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we're now to your screen. Yes.
Okay. So this is the SVG refinement refactored, and it's also a client-side font, which means that the font, all the symbols or the glyphs are stored on the client's computer, and so we can.
I'm not quite sure what we're looking at. What are we looking at?
Okay.
It says show sign writing. It says
Okay,
load. Go ahead.
Okay, let me do the show sign writing right now because mine's already loaded, I believe.
Okay, I see.
Let's see, or not.
It says load ISWA, and then you've got the FSW string. Is that what it is?
That's right. So normally what you do is you load the ISWA. So let's do that. So it's going to download the font from the web server,
Uh-huh.
and it's going to save all the glyphs in the web browser. And then once they're all saved, then we can use the FSW. It'll look up on the web browser without going through the internet, right on the web browser, get the symbols, and put them together on the screen, all in the web browser.
I see. Wow.
So it takes a few seconds to get a few minutes to get the font loaded.
I see.
The first time.
Uh-huh.
So we should get a message back soon that it's been loaded because it's doing all 32,000.
Oh my goodness, I see.
So it's all there. So and it's also indexing them. So when we actually do want to read them, it's very fast to read them. So it's saving them and indexing them at the same time. So once that's done, then we can put any FSW in this area here, and it will display it for us.
And it displays an actual sign that one can read like me who doesn't know code.
That's correct. Yeah. So it's going to show an SVG.
I get it now. We're waiting for the symbols to load, and you can't push the word show sign writing yet because you don't have the symbols loaded. Is that what's happening?
That's right. That's right.
I'm sorry I'm so slow, but maybe it's good for everybody else to have it repeated.
Let me try another web browser here and see if
Fine. This is very interesting. I didn't know that's how it worked. And so you click load ISWA, and now you're adding the font to the database, so that's the process to go to.
Yeah. Looks like we may be having some bug or something.
It's okay, but it does work, I'm sure. And then you can show any kind of sign writing you'd like. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah. So maybe you could do write an editor with this font. So then you could be offline if you're using your tablet or your iPhone and you don't have connectivity to the internet. You can be writing signs, new signs, because all the symbols are there already.
Uh-huh.
And then you can save it to your phone, and then later when you're connected to internet again, you can send your message off to your friend.
Wow.
So you don't have to be connected while you're you're actually writing the sign or composing. Because now, like for SignPuddle, you have to be connected to internet so it can get the symbols each time it refreshes the screen, or if you choose a new symbol, you need to be connected. So this is one option to do that. So
Yes.
to work offline. So hopefully that'll be quite useful in the future for everybody.
Offline editors are really wonderful. You're right. Actually, there is an offline version of SignPuddle as well, but it hasn't. I think we need to have several of them there. That's for sure.
Yeah, and it only works on the PCs, I believe.
Oh, is that yours? Works only on PCs? Yeah, I think.
Correct, Steve?
What did you say, Steve?
I'm asking.
Yeah, Steve, right?
Yeah, the personal puddle that can run on Mac, Windows, or Linux. It's basically using a web server. We use like Uniform Server for the Windows. We use MAMP for Macintosh, and the Linux you can just whatever generic server. Just have to have a web server with PHP and the GD graphics library.
Yeah, so this here should also work with. So it looks like it worked now. There we are. So now it's showing the signs.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, so this should also work on smaller devices like tablets, iPhones, iPads.
Uh-huh.
So it doesn't need to have a server at all. So it's all client. Once you get the font done up to your device, then you're okay to put any piece of text there, and it'll show it without being connected to internet.
That's amazing. So if you are loading these symbols, once you load them, do you have to download or install any other software to see them on your phone?
No, you need to get the web page that's going to be showing it on, or the application. So you need to get that to your phone first too. Then once that's there, then it can get all the symbols.
So the actual sign writing has to have a web page or some other vehicle to be shown. That's
right. So SVG is shown very nicely in a web browser, which is a really nice thing about SVG, because pretty much all web browsers will show SVG.
Mm-hmm.
So that's really nice. But then when you're, which is really good, but when you're on a Windows platform and you're using native applications, then SVG isn't quite as useful. So that's why I developed the other font, the XAML.
Mm-hmm.
But here, this one here is for web browsers. So hopefully that'll be quite useful in the future as well.
Well, so then why would that just be Windows? Aren't web browsers a little bit more universal? For example, doesn't Chrome, can you use it on Chrome, for example?
Yeah, this is in Chrome, yep.
Okay.
See what happens when some applications, especially if you're doing like a dictionary or whatnot, when you have a lot of symbols, sometimes it's better to use a desktop application, because it might run a bit faster than a web browser. So depending on what you're doing, for some situations it's better to run a desktop application, and sometimes it's better to do everything in the web browser. So
sure.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm really trying to say is that it sounds like to me the font is a little more universal than just Windows, because isn't it going to create a web?
Yes, this SVG font is definitely universal. It'll work in any web browser. Yes.
That's what I thought. So it's not just for Windows. Maybe SignWriter Studio is. That's an actual program,
That's
right?
correct. Yeah. Yeah. So we're actually talking about two different fonts here. One's the ISWA 2010 XAML, which is a Windows font.
Okay.
And then there's the SVG Refinement Refactors, which is this one here, which is a universal font for any web browser.
Wow. And I want you, for 1 minute, I'm going to click over on Steve's share screen. Can you see it? I don't know whether you can see, Jonathan, that I switched over for a minute.
Let me switch over so I can see you. Yep.
Yeah, and do you see what Steve put up? I really like this. So your refactored, what is it called? SVG Refinement Refactored. Is that the name of your font?
That's correct. Yeah, that's my second one.
Isn't that cool? We have this chart. I want to thank both of you for putting this up for us. This is great.
You're quite welcome. So the first line there is Adam's font. This was 2010 SVG Refinement, so that's the one that he made.
Uh-huh.
And then the next row is the one I made.
Okay. Well, just so you understand it, actually Adam did all the SVG. Well, of course, Adam can tell us about it, but he's I think, actually interpreting right now. I'm not sure.
He is, yeah. I can see him interpreting at the bottom. Yep.
So I'm going to put words in his own mouth, which isn't very fair. But I do know that Adam spent a whole summer, and he did the actual Inkscape, dot by dot kind of work to get the symbols themselves looking really gorgeous and SVG compatible. And then Adam gave all these SVG symbols to Steve, and then Steve put it together into a font. Isn't that right, Steve? Steve?
Yeah, that's how it happened.
That's how it happened. So I think you could say that the SVG refinement font is both Adam and Steve. That's the way to put it, I think, because without the two of them, it wouldn't have happened.
That's probably a fair way of saying it. But
Yeah.
why I was saying it was Adam's is because Steve, on his page, he put that it was Adam's font. So I was coding Steve on it.
And that was a selfless move. Thank you very much, Steve. And it's true that we certainly couldn't do it without Adam. And the symbols, I mean, I was here, I saw it. Adam worked an entire summer without ever even getting up off his chair, on these symbols. There were so many of them. And oh, what a job. So isn't it beautiful what has happened over these years? The teamwork has been really excellent, hasn't it?
It sure has. It's been lovely.
Yeah, and then look at your font now, basing it on that prior work. It's just, I had no idea. It was called the Refactored. I like that name.
Valerie?
Yes, Adam.
It wasn't one summer.
Okay.
It was about 3 years work.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm really glad you did that. That you told me that. That's probably true, I suppose. But there was one summer when I remembered it was really, really hard, and the whole thing, and like the next day you had to go back to teaching or something, or go back to school or whatever it was.
Yeah, see there, Valerie?
Yes.
Well, we have highlighted. That's what I was quoting there. It says individual symbol refinement by Adam Frost. So.
Oh wait, I'll go look. I'm going back to Jonathan's screen now, everybody. And now I click on Jonathan's screen. Yeah, where does it say? It says, oh, individual symbol refinement by Adam Frost. File system or data. Yes, it's true, of course. Well, I just wanted you to know that Steve also did some work, because without Steve, we couldn't have put it together. Because I don't think, well, I'll ask Adam again. Adam, did you work on putting the font into a font? I don't think so. I think it was Steve.
Yeah, Adam did everything by hand. 3 summers?
Oh, yeah, Adam. Okay, Adam, you put in the 3 colors. Were there 3 colors?
I put in the 2 colors, the color of the symbols themselves and the fills.
Right. And so, yeah, but you didn't actually put the font together. Without Steve, you couldn't have put it together, right?
No, I didn't put the font together. I just had all the individual files.
Right.
And I sent them to Steve, and I said, here.
Okay, well, we got that clear, everybody, and we all deserve applause for doing all this work. So now I'm going back to your screen, Jonathan, and keep telling us, because I know about the refactored font now. I didn't know the name. I didn't have the terminology down.
Okay, let's see if I can find the screen where I was. Okay, so oh yeah, so I found the similar pieces, the parts of the symbols, but there's still a lot of symbols that are similar, but I wasn't able to detect that they were the same with the algorithm. So we could even probably compress it more yet, so we have a better, even smaller font. And it's good because if we can compress it nice and small and get it from a web server, then it cuts down a lot on the bandwidth too for people who are using 3G data connections on their devices. So that'll be really nice. Mm-hmm. But of course, that's something that would take more work, and being the funds are limited, it's not something we not be doing that right away. So maybe farther down the road, maybe someone will have be able to do that as well. So that's a place where it can still be improved upon.
Okay. Well, is there anything more that you'd like to tell us? Because we only have around, well, it's around 11:20, so we have around 10 more minutes, Jonathan, at most.
Okay. One disadvantage of not the font itself, because one thing is the font, and the other is the the layout engine and
Can we come
the
back?
viewer. So
Can we come back to you and we can have the interpreter now? Would that be okay with you?
that would be okay.
Yeah.
We'll
Why
just
don't we
switch over here.
Yeah, you just take
Screen
away your
share.
screen share and just be you. And now we have Adam back interpreting. Okay, here we go.
Oh, okay, that's important.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So so one of the disadvantages of the viewer that puts it on the screen in the web. This is SVG refinement refactored. Is that being to limitation of websites and web browsers, and it's a security issue. They don't let you take save the font from one server, and then another user get another server use the save data on your browser. So each server, you have to get each server that you're doing SignWriting on, you have to get a font from that server. So it's a bit of a limitation. So and there might be some way around it, but I'm not aware of it just right now. But there might be a way around it. Another thing too, another way I was thinking is I came across a font that's used just on the internet. Just generally, it's an open source. It's called Font Awesome. And what it is a bunch of symbols like icons.
Uh-huh.
And it's a lot similar to the idea of the symbols of the ISWA, except it doesn't have different rotations and whatnot. They're just like different pictures. And they have a cool way of doing it. They have a font, and then they also have two types of fonts. And then if either of those two fonts can't load for some reason, they also have an SVG version of their graphics. And once you have that loaded into your web page, you just have to say, okay, I want it to be this font awesome, and I want this size, and then you can use normal editing, HTML editing, so CSS, so you can like color it, different colors or whatnot. So I think that may want to look into that someday and see if it would work for this. Well, the only thing I'm worried about is being we've got like over 32,000 symbols or glyphs.
Yeah.
That I'm afraid it might I'm not sure whether or not the browser is going to just download the font and then just pick out the symbols it needs, or if it's going to try to load the whole font into memory. So
Wow.
if it was load the whole font into memory, then we're in trouble, right? Because we don't want to have the whole font in memory because that's too much. So
Yeah.
so let's say it does do it properly and just downloads the whole file, the whole font, but only picks out the ones it actually needs for what it's showing. Then it could be a nice alternative as well, because you could host it in just one spot, and a lot of different websites around the world could connect. We'll say, okay, look at the font from that web server, and everybody will get the font from that one web server, and then it won't have the same limitations as I do with the version I have right now. So
I
that'll
see.
be maybe something to look into in the future.
Okay. Well, did you know that later today, Steve Slavinsky will be presenting another presentation, 19, related to fonts as well. There's a person from Uruguay named Eduardo Trapani, and he developed a TrueType font that isn't 100% ready to go. It is not. But on the other hand, it's pretty close, and that's why originally we invited Eduardo to tell us about it, but he wasn't able because he's too busy with other projects right now. So he asked Steve to present it. So Steve,
that'll be nice.
Isn't that nice? That's on let's see, presentation 19 today. It's today. It's in Pacific time. It's at 2:30, so it's the second to the last presentation in today's symposium.
Okay, I see it here. Constructing a TrueType font in a SignWriting script with Unicode characters using Graphite rendering system.
Yeah, very interesting, huh?
Yeah.
And do you ever use, what do you think about TrueType itself? I guess that's kind of an older font system, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't know how I would go if I were to try to do it myself. I'm not sure how I would do it, because TrueType and my ID anyways seems to always like do like a piece of English text. So they all follow one after another. So I guess with graphite they must have some way of moving them around in 2 dimensions. So that's something that would be interesting to look into, see what's on that presentation.
Nothing more. You can look at it and see what you think as well. That would be interesting for me to hear your opinion. But I think now I know that your font has got the word refactored after it, and I like that. Now I know it's yours, and I understand that you've done something very unique where we can actually load in FSW and get, once everything's loaded in properly, and we can load in a string, and then we can get those signs written up onto a website. Isn't that right?
That's right. So my future goals is to take this 2010 XAML and add it into SignWriter Studio, and so we can use it more fully and have renderings that are vector renderings that will scale nicely and won't blur. And also the other one, the SVG refactored refinement for the web browser for writing web applications with SignWriting. So,
okay. Well,
in the future.
I think it's wonderful, Jonathan. I want to thank you very much for this presentation. We're actually still looking for the next presenters, and I don't even remember their. Isn't this funny? When you were coming in to do your presentation, did you see an invitation from me?
I did. You sent me an invitation.
But you knew where to come anyway, right?
I did, but I clicked on the one you sent me. Did you lose your list of invitations?
Yeah, I got to find the present. I'm sorry, I really am.
I can send you it back to you if you want to have it for today.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. Thank you. Isn't that silly? They're not here yet. That's why I'm just a little worried. That's all. And you know, it's a very complex presentation. The next one, just you can stay right here while we're talking. It's from Tunisia. Isn't that amazing?
Wow.
And we have 3 presenters, and you know, getting 3 people together is not a small thing. So I'm sure it's going to take them time to come in. But presentation 15 is by Mohammed Ali Balti and Fedi Bari and Wafa Lajili from Tunisia. So I'm trying. You're going to send me something, Jonathan?
I'm going to send you the link for the presentation for today.
Yeah, I see. I see a link that I sent to Stefan, for example. I could take that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
But,
I just sent you.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So I just sent you the link that Adam had sent me for each of the days, so you'll have.
Right, there it is.
Handy.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much.
No problem.
And you can just stay if you'd like, because they haven't shown you up yet, and I'm concerned, but it's a part of life with presenting live, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yep.
I think what I need to do in the future, I'm getting in the hang of it, I have to be ready to invite people right before, and I have to have all their email addresses, you know what I mean, all set up so that I know what I'm doing, because I'm not even sure of their email addresses. Can you imagine? Silly me. So anyway.
Well, there's so many of them, right? You have to.
Well, we have 42 presenters. Can you believe?
Yeah. Wow.
No, and that's a lot of people. And we actually had to. Of course, we offered everybody, including us. We all needed to rehearse, and the rehearsals were so interesting. I really enjoyed the rehearsing period. So listen, this was really perfect today, because even though I'm sure some people didn't like it that we didn't have the ASL interpreter all the time, we are trying our best. And what happened here was we were really able to see the visuals that you created and to hear your voice well, and we can truly add the interpreter back. And so we will end up with a really beautiful video in the future that we can really say, yeah, we can hear it. And we even got feedback while we were watching it, which I think really helps a lot. So I want to thank you, Jonathan, and I think we'll just take a little break right now until we find our friends from Tunisia visiting us in our hangout, okay?
Okay, sounds good. Nice talking to you, Val.
Very nice talking to you. You're wonderful. Thank you so much for... somebody came. Yeah, we got a visitor now, so all is good. So thank you, Jonathan, and please keep up the very wonderful work. Bye.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Bye. And oh my gosh, I think you have somebody named Dolly Bolton.
And what happened here was really able to see the visuals that you created and to hear your voice well. And we can truly add the interpreter back. And so we will end up with a really beautiful video in the future that we can really say, yeah, we can hear it. And we even got feedback while we were watching it, which I think really helps a lot. So I want to thank you, Jonathan, and I think we'll do.
Okay. Dolly, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, good. You are online, I think, if I just click on you. Can you see yourself?
Yeah, I can see myself. Yeah.
Okay, welcome. Now, there's a little bit of
Go
ahead.
Sorry?
That's okay. Sometimes the sound.
Okay, I don't know really how, if the problem is with my computer, if it's with internet connection, I don't know.
I don't know either. I find the sound very difficult. It's really hard. We have to use these, and I hate them. I hate them.
Okay, I will try to use them.
All right, let's see what happens.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, better. Let me put you back on here.
Okay.
Oh, I think it's better. What do you think, guys? Adam, Steve?
Sounds good.
Sounds good? Okay, sounds good to us too. Very good.
I wish so.
Very good.
Okay, actually, you know, it's as I told you, it's Ramadan, so it's Muslims fasting month, and so with my two friends, so we have been trying to choose the right time. So that before or after, like Muslims having lunch, dinner, sorry, but we chose the wrong time, really.
Yes,
I'm really sorry for that. So actually right now, so it's right now that Muslims, they start having dinner, and that's why, so I will start presenting and waiting for my friend, so Wafa, so that she can connect, and so we can talk, so she can have time to eat something, and she will join us later.
Well, let me say something for 1 minute, Dolly. First of all, everybody, this is Muhammad Ali Balti. I didn't even introduce him yet. And we call him Dolly because that was a name that I learned about on the internet. But the real name is Muhammad Ali Balti. Welcome. And Muhammad's other two presenters are coming. But I did want to tell you something. Steve Slavinsky, when he found out that you had a time conflict like this, which was just today, you just told us this today, Steve offered to switch places with his speech, and which is presentation 19, which is, but it'd be like in the middle of the night for you. Presentation 19 is, although somebody's here, so why don't we just do it right now? I can see we have a lovely lady, and this is Wafa. Welcome, Wafa. And here is Dolly. Okay, so we have two people. I guess we should go ahead. What do you think?
Thank you. Actually, Wafa, she does not speak English, so she speaks really a little bit of English, but she speaks French and Arabic and sign language. So she will be maybe presenting using Arabic, and I will be translating for her.
Okay, did you hear my point that you could switch your presentation with Steve's and do it later today? If that was
actually, it's okay. We can present now. It's okay, no problem.
Okay, I understand. Good.
Thank you very much, Valerie. Thank you, Adam, too.
Yes, of course. So.
Okay. Okay, shall I start?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, so first, I want to tell you a little bit about how I discovered sign language. So in the beginning, so I started to meet some deaf people, and later on, when I was learning these signs, I tried like to write them down so that I can remember them. But that was very difficult. And once on internet, when I was surfing on internet, so I discovered like sign writing, Saturn sign writing, and I never thought that this sign language could be written. I never thought that it is a written language, and I downloaded some books, and especially they were for Parkhurst, I think, books, and so I went back home with, and I started learning sign writing. I find it very, very useful. I introduced that to the deaf people, but they could not really understand that. But they loved the way how the hand shapes they were made, and they could sign some signs, though they didn't understand the whole system. And for 5 years, I have been using sign writing alone, so no one was like using sign writing in the whole country, in Tunisia. And later on, like with my with my deaf friend, so I started like to teach the sign writing, but they found it a little bit funny, so they could not really understand it, you know. Later on, so after 5 years, I met a lady, and she's a sign language instructor. She's a hearing person, and she said, "Why don't we use sign writing in at our university?" And I want really to thank her, because she was very helpful. Her name is Basma Shedi, and I started like teaching sign writing. My students, like for the first time, they did not really want to learn another thing. Like they wanted as much as like to study at university, but they found it really helpful. It was very helpful because they could write down the signs. And Wafa is one of my students at the university, at Ibn Sharaf University, and so they started like learning that. And Wafa, actually, she's going like to present after her presentation, which is about the importance of sign writing in deaf education. Even Wafa, you know, she was looking for a deaf association so that she can make her thesis about sign writing, and some associations really refused that. Even there was a woman, like she said to her, "Are you going to use these squares, triangles, and these rectangles to teach these deaf people?" And she was mocking her. And Wafa, she said to me, "I will never forget that, and I will teach sign writing for deaf children." Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, and so even Wafa, she never thought about the importance of sign writing, and after that, like she made a kind of test, that kind of exam, and so this exam, she chose some deaf children. They were their ages, they were between 7 and 9. And she made this type of the exam. You know, she did not teach them sign writing. I repeat, she did not teach them sign writing. And these children, she gave them some exams. They were on mathematics, Arabic, French, and some kind of science, like it's a kind of material, so it's taught here in Tunisia. And these children, they refused to use sign writing. They refused to make the exams without the help of the teacher, because the teachers there, they are helping them translating these into Tunisian Sign Language so that they can understand. And Wafa, she made this challenge. She said, "No, you will try to make that alone without any help." But they could not make it, and so they had very bad marks. The second day, she brought the same exams written in sign language. And so the children, they did not even want Wafa to help them. They said, we can understand that, so it's very helpful. We can understand the writings. And so they could make the exams alone using sign writing. And so they had very, very good marks. and even with like she was touched with that. She never imagined how sign writing could help these children, and she even cried, you know, when she was teaching them, and they loved her a lot, and that's why really we thank you very much, Valerie Sutton, for this. Really, you gave a big blessing for these children, really. And so Wafa, she will talk about that later. And so maybe, I don't know if Wafa wants to start presenting before me, and so I will finish presenting later my documents. So وفاء تحب تبدا انت تتكلم تحكي وانا تنترجم.
مرحبا مدام فالوري، مرحبا اللي يسمعوا فينا الكل. باش نقدم اليوم المون بروجي بتاع فان دوتود اللي هو باسم الى اي مدى تساعد كتابة لغة الإشارات على تحسين تعليم الصم الأكاديمي.
Okay, so today I thank you, Madam Valerie Sutton, for sign writing, and today I will be presenting my presentation, which is about the importance of sign writing in deaf education.
قمت في البداية بتقسيم الموضوع إلى عدة أقسام. أهمها بدأت بدراسات سابقة من جميع البلدان، من سواء كانت عربية أو غربية. في القسم
First of all, I started for my thesis, so I had to read many books so that I can write about this thesis. And these books, they were Arabic and the French books.
في القسم الثاني قدمت المفاهيم الأساسية التي كانت لها علاقة بالأصم وبدراسة الأصم.
And so I wrote also about the deaf education in the whole world and how it is treated, and the way I'm going like to treat it using sign writing in their education.
في القسم الثالث عرفت المدرسة التي قمت بها بميدان طرابلسي، مدرسة 17 نهج روسي بتونس. قدمت بها الفئات المستهدفة وأهم الحالات التي قامت عليها تجربتي.
And so in the third part, I chose a school, a Tunisian school, and so this school is famous in Tunisia because there are many people like get into this school, and so deaf, so many kinds, like many people, and so this school is called 17. So 7. What was that? I'm sorry. So 17, the Road of Russia in Tunisia. Okay.
في القسم الخامس كان بعنوان نتائج الاختبارات إلى أي مدى تساعد كتابة لغة الإشارات على تحسين تعليم الصم.
And so in the fifth part, I was talking about the results of sign results once these deaf children. So I'm sorry. I was talking about the results these deaf children, or the marks these deaf children had once they used sign writing in their education.
كان في بحثي اخترت 5 أفراد، 4 من مستوى سنة خامسة وطفلة من مستوى السنة الثانية.
So in my research, so I chose 5 deaf. One of them, she was in the primary school, the second level primary school, and so the other four people, they were in the primary school also, but in the 5th level.
قسمت هذا البحث إلى حصتين. الحصة الأولى أعطيت لكل واحد منهم تقييم، ولكن بدون مساعدة من أي طرف، وكان بكتابة العربية. يقومون هذا التقييم بمفردهم.
So in the first exam which I gave to these deaf children, it was in Arabic, and so I gave them the exam written in Arabic. And I did not want to help them, and I gave them no help to make the exam.
لكن النتيجة كانت ضعيفة جدا، لم يقوموا بهذا التقييم، كانوا طوال الوقت يصرخون يطلبون مني المساعدة وأنا أرفض مدعية أنهم فقط هم الذين يريدون هذا الإنجاز، لكنهم رفضوا تلقائيا بالرغم من أنهم الكثير منهم يمتازون في الدراسة، لا بأس بهم، لكن النتيجة في الحصة الأولى كانت ضعيفة جدا.
So once I gave them these exams, these deaf children, they were screaming, they were shouting, and they said, "No, that's not fair. We need help, so you can help us. Translate for us these." But I was doing that on purpose, and at the end, they had very bad marks, very bad results.
في الحصة الثانية قمت بإعادة نفس التقييم ولكن بكتابة لغة الإشارات. كانت فيه أهم الكلمات الصعبة وضعت على كأنهم ملاحق. وضعت كل واحد فيهم في طاولة، ثم علقت الملاحق على السبورة وجعلت أفهمهم الكلمات، وكانوا مندهشين من هذه الطريقة مستغربين، لكنهم فرحوا كثيرا بها. كانوا دائما يقولون لأصدقائهم الذين لم يشاركوا في هذه التجربة، يقولون احنا تعلمنا هذه طريقة جديدة، نحن نفهم. كانوا يبكون عندما تكون طريقتهم يكون امتحانهم جيد، يطلبون مني أن أواصل معهم طوال السنة الدراسية. كانت النتيجة أنا خصيصا لم أتصورها، كانت نتيجة في غاية الروعة.
Okay, I don't know if I can remember all what she said, but because I know the whole story, so I can remember the points. So, but in the second day, she gave them the same exam written in sign language, and I repeat. They did not learn sign language. They did not they did not know sign writing. And these exams, they were written, and so they were given these exams. And so these children, they were very happy. They were very happy, and so doing these exams. And so Wafaa, she was doing that on purpose. And she added another point, because she chose only 5 deaf children to take these exams in sign writing. So once they made these exams, they were getting out and talking with their other deaf friends, and they were saying to them, "Yeah, we understand these exams. We understand everything now. We understand better than you because we are using sign writing." And so they were really excited using this sign writing. And so the other children, they wanted to learn. They wanted to learn sign writing. And maybe, so we have a video which Valerie has posted on the presentation 15, so you can see with subtitles and translation. They were blaming Wafaa because she did not teach them sign writing, and so they were really upset with that. Okay, Wafaa.
بالرغم من أن كتابة لغة الإشارات لها قواعد وكأي كتابة خاصة، لكن هذا بالرغم من أنني لضيق الوقت لم أستطع تعليم قواعد كتابة لغة الإشارات لهذه الأفراد، لكنهم استطاعوا قراءتها واستطاعوا أن يجيبوا عن الأسئلة، بالرغم من أني في بعض الأحيان كنت مثلا في تقييم الفرنسية أقرأ سواء النص، وكانوا يقومون بالإجابة على الأسئلة بمفردهم دون مساعدة مني، وعندما أريد أن أفهمهم هذه الكلمة يقولون لا أنا أفهم استطعت بهذه الطريقة استطيع أن أفهم. يعني بهذه الطريقة بالرغم من أن القواعد لديها قواعد إلا أنهم لم يتعلموها، لكن مع ذلك أجابوا عن كامل التقييم، وكانت النتيجة بدون مقارنة بالحصة الأولى والحصة الثانية.
And so, because sign writing and sign language too. So sign language has has some rules. So it has a grammar. And sign writing, So if someone wants to learn sign writing, so he needs to learn that. So you need to have a teacher to teach you such a thing. So you need to learn sign writing in order to understand that. But what shocked me or surprised me, it was when I gave them sign writing and I did not explain for them what it was, how are these hand shapes, and so the movement and all this. And I wanted to help them once I gave them the French exam. But they said to me, no, 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 please do not help us. We want to do that alone. Don't help us doing that. And so they understood sign writing, and that's what surprised me.
فيما بعد اخترت تقييم آخر، وذلك كتبت بعض الكلمات بكتابة لغة الإشارات على السبورة، وطلبت منهم أن عندما يرون هذه الكلمة يكتبون الكلمة، وكانت في المرة الأولى بالكتابة العربية والمرة الثانية بالكتابة الفرنسية، وذلك لتعديد اللغات، وأن كتابة لغة الإشارات نستطيع أن نفهم بها جميع الكتابات مهما كانت اللغة، فكان التقييم ناجح كذلك.
So in my thesis, the purpose of my thesis, it was to prove that sign writing helps deaf people learn new languages, because that was the most important thing. And so to prove that, because deaf people, so deaf children, they forget the words. So you teach them these words, but they have no sense for them. That's why they forget it the second day. But using sign writing, I wanted to prove that these deaf children, they can remember Arabic, they can remember French. So that's why I have written using sign writing on the blackboard, and I asked them to write the right words next to the sign writing sign. So to do that. And so they were excellent in doing that. So I proved that sign writing helped them to remember the words, and they can learn new languages, French and Arabic especially.
عند نهاية التقييم كل من هذه الأفراد الخمسة سألتهم عن رأيهم في كتابة لغة الإشارات، فكانت إجابتهم كلهم فرحة، مدعين أنها لو لما لا أن يكون كتبهم بهذه الطريقة، لماذا لا يكون كتب الدراسة لديهم بكتابة لغة الإشارات، لأنهم هم أطفال عاديون، لا يدعون أنهم معاقين، بل بالعكس هم مختلفون، لديهم لغتهم الخاصة لهم ولديهم كتابتهم الخاصة لها، لذا يريدون أن تكون هذه الطريقة لو تكون هذه الطريقة موجودة في تونس، وتكون جميع كتبهم، أو نقول جميع كتبهم في ملخص صغير، مع كل كتاب لديهم ملخص صغير موجودة فيه كل الكلمات الصعبة ليكون مفسرين لهم هذه الدروس.
And so after that, when I was talking with other people, and even when I wrote that in my book, which I made, and so you can find on our presentation 15 on signwriting.org, I had this idea: why don't we translate the books these deaf children they are having in the primary school and translate them into sign language, Tunisian sign language, using sign writing, because it is very helpful for them. So because there are many difficult words which these deaf children, they don't understand, but so if we have these small books which we can give to them, they can these books can help them to explain these words so that they can understand them, and so it will be very helpful for them. So this is what I'm planning to do in Tunisia, in our country.
بقيت في ذهني كلمة لطفل اسمها أسماء تقرأ سنة ثانية، هي تدعى من التلاميذ الممتازين من أبوين صم. عندما انتهت من إنجاز هذا التقييم احتضنتني وقالت لي: وفاء، من فضلك أعطني هذا التقييم لكي أوري لأمي أني للمرة الأولى أنني فهمت هذا التقييم. كانت هذه الكلمة حزت في نفسي كثيرا، لأني استطعت ولو لدقيقة واحدة أن أفرح هذه الطفلة.
And so, at last, so finally, I want to tell you something which I will never forget in my life, because there was this child, a deaf girl, and she is 7 years old, And when I gave her the exam written in sign language and using sign writing, so she had very good mark, and so she did that alone without anybody's help. And that's why this girl, when I gave her the exam, she came to me and she kissed me and she said to me, "Please give me this exam. I want to show it to my parents," because her parents, they were deaf too. "I want to show them that I can rely on myself doing these things. I want to show them that I had very good mark without anybody's help." And this is the sentence. So this is what I will never forget about this girl, and so it was very touching thing. Okay.
كتابي موجود على الانترنت وكذلك الفيديوهات التي قمت بها في القسم أدعو أن ترونها إن شاء الله.
And you can find this video which I made in classroom in our classroom on internet. So on our website. So I mean SignWriting website. And so you can watch the video. And so I have my book, but it is written in Arabic. But you can see the SignWriting exams and the SignWriting results and how these children, they made these exams. Thank you, Afe.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Wafa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Can you interpret for me, Dolly?
Yes, please.
Okay. I can't tell you how touched I've been. I think one of the web pages that meant the most to me was yours. I was up all night doing it, and I went through all your documents, and I couldn't believe my eyes. I realized you had done your degree or a thesis, and that there it was in Arabic. And when I read the incredible sign writing in the back, I could read it. I mean, of course, I don't know Tunisian Sign Language. I'm not saying that, but I certainly could read the sign writing. It's beautifully written, and I think we are extraordinarily blessed to know each other. Don't you agree, Wafa? And also, of course, Dolly. And I just hope you know that we want to see you on the screen together. I wish we could, but now I've clicked on you, Wafa, so we can see you. I think you're wonderful. Thank you. And here I'm going to put Mohammed Dolly back so you can tell us what I just said in Arabic.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Donc وفاء مدام فاليري قالت لك أنا أشكرك كثيرا من أجل هذا العمل الذي قمت به. فقد أمضيت يوما كامل وأنا أجمع كل الفيديوهات وكتابك وكل الامتحانات التي قمت بها. فأنا لا أفهم هذه اللغة، لا أفهم لغة الإشارات التونسية، ولكني كنت سعيدة بأن أقرأ كل ذلك العمل والجهد الذي قمت به من أجل هؤلاء الأطفال. فهذه كانت أحد المشاركات التي حزت في نفسي والتي لا يمكن أن أنساها، فقد أثرت في كثيرا. شكرا لك جزيلا من أجل كل ما تفعلين.
شكرا لك أنت التي اخترعت هذه الكتابة إلى الأطفال الصم.
I do thank you, Madam Valerie, because you invented this system and giving a new hope for deaf children.
Oh, well, God bless you both. This is just amazing. I know that we're also expecting another guest. I hope that it's possible, and if not, that's okay too. But I want you both to know that I've had quite a lot of response from your webpage that I created for you, the presentation 15. Last night, somebody whom I've worked with for most of my time with sign writing wrote to me and said that he watched the video from Tunisia, which was your video, Wafa, in the classroom with the deaf children. And everybody loves it. I've had quite a number of people tell me they get to the end and they watch these deaf kids saying how much they love the sign writing, and the only thing they were angry about was that they hadn't been chosen for the project.
Yes, that's true.
That's absolutely. Yes, go ahead.
اوكي سوري. وفاء قالت يعني في البريزونتاسيون رقم 15 نتاعنا، لانه فما هناك كثير من الناس الذين شاهدوا الفيديو الذي كان على صفحه الساين رايتنج، وقد اثر فيهم كثيرا هذا الفيديو، وخاصه الأطفال الذين لم يشاركوا في ساين رايتنج فقد أثر فيهم كثيرا، وكانوا يعني يضحكون أو يعني أثر فيهم هؤلاء الأطفال لأنهم لم يشاركوا حقا في تقديمك.
So I love that too. I mean, it really means something when you know that deaf kids just learned it really fast and they just wanted it. And we have actually had that same experience in other countries. I want you to know this is actually, you're documenting it, which is what's so important. But oftentimes we can just show sign writing to somebody who knows sign language already and they read it. It's really fast.
Yeah.
The only reason that it's not in the school system is simply that a lot of hearing people don't know sign language well enough to realize how valuable reading it is.
Yeah. مدام فاليري قالت لأنه هناك كثير من البلدان الأخرى التي شاركت في تقديم ساين رايتنج للأطفال الصم، وكانت يعني نفس النتائج، يعني كانوا كل الأطفال الصم يفهمون ساين رايتنج منذ الوهلة الأولى وكانوا يعجبون بهذه الكتابة. لهذا السبب مدام فاليري يعني تواصل أن هي تشجع الأطفال من أجل دراسة هذه الكتابة. Okay, I don't know if we still have time.
We have another 15 minutes.
Okay, so I don't know. So just I will present. So without using the slideshow, it will be okay. So just to tell people about the things so we made in Tunisia using sign writing. If you allow me.
Yes, please. Go ahead. And thank you. Thank you.
شكرا. So in Tunisia, so as I told you, we start using sign writing. So in the beginning, so sign writing, it was very easy to read, and I thought that I can write any sign I want, and so that's what I was trying to do. I tried to write many signs, but by the time I discovered that I was not a good scribe. So it did not really look very nice. So that's I can say the most difficult thing in sign writing. So you need to be a good scribe. So you need to write a wonderful sign. And so Valerie helped me. So really thank you very much, because many signs. So you helped me writing them in a better way. So we have a slideshow. So if you're interested, so you can go to the slideshow. You can download it
now. Steve has it up. Okay, I'm looking at it now. Can you see
okay.
it? Okay.
Yes.
Can you talk? Go ahead and talk.
Okay, and so in this slideshow, I presented there are some videos, and so these videos, there are some animations, there are video animations, I mean, there are some videos teaching sign writing, so, and teaching also Arabic or French, so you can discover them when you watch these videos. There are some videos for, I made one, actually, it's a song, and so maybe you know it. So it's for Lara Fabian. It's Je t'aime. It's very famous. And so I made it with sign writing subtitle. And so like deaf they can read that and understand the meaning of the song. There are also.
Where should he go? Where should he go on the slide? Can you see it? I think you have the videos in your PowerPoint, don't you?
Actually, I don't remember the number. Sorry.
Keep going. Keep going. It's down there. Keep going. Oh, well. I think you did put the movies into the PowerPoint, and then Adam made them work for us.
Right? It's okay. That's great. So it's a sign writing song subtitle. I think number 26.
Okay, he's going there. It's 25, 26. Yeah.
No, it's not this one. I'm sorry. It's not this one. Maybe the one after.
Okay, 27, Steve. There.
No.
Sign writing song subtitles. Dolly.
Yeah. So after this, so you find the video after this.
So it's 28?
Yeah, maybe. I'm sorry.
That's all right. We're doing great. 28 like this? Sign writing entertainment video?
No, I'm sorry. Really, I don't know where it is.
All right, that's okay. Well, you keep talking and telling us about it. That's all that matters.
Okay. So I tried to translate the song into Tunisian Sign Language, and after that to write it in sign writing and make it as like a subtitle, like a karaoke, you know, so people they can understand the meaning of the song. And so maybe it's the first video animation on sign. So I'm sorry, it's the first song written using sign writing in. Using sign writing, sorry, and so there are other videos, and from Pissour. So Pissour is a website, a deaf website, and so I tried to write the same signs like they were signing in sign writing and like subtitles.
Wow.
Yeah, maybe I have two videos, so maybe you can see them. Maybe the one number 26 or 27, so they are there. And there are also some biographies I translated into sign writing. There is Luke Gospel, the Gospel of Luke, which I tried to translate into sign writing. I'm still in the 6th chapter. So it's really a little bit takes time, like to write it, but it's very nice. It's very interesting because it helps a lot to understand like the gospel. So there are other books and many wishing cards and so many of these things which I have been trying to do, because the first time I thought that sign writing is only like it helps to write languages. To write sign languages, but by the time I discovered that sign language is, you can use it for many other things. So you can make games, you can make wishing cards, you can make videos, you can translate books, you can. It's helpful even with my deaf friends. Sometimes I ask them I give them a word and I don't know the sign for that, and so they use sign writing to tell me how it is made. You know, it's very wonderful. I wish that the whole world discovers sign writing. And I really thank you very much, Adam, for your books, and Valerie, and all this stuff helping you, giving this, showing sign writing to the whole world, Valerie. Thank you very much.
Well, I thank you in return, and thank you for saying thank you. Everybody's so nice to me. I'm really lucky. But I appreciate it. Let me tell you, I get such a joy. Actually, I enjoy your Facebook page. You have to tell everybody about the Tunisian forum that is on Facebook. Could you?
Yeah, please. Thank you. Thank you. I forgot about that. I'm sorry.
But it's wonderful. It's wonderful.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, we have a forum. It's called Sign Writing Forum in Tunisia, and so it's on Facebook. And so you can find the link on the slideshow, or even you can type it's actually because it's in French or in English. I even forgot the name. It's forum. It's in French. I'm sorry. It's Forum Tunisien de Sign Writing. Forum Tunisien de Sign Writing. So it means Forum Tunisian Sign Writing. But it's
Steve, just click right there. Yeah, there it is. There. Yes. See, can you see on the screen? Can you see that we're sharing Steve's screen now? I clicked on your PowerPoint. Can you see it? Oh, we're actually going to the Facebook page because Steve is doing that for us.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, wow. I don't know. Oh, is it coming in? Forum Tunisien de Sign Writing is on Facebook. Je suis sûr. Yeah, it's great. Bravo.
Thank you very much.
It's a wonderful forum. And Steve, can you go back to his, oh, there it is, his PowerPoint? Because this is wonderful. Though, you look at these drawings. I mean, the Tunisian forum is so beautiful. You have so much posted. Wow.
Thank you very much. And you know, Tunisia now is going on the presidential elections, which will be done on October. And so as for the deaf people, I made a very short, I think 1 to 2 minutes video for the deaf people to so that they can register, so they can subscribe. I don't know how to use the word, to subscribe for these elections, because many people, they are not going to subscribe for the elections. And so I made this small video, and many deaf, Tunisian deaf, they have been contacting me, telling me that they understood the video which has been made in sign writing, and so it was very helpful for them.
Wow, I think what you mean is that they need to learn how to register to vote, right, in the election? They want to vote.
Yeah, actually.
Is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
Actually, because as you know, in the whole world, deaf people, they lack information.
Yes.
So they are always the last people to know about everything. And so this video helped them to understand. They did not ask others to help, because in Tunisia we are using the mobile, so that you can subscribe for voting. And so I tried to make this video explaining everything, and it is in sign writing. And so they understood the whole message. No one can would like to translate for them. They can rely on themselves. And thanks to sign writing, and thanks to you.
Well, thank you for saying that. God, that's amazing. I'm going to sit down and be very grateful to think about that one. Imagine that sign writing is helping people learn how to vote in Tunisia. What a blessing. Oh, listen, I know that our guest, the third guest, probably, I don't know whether he'll be able to arrive or not. If he doesn't, please know that he would have been very welcome, and that I do totally understand. This was not good timing this year, but we do hope to have other symposiums and also other times. Maybe we'll have other meetings on Google Hangouts. Why not? So if you could please tell our third guest that we missed him and that we look forward to meeting him at another time. Can you do that for me?
Yeah, I will do. I will do. Thank you very much, Valerie. Thank you.
Can you tell us in the next 2 minutes about him very quickly? Is he the president of the Association of the Deaf? Did I understand that? Or what is his name?
His name is, I'm sorry, I forgot the name.
I'm so Fedibari, very.
Fedi Bahri, yeah, Fedi Bahri, because he wanted to assist really, but he had some problems, and he could not come. I really wanted him to come so that he can explain from a deaf perspective the use of the sign writing and the importance of sign writing in Tunisia, because he's planning to make sign writing spread in all over Tunisia. And I forgot another information, I'm sorry, it's very important. All the students at the university studying sign language, they have to study sign writing too. It's an obligatory thing at the university, Ibn Sharaf, which is the only writing in sign language in Tunisia. And sign writing is a very important thing to learn, and so they have to learn it, all of them. So any new interpreter, sign language translator, interpreter in Tunisia knows sign writing.
Wow. I mean, that's just amazing. I have to sit down and think about this. You know, I'm sure you can understand from my point of view, this is a miracle. If I didn't have the internet, I would never know you. I wouldn't have met Wafa as well. I wouldn't know you, Dolly. I just am so grateful to you that you have brought Tunisian Sign Language into writing. Thank you for this. And you know, we're going to do more. I promise you on that. And right now, in the next 3 minutes, we have another presentation, and this one is from Brazil, and it involves interpreters. So I'm going to have to say goodbye now. I want to thank you so much for coming, and I'm going to put you on the screen. Hit Wafa. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye, Dolly. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay. So I just invited our beautiful next presenters, and they are Patricia Tuxi. We don't have her here yet, but we are going to hope for the best. And I think another one is Glaucio Castro. So I'm going to try to find his name. No, 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 no. I have to put it like I'm learning how to use the software. Glaucio Castro. There we go, Glaucio. And I'm going to invite you. And so I have invited 2 people. I hope they find us. And the third person is Anilda Faustik, and I will explain very quickly, everybody, that as soon as I do the 3 invitations, I will tell you about their project. And I know that we also have Diego, our Anilda should be coming as an interpreter, isn't that right? It doesn't seem that Anilda is in our Google circles that I can find. I have to go find the address, I guess. Sorry. And right here is, oh, somebody's here. Now, I'm a little confused because I'm looking at a screen. Did I see somebody here? I think I did, and now I'm not seeing them. Wow. Is somebody here? I saw a picture of somebody. I did. Wow. And now, just you, huh? There was somebody smiling. Okay. Oh, well. This is the presentation that's coming, and I told you about this, Steve. You've obviously downloaded it, or you're looking at it?
Yes.
Okay, and it's supposed to start right now. And you're looking at your own screen, aren't you? Is that what it is? It's not quite the same as before. You used to have the slides up in a different way. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't have it maximized, and that way we actually get Adam underneath the slideshow presentation still.
So they're still able to talk, and if we talked in English, we would then be able to see Adam.
Yeah.
Well, before we didn't have that. It was going full screen, and people had to stop and say, you know, go to the next, and then we have to stop and go back to you and stuff. So this changed it. Here comes somebody.
Excellent.
Here is Giselle, our interpreter. Hello. This is Giselle Iandra. I'm very happy to meet you, Giselle. I'm Valerie Sutton. Yes, happy to meet you as well. Me too. Happy, happy, happy. And did you get the PowerPoint that we sent you last night? I think I just got it from.
Yes, thank you.
That's good. Now, have you spoken to the people who are coming today?
Oh.
A little bit? Okay. Well, they're not here yet, so I was trying to figure out how I invite them again. Do they know the link, you think? Probably. I did invite them, but maybe they're trying to get in.
No.
Now, are you using the interpreter app? No.
Está usando aplicativo de interpretação.
I don't know. Should they use the interpreter? No?
Just a minute, please.
Yes, of course.
They don't have anybody to be able to pick them to interpret for because there's nobody here to interpret for them, or for them to interpret.
Well, right, but I'm assuming they're coming. I'm hoping people will come. Let me try to invite them again. Okay. I hope they're coming. Okay, so now I'm going to send it. I'm sending them an email. Inviting them to the presentation hangout. And of course, we have already sent that to them before, but hopefully we will hear from somebody. There are 3 presenters. Let me tell you about the presentation. Shall I do that? And let me ask you, Giselle, would you be willing to interpret in perhaps Libras for me? Would that be okay with you? Now, I don't understand, Adam. If we see Giselle right now sitting in a room with headphones, would we really need the interpreter app right now to interpret in Libras for me? Or can you come from English to Libras? You probably, that wasn't what we had originally planned, I realize. I know that. Well, or should I just talk? What should we do? Okay. Well,
No.
are you, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
She said that she was only planning on interpreting between Portuguese and Libras.
I agree.
Yes. Yes, it's okay.
Yeah, so that means I can't have an interpreter right now in Libras, right? But I could ask Adam to do ASL. I'm just waiting. Giselle, we don't have people here. That's why. I'm just waiting. Shall we just take a break? We got to find can you find them for me? I mean, I can send an email to them again. They should be here by now.
Ela está dizendo que já mandou e-mail para o pessoal, mas até agora os palestrantes não apareceram. Então, pergunto se a gente pode fazer contato com eles, com os palestrantes.
Well, Val, you could introduce them, and if they're not here by the time you're done introducing them, we could take a break.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm going to do now. I just invited them 2 different ways. And Adam, I guess you'll do ASL for me, okay? I don't know what else we can do. So Giselle, just relax until we have Brazilian presenters here. There's nothing we can do about it. So I will just tell everybody about their project. The project is called The Contribution of Assistive Communication and Writing Signs for Communication with the Deaf. And it is presentation number 16. And if you go to my presentation webpage, not right now, of course, but when you do that, presentation 16 only has the PowerPoint that I received last night from Patricia Tucci, who is one of the presenters. There are 3 presenters of this presentation. I don't know how to pronounce the names well, so that's why normally I wouldn't. I just ask them to tell us their names. Their names are Anilda Faustic and Glaucio Castro and Patricia Tucci from Brazil. And Steve, you want to put up their slides? I could show the slides, I guess, but this is not helping Brazil any because only Americans would be understanding this. I'm very sorry, everybody. We can always retape their presentation when they do arrive. We can do that at another time. But I think I'm going to click on the slides that Steve has on the screen. And Steve, if you can show, yeah, this is the first slide that they sent us. And I don't know Portuguese, so I can't read this out loud. Can we go to the next slide, Steve? And this is a young man. Is this Glaucio?
I think it is.
I don't know. And I think the next one is definitely Patricia Tucci. I've seen her face before because of Google Plus, and it's a very nice name sign. I like it. Looks like a pea that's brushing the right side of the face. So thank you, Patricia, for the PowerPoint. And if we want to, yes, you can see that they have an introduction about literature. It looks like. Now you see, I don't know Portuguese, so please forgive this. I'm just filling in time, hoping that they will arrive. And it appears that they are talking about writing literature in Libras. And so, if we go to the next the next slide. One of the issues for this particular presentation was we didn't get a written description of their project in English, so I need to do that later. With this PowerPoint, I'll be able to do an English translation, so we'll do that later for everybody who speaks English. Steve, can you go down to some diagrams in sign writing? I'm not able to read Portuguese, I'm sorry, and I don't want to make a mistake. This is their presentation. I do want to thank them. Oh, look at this. Isn't this beautiful? I think it's only fair that they do their own presenting. This isn't right. I don't know the materials, but it looks very impressive, and I'm excited about it. Ah, I see a photograph. That might help us. Now, can you imagine? Hey, stay right there. Okay. I'm not going to answer my telephone. Okay, I'm in my office, as you can probably guess. But, oh, look at all the materials they have. How beautiful. They have a box, I guess, of communicative cards and with signs on them. You can see that. And with little facial expressions and boxes, probably with literature in it. How nice. So if you go down to the, let me see those beautiful signs written. Yeah, very good. So it looks like they're doing a dictionary. And the dictionary has signs in it. In fact, some of those diagrams might even be connected to some beautiful dictionaries I've seen from Brazil. But they're going to tell us all about it. And so I suggest that we really don't have too much choice but to take a break. And if they do show, of course, I will be right here and we will start. But until they're here, I think we need to wait until the next presentation is to start. At 1 o'clock, we do have another presentation from Brazil. So let me go back to me and to explain. This presentation from Patricia Tuxi, Glaucio Castro, and Anilda Faustic is until 1 o'clock. And then at 1 o'clock, we have, 1 o'clock our time, I'm sorry, it's in Pacific Daylight Time, and we're in California. So excuse me for saying that. But at the top of the hour, in about a half hour, in other words. The presentation 17 starts, and that is with Matson Barreto and Jorgina Sousa and Maria Nascimento and Tatiana Coelho from Brazil, called The Teachers of the Deaf at the Center for Educational Support in IPAO and the Reading Readiness in Sign Writing. So I'm looking forward to that presentation. So we are going to need our interpreters to stay just in case the presenters arrive. Okay. Okay, 1 second. Let me take a look at Giselle. You have contact with Diego?
Glaucio. Diego contacted Glaucio.
And what happened?
And
He's doing it now.
he said we'll try to connect with us.
Oh, good.
Now.
Okay, well, then they're coming.
Please.
That's great. We need a break anyway. It's fine. Take a minute break. Thank you.
So he's late, but
they're coming. That's good.
So, Diego. Tá, okay.
Oh, I've been sitting for so long.
Diego is contacting Glaucio now.
Oh, good.
I'm sorry, but my English is not good.
You know, Giselle, you're doing beautifully. I appreciate it very much.
Okay.
Thank you. You're doing fine. I only wish I could speak Portuguese. I really love the language. It's very beautiful. It really is. I love listening to it.
Thank you.
So no problems. You're very clear.
Diego, okay, Diego? 1 minute. Okay, more 1 minute.
Well, you know, it takes time to get into the software. I can understand it. It's not something small for people. So what time is it in Brazil right now?
Now it's 4:23.
In the afternoon, yeah.
Sure. No. Yes.
Okay, I see somebody. Hi. Hello? Glaucio? Can you hear us, Glaucio? Or maybe not.
Olá a todos, tudo bem?
Can you see us?
Podemos começar?
Perfect. Okay. Continue. Yes. Welcome, Glaucio Castro. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I don't know how to. Can you communicate with him to somehow tell him welcome, Enilda? I'm sorry, Giselle? Does he understand? Is he? Can he see her? Can you see the interpreter? Okay, good. All right.
Podemos iniciar? We can to start now? Podemos começar?
Yes, please. Let's start now. Yes, please. Go ahead.
Está um pouco difícil a visualização por conta de que
Speak loudly, Giselle.
não consigo visualizar o PowerPoint.
PowerPoint, Steve?
Next slide.
I don't know. Tell us next slide, Giselle. We don't know what to do. Can he see it? Can you see it, Giselle?
Yes, Giselle can see us.
Yes.
But can he see the slides? Can Glaucio see the slides and tell us what to do? Does he want to go to the next slide?
Podemos começar então, ok? Essa apresentação, então, trata a respeito da comunicação assistiva e SignWriting para comunicação com surdo. Este trabalho tem como objetivo visualizar e apresentar uma experiência com o ensino de língua de sinais brasileira e um ensino formal dentro de uma situação ocorrida num hospital universitário da Universidade de Brasília e traz então aí a comunicação assistiva como meio de proporcionar uma comunicação eficaz entre o surdo hospitalizado e os profissionais envolvidos. Então, o relato que consta na pesquisa trata de uma criança surda hospitalizada que enfrenta a barreira da comunicação no contexto da saúde por conta de que os profissionais ali envolvidos não se comunicam em língua de sinais com essa criança. Então, o objetivo é incentivar o aprendizado da língua de sinais por esses profissionais e a valorização da língua nesse contexto, no contexto da saúde. Agora eu gostaria de explicar rapidamente sobre o aporte teórico. Então, a questão é importante que no ensino da língua de sinais se demonstre a esses profissionais a valorização da língua de sinais com o objetivo de dar suporte e apoio a este surdo, no caso, envolvido em nossa pesquisa, né? Aqui eu tenho uma imagem no meu PowerPoint que traz uma pirâmide de Maslow, onde nós temos algumas necessidades básicas, principais, né? Algumas delas relacionadas à fisiologia, por exemplo, respiração, comida, água, sono, entre outras. E aí, subindo na pirâmide, nós temos em seguida segurança, que envolve questões de segurança do corpo, entre outros recursos. E mais acima temos a estima, que envolve autoestima, confiança, conquista, aceitação e a realização pessoal no topo da pirâmide. Então, são esses os elementos necessários e fundamentais de serem apreendidos nesse contexto de ensino de língua de sinais e no contexto da saúde. O nosso objetivo é trazer aqui como aconteceu o processo de adaptação dos materiais para a comunicação alternativa adaptada com este surdo internado, hospitalizado, no contexto da área da saúde escolar. E como objetivo geral, então, nós nos propusemos a construir uma caixa de comunicação alternativa como suporte à comunicação nesse contexto. E os objetivos específicos foi adaptar a caixa de comunicação alternativa para esse paciente surdo, utilizá-la com os profissionais da área da saúde, então, através da língua de sinais brasileira, e também do SignWriting. Fizemos, então, esse material de comunicação alternativa. De que forma? Inicialmente, os profissionais ali envolvidos buscaram manter discussões com o professor surdo, com pessoas surdas, para saber identificar uma melhor forma de interação com o paciente surdo no hospital onde essa criança estava internada. E aí nós temos então o caso clínico em questão, que foi todo o ponto de partida da nossa pesquisa, que é o seguinte: é uma criança surda de 8 anos, uma menina, que, acompanhada pela mãe, vai ao hospital, a mãe também surda. Essa criança apresenta febre alta, vômitos, dificuldades respiratórias e fraqueza muscular. Essa criança precisou ser imediatamente atendida. E aí, nesse relato, a gente percebe uma dificuldade de comunicação no atendimento dessa criança por parte dos profissionais envolvidos. Então, esses profissionais fizeram uma seleção de termos e aí organizaram esses termos em tabela, de modo a organizá-los por área, por exemplo, área da nutrição, nutricionista, dietas, verbos como comer, alimentar. Foi feito um levantamento de termos que, posteriormente, selecionados, foram incluídos nessas caixas de comunicação alternativas e adaptadas. Então, criamos essas caixas, esses materiais. E nesse material nós podemos organizar e identificar os desejos do paciente, o que ele queria, como estava se sentindo. Por exemplo, se o profissional perguntasse à criança ou ao paciente surdo se ele estava com fome, ele poderia fazê-lo, a criança poderia dar uma resposta através desse material, dessas fichas ali incluídas naquelas caixas. Ou, por exemplo, se perguntasse se ela queria tomar banho, ela poderia responder sim ou não, através dos ícones ali incluídos nessas caixas. Né? Ícones visuais, a palavra em língua portuguesa, o sinal em língua de sinais e escrita de sinais. Tudo isso proporcionando uma comunicação eficaz. Então, é possível visualizar no PowerPoint os desenhos no PowerPoint 19, onde ali constam as caixas e os cartões sinalizados, como exemplo.
Do you want to see something on the PowerPoint?
Slide 19.
Slide 19.
Vocês podem ver ali o material desenvolvido.
Can you see it? We're coming there.
Slide 18, maybe.
Slide 18, maybe.
Okay. Yes, okay.
That's good. Okay.
Certo. Então, por conta disso é importante a inclusão do SignWriting, né, na criação desse material, nos sinais referentes ao contexto da área da saúde. Então, bastante interessante esse recurso para se trabalhar, né, com os aprendizes da língua de sinais, né? Aprendizes de língua de sinais, no caso, esses profissionais da área da saúde. Okay, finished.
Is he You finished with the whole speech? Is that the question? Or finished with the one slide? I want to thank you. Thank you for coming today. And I know Adam is here. Maybe he'll interpret an ASL. Okay, let me put, maybe Adam would like to go full screen. Would that help, maybe? For 1 minute? Yeah. I think you're full screen right now. I just need, okay. Well, no, I'll go back to Claudio. I don't mind. I just don't know how to communicate. Are there more people coming? There are 2 more people, question mark? Patricia, is this her name? Or Patricia? Where? Oh, sorry. Okay.
Oh,
His computer froze. I think I got that. Yeah. Well, Glaucio, you've explained the project? I'm sorry, I can't communicate well. I'm not sure how to handle this. I want to thank you very much. Thank you for your speech. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Do you have more you want to say? Do you have more you want to say? Say it again, Adam, in ASL. Maybe he'll understand you. I think he's looking at you. Oh, it froze. Is that what happened? So it froze? It crashed? Freeze?
I think he said that he can only see himself signing, he can't see the interpreter. He does not know how to make it bigger for him.
Oh, so what do I do?
Gazelle?
okay.
I think it is Gracia finished?
Yes.
There's
Yes. Finished.
no more?
No
It's
more
finished?
speech. No more nothing.
And
So,
Finish.
so he's gonna.
Yes. He finished it. Yes.
yeah, well, can you thank him for me? I can't speak Portuguese. This is too bad. I want to say muito obrigado. Is that right? Obrigada. I don't know. Please say thank you to him for me. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Glaucio. Oh.
He doesn't know how to get out, I think.
I don't understand, but that's okay because this is technology, right?
Okay.
It's the technology. Okay, bye.
Bye bye. See you next presentation, okay?
Of course. We will start at 1 o'clock. I think it froze. And tell him we really appreciate him, okay? Tell him thank you. Okay. Yes, we'll see you in just, 15 minutes or more like 10 minutes, okay? Okay. So, everyone who's watching, we're going to take a 10-minute break and we're going to start again at the top of the hour. It's around, around 10 minutes or so, and we'll start again at the top of the hour with 2 presentations from Brazil, one after the other. So we look forward to that. And so I'm going to keep the broadcast on. You're looking into my office. I don't always have all these posters out here, but of course I had to show you some sign writing. Okay, bye. Have a good lunch, everybody. We'll be back in a few minutes. Oh, look, somebody's, not Glaucia left. That's Glaucia. Okay, sorry. So, what should I do? Should I,
Olá, pessoal, vocês conseguem me ouvir?
Hi, is this Matson?
Yes. Hi, Valerie.
Hi, Matson. Let me put you on here. Yay! Hi, Matson. There you are. You look good. Very good. And we also have Glaucio here. I'm really glad. We need to tell him thank you because I didn't know what to do because the presentation before you didn't have all of the presenters. It was only one, and he's wonderful. But it was all, of course, in Libras, and I didn't know how to say thank you. So here's Glaucio, see, and he's had trouble getting his computer to work, I think. I'm not sure. And then here's Matson. And we even have Diego, our interpreter, standing ready and willing to.
Okay.
Yeah, so we are actually a little early, but we have your PowerPoint also. And we found out just recently that we can see pictures of.
Ok. A Tatiana, a Maria Luísa e a Cássia estão entrando agora.
Estamos ouvindo.
Maria Luísa.
Oi, Márcia.
Hello. Hello, Maria.
Agora estou vendo a Cássia.
Alô. Boa tarde.
Ah, there's a lot of noise behind you.
Aumentar o volume.
Cássia. Deixa só um alto-falante de vocês ativo e abaixa os outros, porque está dando eco.
Ok, só estamos com um ativo. Desliga esse alto-falante, Luísa. Desliga esse alto-falante. Pronto, Márcio, deixamos só um.
Ok.
Ok. Não sei, Tati, o que está falando.
Okay. So, Glaucio can say, I just hope he can get his computer to work. I don't understand what's happening with him. Okay, so we have, this is Maria Nascimento. And so there are two more. Yeah. Two more? What is the only two? Yeah, we have two people who. Oh, there's. Okay, sorry. There's Orhina. Who's that? Right? And also Tashana Coelho. Wow.
Olá, estou ouvindo.
Oh no, now somebody left. Oh, that was Glaucio. Just left. Okay. So that's okay. He was the past presentation. I think so. This is Matt.
Estou conseguindo.
When we have, let's say, 4 languages happening at the same time, I really knew how is a good idea to help that happen. Because I want to introduce you. I want to tell you welcome. But I have to do that in English because that's what I know. And we really needed an English to Portuguese interpreter. But then I would have to talk and stop and wait and then talk. And because I knew the presentations were going to be in both sign language and spoken language, I thought we would just support the 2 languages of Brazil. But I feel sad because I can't really talk with you. I want to welcome you and tell you thank you for beautiful projects.
Thank
So,
you.
yeah, thank you also. And maybe you can tell them for me, Mats, and I know you know a lot of English, and you can tell them that I really appreciate your work so much. I've not finished all your World Wide Web pages. I still have to put up all your pictures. But I'll work at that, and I'll do that. And I really appreciate all the work that you've done and all 9 presentations. Wow. And these 2 are very special because you're from a city in Brazil. I believe that it's in Bahia. Is that right? Bahia? Okay.
Bahia.
Yeah.
Bahia.
Bahia, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, in 5 minutes we're supposed to start, but if you want to start, you can. And can you all see Diego?
Posso. Eu consigo ver o Diego, sim.
Yes? Is it clear?
Cássia, você já clicou aí para colocar o Diego como intérprete?
Não. Acessando
Não
sua
sei se
página.
então.
Aqui. Clicar Diego para intérprete.
Isso.
Ok.
Aí você clica em iniciar. Start.
Are there more people coming today?
Valerie, the other people are with Cássia.
I didn't understand, I'm sorry. They're going to be in touch, is that what he said?
Maria Luísa and Tatiana are with Cássia. Together, Cássia.
So they're in the same screen? I don't understand, I'm sorry, it's okay. It's all right. Do you want to start, Matson? You want to begin?
Okay.
Okay, let's do that. I'll put the picture on you and you start.
Okay.
And we do have PowerPoint, so you tell me when you want it.
Ok. Coloque na primeira tela do PowerPoint. First slide, please.
Steve, first slide. Yes. Can you see it?
Yet not. Ainda não.
Oh, you don't know? You can't see it? Okay, there's the slide. Like, Steve, go to slide 2 for 1 minute. Let me see if they can see it. Click on slide 2. Can you see that slide?
Okay.
I'm showing it. I'm surprised they can't see it. I wonder why.
When you show it, Val, it shows it to the audience. If he wants to see it, he would have to actually click on it to make it big.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that. Boy. Diego, did you understand that? There's a little square down at the bottom that shows a picture of the PowerPoint. And you need to click on that to see it. So how come that is? They can't see what I'm showing the rest of the world?
Right, they only see what they personally set, because you can make your own override that only shows it.
Well, I want to inform you all that I am showing the first slide. If you go back to the first slide, Steve, which is really what they asked for.
There we go.
Yeah. So I am showing slide 1. Is there any way we could get it so they could see what I'm doing?
No, they would have to watch the live
I
broadcast.
see you, Valerie.
Okay, you want to see me? Is that what he said?
Only
Here.
you.
This is me. Hi. Okay. And then you should see there's like a little box down at the bottom, and there's your slide is there. And can you see it right next to my picture? And I'm going to click on it. Oh, maybe the slide goes over on my picture?
Ok.
Can you see the slide?
Ok.
Wow, I don't know why.
I need to click in the thumbnail. Thumbnail. Valerie. I need to click in the thumbnail.
With the thumbnail, what is that? There's a little box that looks like a slide. Can you?
Yes. I need to click in little box.
Yes, click that little box. Steve, can you show them the second slide? It shows their pictures. It makes it clear what we're looking at. This is that's your slide. Can you see that?
Okay.
That's what I'm showing people. When I click on this now, I'm going to do it myself, and I click on it, it shows the rest of the world. Everybody out in YouTube is seeing your slide when I click on that box. But I thought you saw that too. But Steve just told me you can't see it. That's really terrible. But I just showed the whole...
Peraí. Tá uma confusão de barulho aqui. Peraí. Cássia, atualiza a página de vocês aí para vocês estarem vendo ao vivo. Vocês estão vendo a gravação. Atualiza aí, por favor.
I don't understand what's happening. Did you want us to do something?
Pode atualizar, Madison.
É só você clicar na barra de endereço lá em cima e dar um Enter. Ou apertar F5.
Somebody just left. Oh, okay. I see the slide up here now. Do you see the slide with the dance writing? Is that what he wanted? Oh, okay. Here we go. We have Maria Luisa back.
They were having problems with sound.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay. But Adam, what is happening with the slides? I'm so confused.
I think we're all confused.
Yeah. Okay. What a shame. Well, maybe they could just tell us about their project and forget slides. I think people can look at the slides on their website, on their webpage. It's just a point because it gets so confusing. We can see the slides on the screen, however. And right now, we're looking at a slide with 4 beautiful people. The pictures of you in the project with your name sign. I love it. I love that slide. I agree. Name signs are really good things to have. And I like writing them in SignWriting. Makes the picture more meaningful. Yes, very much so. So thank you for that. Yeah, but can you see the slide that I'm showing?
Ok, eu estou pronto. Quando puder começar, você me fale.
Okay, go ahead then. Okay, fine. Go ahead. Matson, go ahead and speak. I'm not sure what's happening, but you go ahead if you can. You may want to work without slides. If this gets too confusing, just start talking if you want to.
Ok, eu estou achando que a Cássia está vendo só a gravação e aí fica dando eco do que ela está falando lá. Mas eu vou começar assim mesmo.
Nós estamos acompanhando, já atualizei, Madison.
Já? Ok, então o eco está vindo de outro lugar, então. Ok. Pronto, então vamos começar. Boa tarde a todos, boa tarde para quem está aqui no fuso horário brasileiro ou em fuso horários semelhantes. Bom dia para quem está em outros fuso horários, ou boa noite também para alguns. Para nós é uma satisfação imensa estar junto com vocês e poder compartilhar um pouco do trabalho que tem sido feito aqui no Brasil. A Georgina, a Cássia e a Maria Luísa e a Tatiana têm acompanhado já o trabalho que a gente tem feito com o SignWriting no Brasil já há algum tempo, e para mim é um privilégio estar com elas nesse momento, apresentando um pouco do trabalho que elas têm feito também no Centro de Apoio Pedagógico de Ipiaú, na Bahia. Por favor, passe para o próximo slide.
So next slide, please, I think. Huh?
Okay. Yes. Dentre vários sistemas de escrita das línguas de sinais existentes, tanto no Brasil quanto no mundo, o que mais tem se destacado é realmente o SignWriting, criado pela Valerie Sutton em 74, originado primeiramente do sistema DanceWriting, criado por ela nos anos anteriores. Esse é um sistema que, como vocês sabem, tem se destacado bastante por todas as características dele, para registro de todos os parâmetros fonológicos das línguas de sinais. E desde que a gente começou a estudar esse sistema aqui no Brasil, em 1996, através da pesquisa da professora Mariana Stampf, você pode ver isso no próximo slide. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please. Good. Uh-oh.
Ok. O SignWriting é uma escrita visual direta, através da qual é possível ler e escrever as línguas de sinais sem a necessidade de tradução para uma língua oral. É uma escrita internacional e pode ser usada para escrever qualquer língua de sinais do mundo. Quando a primeira vez eu comecei a conhecer esse sistema de escrita, eu fiquei um pouco assustado no começo, e depois, à medida que eu fui conhecendo e fui entendendo um pouco melhor, eu fiquei simplesmente admirado por todas as possibilidades que ele traz para o nosso dia a dia na área de tradução e interpretação, na área de pesquisa, na área de alfabetização e em tantas outras áreas necessárias para a alfabetização de surdos e para o dia a dia de quem trabalha com surdos ou de quem utiliza a língua brasileira de sinais. E a gente tem percebido, através de todas as pesquisas que já foram apresentadas, como que esse sistema é tão funcional e capaz de registrar qualquer língua de sinais do mundo. No próximo slide, next slide, please.
Next slide, please, Steve. Yeah.
Nós vemos como o primeiro manual produzido no Brasil pela professora Mariana Stampf, junto com Antônio Costa e a professora Márcia Borba, que começaram em 96 a desbravar esse caminho aqui no Brasil, difundindo as pesquisas da escrita da língua de sinais. E desde então as pesquisas têm se expandido bastante, mais e mais pessoas têm adotado esse sistema de escrita no Brasil, e através de nossa publicação, a Escrita de Sinais Sem Mistérios, que vocês vão ver mais à frente, em outras apresentações, veio tomando maior proporção ainda, e mais pessoas têm utilizado a escrita de sinais no dia a dia. No próximo slide, next slide, please, nós vemos aí a professora Mariana Stampf, e tanto ela quanto tantos outros pesquisadores afirmam, tanto pesquisadores ouvintes quanto surdos, ressaltam a importância desse sistema de escrita para a comunidade surda brasileira, porque é uma forma de os próprios surdos escreverem a língua de sinais, e a partir disso, então, a língua de sinais merece ter uma escrita, merece ter uma forma direta de registro. E assim como as crianças ouvintes têm o privilégio de escrever as suas línguas orais, as crianças surdas agora têm também o privilégio de escrever as línguas de sinais através do sistema SignWriting. No próximo slide, next slide, please.
Steve, next slide.
Ok. Nós vemos aí que a escrita de sinais pelo sistema SignWriting apresenta tantas possibilidades de registro, como qualquer outro sistema de escrita para as línguas orais também. Mas o sistema SignWriting, ele recebe vários destaques nesse sentido, pelo seguinte: através dele a gente consegue ler e escrever com precisão, inclusive a forma de se pronunciar, a forma de se executar cada sinal. E dessa forma, mesmo que a pessoa não saiba um determinado sinal, ela consegue ler e escrever o sinal com precisão. E isso tem levado, então, a várias produções literárias, dramatizações, histórias infantis, poesias, piadas, e também uma forma de registrar a própria história das comunidades surdas, tanto brasileiras como de outros países também. No Brasil, como vocês verão em outras apresentações que eu farei nos próximos dias no simpósio, várias outras iniciativas têm surgido já, e a partir dessas iniciativas, mais e mais pessoas têm conhecido, então, o sistema SignWriting, e claro, cada uma que vai conhecendo e vai aprendendo ele passo a passo, tem então a oportunidade de escrever também a língua de sinais brasileira. No próximo slide, next slide, please.
Next slide. There we go.
Nós vemos aí uma citação do livro Escrita de Sinais Sem Mistérios, de autoria minha e de Raquel, em que nós dizemos o seguinte: as características tridimensionais das línguas de sinais são preservadas nesse sistema, pois faz o uso preciso de seus parâmetros fonológicos e sintáticos. Isso é um dos destaques que o sistema SignWriting tem, que é justamente a forma tão precisa que ele tem, tão exata que ele tem, do registro de cada sinal que a gente faz, então, no dia a dia. É um registro tão exato que mesmo as pessoas que não conhecem esse sistema de escrita ainda, mas conhecem pelo menos um pouco da língua de sinais brasileira, só de ver o sistema de escrita já conseguem ler alguns sinais. Nós temos visto isso dia a dia aqui em nossa comunidade. E nós acreditamos que à medida que mais pessoas utilizarem esse sistema, surgirão ainda mais formas de simplificar o seu uso. E esse processo é natural a qualquer sistema de escrita. E por isso que mais e mais pessoas têm adotado esse sistema de escrita aqui no Brasil também. E a partir do próximo slide, a professora Cássia vai mostrar, junto com a Maria Luísa e a Tatiana, como que tem sido feito o trabalho delas no Centro de Apoio Pedagógico da cidade de Ipiaú, aqui na Bahia. Elas vão falar mais sobre o trabalho que elas têm feito e quais têm sido os resultados também alcançados. Então, eu passo a palavra agora para a professora Cássia.
Ok. Boa tarde. Aqui na Bahia estamos de tarde. Eu sou a Georgina de Cássia, esse é o meu sinal. Eu trabalho no Centro de Apoio Pedagógico de Piauí, CAP. Esse é o sinal do CAP. E Piauí é uma cidade do interior da Bahia, que tem em média 47 mil habitantes, é o polo de uma micro-região. No CAP, nós atendemos uma média de 250 alunos com necessidades educacionais especiais, sendo 96 alunos com deficiência intelectual, 4 alunos com transtorno global de desenvolvimento, 5 alunos autistas, 11 com deficiência múltipla, 40 com transtorno funcional específico, 33 com deficiência visual e 62 surdos. Esses alunos, eles são oriundos da educação de jovens e adultos, da educação do campo e muitos do ensino comum. Estudantes do ensino fundamental 1, fundamental 2, ensino médio e ensino superior. E atendemos alunos da rede privada e pública, tanto de Piauí como das cidades circunvizinhas, que fazem parte desse nosso polo. A nossa dinâmica de atendimento é interdisciplinar, numa modalidade pedagógica de pequenos grupos. Esses grupos são formados entre 2 alunos até, no máximo, 4 alunos. São atendidos, em média, de 2 a 4 vezes por semana e são agrupados de acordo com a proficiência linguística da língua de sinais. Nós temos um projeto político-pedagógico comum a todas as áreas, dentro deste projeto, tem os projetos específicos de cada área. O projeto da área de surdez, da área da cegueira, deficiência intelectual e assim. A nossa estratégia de ação envolve não só o aluno, como também a família desse aluno, os professores e a escola como um todo. O próximo slide.
Want to see the slide? Okay. There we go.
Isso, os slides mostrar. Nós temos um slide que mostra a parte externa do CAP.
I'm not sure. Are we on the right slide? Is this the correct slide?
Esse é o próximo slide.
Hi.
Oi. Olá.
Hi. Hi.
Eu sou,
Welcome. Your name?
eu sou a professora de símbolos. Luiz, esse é o meu silêncio.
Happy to meet you.
Nós pedimos o slide para mostrar as imagens do CAP. Já foram mostradas. Agora eu venho para falar. Do slide. Falta a página primeiro daqui. O próximo slide. Olha, você tirou a primeira página.
Hi, Matt.
Bem bacana, aqui. Eu não sei se está bem. Tem que falar o slide que é eu acho. Ele está com o slide? Bom, eu vou contar um pouco sobre o nosso trabalho aqui, como começou e como acontece. Aqui, em Piauí, Bahia, no Brasil. Né? Vou começar falando que, desde o ano de 2010, nós, professoras aqui do CAP, já pesquisamos e estudamos a escrita de sinais pelo método SignWriting. Sentimos essa necessidade e, a partir de 2012, com a aquisição do livro Escrita de Sinais Sem Mistérios, de Madison e Raquel Barreto, nós percebemos que seria possível ensinar os nossos alunos a escrever a própria língua. Né? Então, tem aí o slide apresentando o livro. Eu gostaria de pedir esse slide, que é o próximo.
Are we on the right slide?
Próximo slide. Sim.
PowerPoint?
Ok.
Next slide.
Okay, next slide, I guess, yes.
Slide.
This?
Sim.
Isso.
É aí. Aí
Ok.
vocês podem ver o livro Escrita de Sinais Sem Mistérios, de Madison e Raquel Barreto. Foi por meio desse livro que nós pudemos perceber que realmente poderíamos ensinar os surdos a escreverem a própria língua. Bom, mas não só começamos a partir desse livro, mas no outro ano, em 2013, nós ingressamos num curso de escrita de sinais 2.0, ministrado pelo professor Madison Barreto. Nesse curso, nós pudemos aperfeiçoar nossa prática com os alunos pelo método, com a ensina da escrita pelo método SignWriting.
Foi esse livro e esse curso que facilitou o nosso trabalho, não é? Porque por meio deles nós tivemos aí começamos a desmistificar realmente a escrita de sinais. Ou seja, a partir daí nós começamos a tirar as dúvidas que tínhamos quanto à escrita de sinais. Próximo.
Next slide.
Aí temos as professoras Maria Luísa e a professora Tati começando a fazer as primeiras aulas de escrita de sinais aqui. Próximo. Next slide.
Next. Sorry, próximo, Steve. It must be next.
Aí, nossas primeiras experiências. Temos aí nossos alunos.
Okay. Próximo. No, not yet. Not yet. This is perfect. Let's look at this. Primeiras experiências.
Nesse slide, nós podemos ver imagem de nossos alunos começando as primeiras aulas. E esse realmente foi o primeiro passo que nós demos para que futuramente os nossos alunos possam ser capazes de reconhecer a escrita de sinais e de escrever a sua própria língua. Fazer o uso da escrita pelo método SignWriting para poder se expressar seus pensamentos, suas ideias, tudo que desejam escrever e não ficar buscando palavras como buscam no português. Próximo.
Next slide.
E qual seria o nosso objetivo com esse trabalho? O objetivo do nosso trabalho seria alfabetizar esses alunos surdos pelo método SignWriting e investigar a aceitação deles, porque percebemos com isso que o aluno sentia necessidade de ler e de escrever a sua própria língua. Também, aí e buscamos também investigar o desenvolvimento da competência comunicativa nas diversas situações em que essa pessoa possa estar envolvida utilizando a Libra sinalizada ou escrita. Buscamos também refletir e fortalecer a identidade, comunidade e cultura surda. Buscamos também, com esse trabalho, desenvolver a competência comunicativa desses alunos, como já disse, nas situações diversas em que ele está inserido. Próximo.
Next slide.
Nesse slide, já temos aí um aluno fazendo um joguinho e fazendo a correspondência de sinais, dos nomes e da escrita de sinais. Bom, essa é a nossa prática efetiva em sala de aula para ensinar os nossos alunos a escrita de sinais. E o que nós usamos? O que é que nós fazemos? Além dessa atividade que está escrita ali, nós fazemos muito a associação grafema-fonema. Nós apresentamos a eles cada sinal. Fazemos também o treino da escrita de sinais, fazemos a escrita atividades onde eles devem completar sinais com o item estudado, como por exemplo, podemos fazer um sinal faltando o símbolo do movimento e ele deve completar. Fazemos um sinal, um desenho, uma atividade onde apresenta o sinal faltando um contato e ele deve completar com o tipo de contato que foi realizado esse sinal. Também temos o trabalho de evocação de sinais. Esse trabalho é super interessante, porque eles ficam buscando sinais de acordo com a configuração de mão apresentada. Tem também a associação de sinal e de escrita, onde nós apresentamos sinais, fotos de sinais, e eles buscam fazer a relação do sinal com a escrita de sinais. Tudo isso é aplicado de forma lúdica e interativa, por meio de jogos, de brincadeira, de leitura, da literatura e outras atividades. Eu gostaria, passa ao próximo slide, por favor, e Tatiana vai
Next
falar um
slide,
pouquinho.
please.
Next slide.
Agora vem Tatiana, para você. Obrigada.
Olá, boa tarde. Meu nome é Tatiana, meu sinal. Estou muito feliz por estar participando deste encontro e dando continuidade ao que a colega estava falando, dentre os recursos que nós utilizamos para todo esse trabalho que foi apresentado, nós utilizamos slides, alguns cartazes que vocês podem ver aqui. Esses cartazes, eles são expostos em sala de aula e explorados com os alunos. Nós utilizamos também o quadro branco para os nossos registros. Alguns livros, como por exemplo, aqui nós temos Cinderela Surda, que já traz o texto em SignWriting. Nós temos aqui também Feijãozinho Surdo, que é um outro livro trabalhado também, e vem aqui a escrita em SignWriting. Um outro material que nós estamos utilizando no momento é um material de um projeto Libras é Legal, e também tem a escrita em SignWriting, que nós estamos trabalhando com os alunos. Dicionários, como o dicionário de Capovilla, que além de apresentar o sinal, apresenta também a escrita do sinal. Baralhos de configuração de mãos. Temos aqui um material que foi construído por Madison e Raquel. E nós trabalhamos também com esse material, explorando as configurações de mãos com os alunos. E a partir dessas configurações de mão, eles fazem a evocação de sinais. Um outro material também utilizado são jogos, como a colega Luísa, ela já citou aqui. Quando trabalhamos com a história, o Patinho Surdo, nós confeccionamos esse material. Ele fazia associação, grafema e fonema. Aqui. É um outro material utilizado, um outro recurso. Temos aqui também, no momento, nós estamos trabalhando com os alunos a literatura Árvore Surda e confeccionamos um material aqui de exploração, de imagens. E associação a trechos da história que estão escritos em SignWriting. É um outro material. Além disso, os alunos também, eles vão estar trabalhando com fichas. Esse material aqui ele vai ser transformado todo em fichinhas, que também serão exploradas juntamente com os textos que estão sendo trabalhados. Então, tem também outros materiais que nós disponibilizamos e que tem dado certo com os alunos. Próximo slide, por favor.
Next slide, please.
Oh, next slide, Steve. I'll go to the slides now. Okay.
Próximo.
Next.
Next.
Quanto aos resultados alcançados até o momento com este trabalho, eles indicam que os alunos surdos, como a colega já colocou, eles se identificam com a escrita de sinais pelo sistema SignWriting. Eles têm prazer, demonstram prazer em realizar as atividades, em fazer a leitura e a escrita propostas, até mesmo aqueles alunos surdos que eles estão iniciantes nesse processo, eles já fazem aquela leitura incidental, mesmo não tendo ainda fluência na língua de sinais, e mesmo ainda não conhecendo a escrita de sinais pelo sistema SignWriting. Convém mencionar que ao ler os sinais, os surdos iniciantes, eles apresentam ainda essa dificuldade, né, de associar grafema com fonema, justamente porque ainda lhe falta o conhecimento e a aquisição da sua língua natural, que é a Libras. Então, estamos observando essa dificuldade inicial desses alunos, ao contrário dos alunos fluentes, que já demonstram facilidade. Então, à medida que a gente vai trabalhando, todos os textos, eles já têm facilidade em fazer a leitura, e sinalizar por meio daquela escrita. Então, já demonstram essa facilidade. Próximo slide, por favor.
I think, yeah, next slide, yeah, right.
Então, a que conclusão podemos chegar até o momento, porque um trabalho é um processo, então ainda não temos assim uma conclusão efetiva, mas sim estamos nesse processo de construção. Então, estamos de acordo, né, com o que Stuff coloca, né, o que Madison traz para a gente, de informações, de experiência também, de estudos sobre a escrita de sinais, dentre outros autores renomados como Nobre, Silva. Então, a gente concorda com todos eles em relação à relevância que tem, né, a aprendizagem da escrita das línguas de sinais para os alunos surdos. E isso nós estamos experienciando, nós estamos vendo na prática que, de fato, fortalece, né, o desenvolvimento cognitivo dos surdos, estimula a criatividade deles, organiza o pensamento e facilita a sua aprendizagem. Então, nós, professoras aqui do CAP, observamos que os nossos alunos sinalizam com mais segurança ao fazerem a leitura da escrita do sinal, assim como discutem se concordam ou não com a escrita do sinal, porque dentre os trabalhos que nós estamos propondo, é justamente isso, à medida que ele vai fazendo, por exemplo, a leitura aqui do texto, e esse material já é um material mais antigo, né? Então, com as inovações, com a própria evolução da escrita de sinal, então, os alunos surdos fluentes, eles já conseguem, né, fazer as suas inferências, já conseguem discutir bem esse sinal aqui, está faltando alguma coisa, eu posso trocar por outra, né? Então, essas inferências eles já começam a fazer. Então, a gente, assim, está muito feliz, né, com o trabalho que a gente vem realizando, e desde já a gente gostaria, assim, de agradecer imensamente a oportunidade e, assim, muito feliz por estar conhecendo a criadora do sistema de escrita SignWriting. É um prazer muito grande para nós aqui de Piauí, né, estar conhecendo a criadora e poder estar falando um pouco da nossa experiência para ela. E, com certeza, vamos aguardar as contribuições, as sugestões que ela vai passar para a gente depois. Então, obrigada, viu? Um abraço.
Obrigada. Oh, well, wait, don't go away. Don't go away. Obrigada. Wow, 3 kisses. 1, 2, 3. Now wait, I want to ask you some questions. Can we do that? Questions? How many deaf students? How many deaf students?
Quantos alunos vocês têm surdos?
62.
62. That must be what? 72?
62. 62.
62. Sorry, 62. Ah, that's a lot. That's many. Yeah, that's wonderful. I
São
didn't
muitos
realize.
alunos. Isso é maravilhoso.
Beautiful. Very nice. Bravo. Now, you know, you have another presentation next. Yes. Yes. I'm very happy to meet you. And thank you.
Também estou muito feliz em encontrar vocês. Eu que sou agradecido pela oportunidade.
And I hope that you'll continue to be in contact with me. With
Ok,
Matt.
vocês estão livres para continuar fazendo contato comigo ou para fazer contato através do Madison também.
Ok.
Ok, obrigada.
Obrigada.
Com certeza faremos esse contato.
Wait. Say it again. Again. What did you
Muito
She
disposta.
said, okay, thank you so much this opportunity, but certainly, we will contact with you, okay?
Okay, thank you. We don't have English interpreting. It's not right to really ask Diego to do that, so it's okay. So, now there is one more presentation, and it's next. It's yours. Did you know that? Matson,
Yes,
you're
yes,
presenting
we
next.
understand, yes. Eu estou surpresa porque a próxima apresentação também é de vocês mesmos, então pode nos preparar para a próxima.
Yeah, and that's like in 10 minutes, right? I mean, it's like.
Nós ainda temos 10 minutos entre essa apresentação e a próxima.
Yeah. So do you want to take a break and then come back? Or do you want to start now and just continue?
Vocês querem fazer um intervalo entre essa apresentação e a próxima ou vocês querem ir direto?
Podemos continuar. Podemos continuar.
Podemos continuar. Podemos.
Continuar. I understood that one. Continue.
Continue.
Continue. Okay, so Steve. So Steve, you know, it's the next slide. For the English-speaking people out there, I want you to know that these beautiful people are teaching deaf kids. And they're teaching deaf children in Brazil. And they have over 60 students, it sounds like. And they showed us beautiful, beautiful materials. And now, that was from the perspective of the teachers. This last presentation was from the teachers' points of view. And now the next presentation is from the same school and the same teachers. Except that now in the presentation 18, they're going to be telling us about the perspective or the vision of the deaf people in the city where this school is located, if that's what I understand. I know you can tell me much better than I, but when you want to start, you can, to tell us about presentation 18. Vision of the deaf.
Ok. Me apresentando mais uma vez, porque como essas apresentações vão ser partidas depois, então, me apresentando de novo, eu sou o Madison Barreto, este é o meu sinal. Estou falando juntamente com a Tatiana, a Maria Luísa e a Cássia, e elas são professoras do Centro de Apoio Pedagógico de Ipiaú, e elas estão compartilhando um pouco do trabalho que elas têm feito. Anteriormente, nós havíamos falado sobre o SignWriting, e o SignWriting realmente é uma escrita fantástica, e nessa primeira apresentação elas falaram mais sobre a parte metodológica que elas têm adotado enquanto professoras, enquanto coordenadora da área de surdez, quais são as metodologias que elas têm adotado para o ensino do SignWriting no dia a dia na escola. E agora elas vão compartilhar um pouco de qual que tem sido o resultado palpável disso, ou seja, do que os próprios alunos surdos acham desse trabalho, qual que tem sido a experiência que eles têm tido no dia a dia deles, no uso do SignWriting em sala de aula e em outros ambientes também. Então agora a Cássia vai continuar, ela vai falar mais sobre essa experiência que os alunos surdos têm tido no uso da escrita de sinais no dia a dia.
Ok, obrigada. Continuando a apresentação, meu nome é Cássia, esse é o meu sinal, e eu gostaria de pedir o próximo slide.
Oh, yes, the next slide. So we now go to the next slide. This is the next slide. There we go.
Essa é a nossa imagem e os nossos respectivos sinais. Gostaria de pedir também o próximo slide.
Oh, the next
slide,
slide.
please.
Next slide.
Isso. Nesse slide, nós temos a oportunidade de ver a foto de alguns dos nossos alunos. Foi do seminário do ano passado. É um seminário que todo ano acontece no CAP, onde é abordado assuntos relacionados à comunidade e identidade surda, onde são os surdos que organizam esses seminários, palestrantes são surdos. E esse ano teremos o prazer de receber o professor Madison e a Raquel. O próximo slide, por favor. Essa é a imagem externa do CAP. E os nossos alunos surdos aí sinalizando o sinal da instituição. E o trabalho desenvolvido no CAP incide em prestar um atendimento educacional especializado a fim de complementar ou suplementar o serviço educacional comum que é oferecido aos alunos com surdez ou com outra necessidade educacional específica. Próximo slide, por favor.
Next slide, Steve.
Ok, vocês estão vendo aí nesse slide as imagens das outras áreas de atendimento. Aí vocês estão vendo aí, tem alunos cegos sendo atendidos, alunos com deficiência múltipla e também os nossos alunos são surdos. Aqui no CAP, nosso atendimento é feito por área distinta. Cada área tem um coordenador e um grupo de professores. Todos esses professores têm formação específica na área que atua. Próximo slide.
Next slide.
Na área de surdez, todo o trabalho é mediado pela Língua Brasileira de Sinais, que nós denominamos aqui de Libras, que foi reconhecida como meio legal de comunicação pela comunidade surda brasileira através da Lei 10.436 de 2002. E esta lei foi normalizada pelo Decreto 5.626 de 2005. Agora, vale a pena salientar que mesmo antes desses dispositivos legais a nível nacional, aqui em Piauí nós sempre tivemos intérprete nas salas de aula onde os surdos estão incluídos. Então, nós não esperamos essa efetivação legal. Antes mesmo de existir as leis, nós já tínhamos a presença do intérprete garantindo essa comunicação e que esse conhecimento chegasse para os surdos. Próximo slide. Aí são a imagem, especificamente, de alguns alunos nossos, juntamente com o seu intérprete. Próximo.
Next slide.
Especificamente na área de surdez, o nosso atendimento é dividido em 3 áreas. Nós temos o atendimento educacional especializado para o ensino de Libras, que é o L1, que é trabalhado com o ensino de primeira língua para os surdos. Temos o atendimento educacional especializado do ensino em Libras, que consiste em um apoio pedagógico do conteúdo que é trabalhado na classe comum. Nós fazemos, neste momento, do ensino em Libras, um trabalho de complementação e também de antecipação de vocabulário, antecipação de sinais que serão utilizados no ensino regular. Esse trabalho é feito em parceria direta com os professores da escola regular. E temos atendimento educacional especializado para o ensino do português como segunda língua, onde é feito todo um trabalho de ensino de segunda língua para surdos, respeitando as especificidades dos surdos. É feito também trabalho com os professores do ensino regular, onde nós temos formação continuada para esses professores e para toda a comunidade. Tanto o trabalho do português como segunda língua, como também cursos de Libras. E esses cursos são ministrados pelas nossas colegas surdas. Aqui no CAP nós temos 3 colegas surdas, que são professoras surdas. Uma conclui o curso de pedagogia, agora em 2014, e temos 2 que estão fazendo letras, todas elas em instituições assim, públicas aqui do estado da Bahia. Ok? Próximo slide.
Lembrando que meu nome é Tatiana, meu sinal. O atendimento educacional é especializado para o ensino de Libras. Em que consiste esse trabalho? Aulas de Libras para os alunos surdos que favorecem o conhecimento e aquisição de sua língua natural, a Libras, com isso, o desenvolvimento de sua competência linguística. Como vocês estão observando aí no slide, nós temos momentos, né, de atividades extra-classe. Então, não só realizamos atividades em classe com esses alunos, mas também atividades extra-classe que permite o conhecimento e a aquisição da língua natural da Libras. A Libras, a língua aqui de sinais do Brasil. Próximo slide, por favor.
Next slide.
Quanto à metodologia, então, como é feito esse trabalho? Como é que nós realizamos esse trabalho aqui no CAP? Os alunos, eles são agrupados por níveis, né, de proficiência em Libras, ou seja, nós temos aqui o grupo de alunos iniciante na língua de sinais, aquele que ainda não tem nenhum conhecimento, que precisa, né, desse primeiro contato com a língua de sinais. Nós temos outro grupo, que é o nível básico, que são alunos que já têm um conhecimento da língua de sinais. Nós temos um outro intermediário, que já tem um conhecimento à frente desse que está no nível básico, e o grupo de nível avançado, que já são aqueles alunos fluentes, né, na língua de sinais. E os alunos, como eu já falei, eles são agrupados por níveis de proficiência em Libras. E aí são atendidos por nós, professores ouvintes, e também por professoras surdas, como a colega Cássia já mencionou. As atividades que nós realizamos com esses alunos, elas são diferenciadas, elas atendem aos níveis de proficiência em Libras, aos grupos. No entanto, todas essas atividades, elas estão ligadas a um eixo comum. Então, o eixo comum, ele permeia por todos esses grupos de trabalho de atendimento. Próximo, por favor.
Oh, yes, next slide.
Bem, é justamente neste atendimento, né, neste atendimento educacional especializado para o ensino de Libras, que estamos realizando o estudo da escrita de sinais pelo sistema SignWriting, com o objetivo de investigarmos a aceitação e funcionalidade desse sistema pelos nossos alunos. Então, todo esse trabalho que já foi apresentado, né, e que a colega Luísa também, posteriormente, vai estar ressaltando um pouco mais sobre esse trabalho que está sendo feito. Então, ele é realizado nesse atendimento de Libras. Os alunos atendidos, apesar de nós termos, em média, 62 alunos, somente 40 com idades entre 7 e 35 anos, eles estão participando, né, desse momento de estudo da escrita de sinais pelo sistema SignWriting. Até porque nós temos alunos de regiões próximas aqui a Ipiaú, então que no momento eles não, o acesso ainda não é aquele acesso que a gente gostaria, então por conta disso ainda não estamos estendendo a todos os alunos com esse trabalho. E o resultado que a gente observa até o momento é que os nossos alunos surdos, eles se identificam, como eu já falei, com a escrita de sinais pelo sistema SignWriting. Eles demonstram facilidade para aprender, não só para aprender, como também para fazer a leitura. Lembrando que os nossos alunos surdos com fluência na língua de sinais, estes têm demonstrado para a gente maior facilidade, né, até mesmo pela própria fluência que eles já têm na língua de sinais, na Libras. Próximo, por favor.
Olá, voltando aqui, vocês lembram, eu sou Luísa, meu sinal é este. E agora eu vou falar para vocês, já viram aí o próximo slide, que fala do número de alunos que nós atendemos aqui. Nós atendemos mais de 40, Cássia já deu um número de 62 alunos surdos, mas destes alunos atendidos, nós trabalhamos e fizemos a pesquisa mais direcionada ao número de 40, um pouco mais disso. E os resultados, Tatiana acabou de falar para vocês. Nós percebemos a identidade do aluno surdo com a escrita de sinais, a aceitação e a tranquilidade com que eles aprendem a escrita de sinais. Próximo. Então, voltando a falar sobre o trabalho no nosso espaço aqui, no espaço de AE, de Atendimento Educacional Especializado para Alunos Surdos, aqui no CAP, nós percebemos, desde o primeiro contato com a escrita de sinais, que o aluno surdo, ao se deparar com o sinal escrito, ele se identifica, ele tenta fazer a leitura, ele percebe e às vezes olha para a gente e diz: eu conheço o sinal. Então, mesmo aquele aluno que ainda não tem tanta proficiência na sua língua, ele observa o sinal escrito e faz a tentativa da leitura e busca e pergunta o que é isso, como é. E foi até por conta dessa curiosidade dos alunos, no momento em que estávamos estudando, é que percebemos realmente a aceitação e demos início a esse trabalho. Vamos ao próximo slide. Bom, quanto às atividades realizadas, percebemos que ao realizar as atividades de escrita de sinais, eles fazem essas atividades com prazer, como vocês podem observar aí nas fotos que estão no slide apresentado. Demonstram também muito interesse em identificar o sinal que está escrito. Eles fazem a comparação do sinal que está escrito com sinais já conhecidos. Nós percebemos que essas atividades têm grande contribuição para a educação dos surdos. Reforça a valorização da identidade e da cultura surda. Além de ampliar a capacidade cognitiva, ela ajuda na organização. Então, nós vamos falar aqui um pouco dos depoimentos dos nossos alunos, e eu posso antecipar dizendo que eles fazem a associação do que pensam com o que está escrito e se sentem felizes no momento em que fazem essa associação. Próximo slide. Nesse slide, nós temos alguns depoimentos de alunos surdos.
So, you want the next slide? Okay, next slide, I guess.
É, são 2 slides aí que tem depoimentos. E os depoimentos dizem que a língua de sinais, ela não pode ser apenas sinalizada. É preciso a escrita, precisa ser escrita. Isso é um depoimento do surdo aqui. O outro fala que os surdos precisam registrar as suas opiniões, as suas ideias, fazer recados, escrever mensagens, tudo em escrita de sinais. Então, é um desejo dos nossos alunos, eu acredito, e para toda a comunidade surda, escrever a sua própria língua. O outro diz que, além de escrever, que a escrita de sinais é uma leitura mais fácil de ser compreendida. Não é? Tudo aquilo que a gente lê e que corresponde à nossa linha de pensamento, ou como nós pensamos, porque eu gosto muito de dar o exemplo que eu vejo Raquel falar que surdo pensa em língua de sinais, se comunica em língua de sinais. Portanto, precisa escrever na língua de sinais, a sua própria língua. Próximo. São as nossas considerações finais. Então, o relato dos surdos, dos nossos alunos surdos, indica que o surdo aceita facilmente a escrita de sua primeira língua por um sistema que registra fielmente a tridimensionalidade da Libra. E por facilitar a compreensão dos sinais escritos, e por ser assim, o aprendizado acontece de forma natural quando a aquisição, tanto quanto a aquisição da língua. Né? Então, aprender a escrita de sinais é de suma importância para o desenvolvimento intelectual do surdo. Nós percebemos por meio dessa pesquisa. E percebemos também que, quando ele lê o registro de escrita de sinais, ele pode compreender e produzir corretamente o sinal. Temos, então, que dizer que a escrita de sinais facilita a compreensão do sinal que está escrito. E também, como já foi dito por Tatiana, ao ler o sinal escrito, ele consegue entender como é que se realiza esse sinal, para que não haja dúvida qual a configuração de mão, qual o movimento e como é que deve ele realizar a sua, vamos dizer, a sua fala, que é na sua língua produzida, né? E o aprendizado, realmente, eu percebo, comparando e observando, que eles aprendem a escrita de sinais de uma forma tão natural quanto aprende quanto tem a aquisição da própria língua. Porque nós já sabemos que o surdo, a maioria dos surdos, pelo menos aqui em Piauí, chegam na escola sem conhecer a própria língua. E eles vão aprender aqui na escola. E no momento onde eles aprendem a própria língua e que aprendem a escrita da própria língua, eles têm a mesma facilidade ou a mesma dificuldade quando essa se apresenta. Então, o nosso trabalho foi voltado à observação, né? Nós estamos à investigação quanto à aceitação e à evolução da comunicação dos nossos alunos. E são essas as nossas considerações que foram aqui citadas para vocês, para que vocês entendam que esse é o começo do nosso trabalho. Mas mesmo ainda estando no começo, nós percebemos que esse trabalho é de suma importância para a aprendizagem, para o desenvolvimento cognitivo do surdo. Obrigada. Vem, e agora vem nós
Put the last,
novamente para agradecermos a você.
very last one, that one. There they are. Yeah, see the slide? See the PowerPoint? There you are, 4 people.
Okay. Então, agradecemos mais uma vez a oportunidade.
Beautiful people.
E poder conversar.
Beautiful people, huh? People?
Com você.
Yes.
Vale.
Okay, here is your pictures. See? And there are their name signs. We have Matson.
Okay.
And isn't it like this, or is it like this, Matson? How do you do your name?
Yes.
Okay.
The
we're
right hand.
with the my right hand. Yeah, I'm doing that.
Okay.
And then we got Luisa, or Maria Luisa Nascimento. Yeah. And then there's Ojina de Garcia Panos. I'm sorry, I'm saying your names wrong. I'm sorry. And then there's Tatiana. Going 3 times? 3 times.
Okay.
Or does it go up and down?
Let's see.
Yes, I'm reading it. That's right. I am. I can read it. Anyway, I go back to me. Yeah, I guess you couldn't see me. I'm sorry. That was so confusing. We have all these pictures, you know, and I don't know where to look. And, you know, the technology, computers, oof, so much. But there you are again. Bravo. Thank you. We see you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. And thank you, Matson. And we'll see you tomorrow, I think, huh?
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see you
See you
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Yes. With Mariana Stumpf. With Marianne. Number 24, I think. Yes. Anyway, see you tomorrow. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay.
Very interesting.
See you tomorrow.
Yes, see you tomorrow, and I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
So now we are really 1/2 hour early, and that's okay. I looked at the question answers, and Valerie, I'm translating, typing. There are some questions. Maybe I'm a little. You must say. I'm sorry. It's a little confusing. Do you know how? I'm sorry. I'm talking in English. But Matson, can you understand me a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I can understand.
There's questions and answer button over to the left. Can you see that? Can you click on that?
Yeah, but I was typing for you in the Ada and the Steve. So
chat.
I was having a doubt if you was reading or typing. Okay, so I enter in other computer for typing for you and say you. I was typing in chat.
Yeah, that was a chat room. That's a chat. It's a little bit different. That's not the questions and answers, but I don't think we had any questions and answers for you. But some people offered to translate. That was so very nice of them. There's a friend of mine named Muchado. I think it's Muchado. I have to go back and look. Anyway, he offered to help translate from speaking the Portuguese to English, but I didn't answer, and I'm sorry if you're looking. It's okay. I really appreciate the offer, but it's so confusing with so many people and the translators from Brazil, and I think it's enough for right now. We're planning to add other translation, and of course, thank you for your writing. Did you know that Matson, in the middle of the presentation, while the other people were talking, he was writing the translation in English in a little chat like CHAT, yeah, chat bar that they give the people who are directing the show.
Valerie?
Yes.
I'm interpreting for you. You don't have to sign for yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even notice. You know, it's been a long day, but everything's good. We love it. So, yes, Maxon wrote a really beautiful translation here of the presentation. So, I will definitely try to copy this, and we can, you know, I have to take it from the chat room. I don't want to lose everything. I think every time we leave, I think we may lose it. You know what I mean? When the end of the day is gone, and we turn off the broadcast in 2 more, you know, like in an hour or so, or maybe 2 hours, we will be possibly losing all the chats. I'm not sure. So I have to do that right now and copy it, what you wrote, because I don't want to lose what you wrote. That was a lot of work for you. My coworkers here will have to teach me how to do that. I don't know how to do the copying, but I'm happy that you did it. Thank you. It's too bad they couldn't see you write that while the presentation was going on. That would have been even better. I'm sure Adam told you that they can't see what you typed.
Okay, okay.
They weren't able to see it. So we have to copy it and show it to everybody later. We don't have any choice. So I'm trying to copy it right now. Woo! I selected it all. That was a lot. You wrote a lot. I'm going to go copy. How do you write English so fast? You're really good. And I'm now going to try. Oh, aren't computers amazing? I'm going to get a new file in a little program called TextEdit. And I'm going to paste it. And yes, I've got your translation here in a little file on my computer. How do you like that? Isn't that nice? Thank you.
Okay. See you tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow. Really appreciate it, and have a good evening. Okay? Say hi to Raquel.
Okay.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Adam.
Bye. And so now, everybody, to explain, the next presentation is actually Steve Slavinsky, our coworker and software developer. But his presentation isn't even scheduled until 2:30. We're a little bit ahead of ourselves. The reason this happens is that we did schedule, when there were 2 groups, excuse me, I'll start again. When there was one group that wanted to present 2 different presentations, in other kinds of symposiums, one would schedule them on different days. But because of the logistics of this software, because it's hard for people to learn how to get into the broadcast and start presenting, we did have to have rehearsals. I mean, we learned more than everybody else from it. It just felt better to ask them to just stay and present both of their presentations one after the other. It was just easier for everybody. So in the process, this happened yesterday too. We also had 2 back-to-back presentations by Nancy Romero. It seems that when you combine them like that, the 2 presentations get shorter and everything is just a little bit less long. So I liked their presentations. I thought they were really fascinating. There are so many deaf students learning sign writing in Brazil. It's really, really an honor and wonderful to hear it. So Steve, would you like to start now, or would you prefer to wait until 2:30? What would you like to do?
I'm ready to start now. That would be fine.
Okay, and I'm going to go back to myself for 1 minute here. If Andre Lemur is watching or listening, if you want to also come earlier, Steve normally would have presented a half hour from now, but he's going to start now. So that means at 2:45 California time, which I know is very confusing, but I guess that'd be 5:45 in Montreal. Andre, you could start your presentation. So I'm going to give Steve the floor and take as long as you wish, Steve. But if Andre arrives earlier in our broadcast studio ready to present, then we'll just turn the floor over to Andre. So, okay, Steve, here we go. You are on.
This is about constructing a true type font for the sign writing script with Unicode characters using the graphite rendering system. Well, if you could go to the slideshow.
Yes, I just did that.
I'm just going to animate this first slide just because it's a little bit complicated, and then I'll bring it back so we can see Adam.
Okay.
The question that we had is it possible to create a client-side TrueType font for sign writing? Well,
what does that mean? What is a client side?
Well, we have, hold on a second. Client side. Right now we have the SignWriting icon server. That means that we generate the SignWriting images on a computer on the internet somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
For the client side, that means it's the actual computer that's in front of you. When you're using normal English or Spanish or French, anything like that, you have a font that's installed on your local computer. We call that's the client in the internet. It's there's the client and the server. So right now you need an internet connection to be able to see all of these sign writing images, or you need to be able to run a image server on your actual computer. But with a TrueType font, we could actually install the font on your computer, and you wouldn't have to have an internet connection. All right, so is it possible to create a font for sign writing that you can use on your local computer? So we started with the SignWriting script, and me and you, Valerie, we worked on the symbol font, which is the ISWA, and that gave us all of our individual symbol glyphs. You have to mix the symbol font with the sign writing text, which is our model for the sign writing on the computer. Now, with sign writing, you have to get it into a Unicode stream of characters. And for us, that is the private use area on plane 15. So that's where I had taken it. Eduardo Trepini came along, and he introduced FontForge. I had tried to use FontForge to import the font or import the symbols, but I couldn't get it to work, and Eduardo Trepini came along, and he got the FontForge to work. He made it work with Graphite, which is a rendering system, which I'll talk about more later. And you put that all together, and it is almost possible. We are so close, it's almost painful. So, for the outline, I want to talk about the background about the TrueType font, the motivation of why we're doing it. I want to talk about the quality of the font and the future of it. All right. Like I was saying, for the symbol font, we have the ISWA 2010, which has a lot of symbols. There's over 37,000 symbols. Rather than having a character for each, I broke it up into the combined character sequence, which is a complicated way to say a symbol. We use 3 characters to represent a symbol. And that way we can reuse a lot of symbols. So instead of 37,000 characters, we only have 672 characters. It makes a pretty big difference. With that Unicode on plane 15, which is the private use area, first of all, we do have those characters for the symbols. That's the 674, but we need 2 additional types. We have the structural markers that tell us if we're talking about a sign box, or the left lane, the right lane, the middle lane. And we also have something called number characters, where there is a range of 500 numbers, and each of those numbers between 0 and 500 is a character in itself, and that's portrayed in the Unicode. All right, now the FontForge. Trying to import these characters or these symbols into the font, I found out that you have to use a specific naming convention, and it's a little bit gibberish, but you can see there's U18 or 1D800, and there's U1D88C, and then there's the third character, which is U1DA92. So all 37,000 of those symbols each needed a name that was just like this, because it's 3 characters coming together to name that. I initially tried to install it in FontForge myself, and I could not get it to work. Later, Martin Hoskin came along, and he tried to import the symbols using that naming scheme that I had had. He wrote some scripts, and he gave me the TrueType font file, but I couldn't get that to work. Later, Eduardo Trapini came along, and he was able to work with the symbols and get them to import properly. He was also able to give us our two-dimensional aspect, which is quite amazing. This brings in graphite. Graphite is from the Summer Institute of Linguistics. You can find it at graphite.sil.org. It is a smart font technology. They deal with complex scripts that don't follow normal rules for the other scripts that are in Unicode and the other scripts that have the TrueType font or whatever type font created for it. They use something called the Graphite Description Language. It's basically programming for telling how to build a font together. I remember talking with Graphite people and telling them about the number characters, and they said, Graphite just doesn't work that way. You just don't use coordinate characters. So I wasn't quite sure how we were going to do it, and then Eduardo Trapini came along, and he used the coordinate characters in Graphite, and he used them for the Graphite description language, and he actually got the sign writing to appear. It was quite amazing. Yes. All right, a motivation. Did you have something, Belle?
No, I was just going to comment that it was amazing. I've seen it as well.
Mm-hmm. Now, the motivation is, why do we want to have it? It is the client side, so the idea is it's on your computer, so you download the font, you install that font on your computer, and you don't need the internet because point two, oh, well, let me go to this slide. It is the iswa.ttf TrueType font. It's 6.1 megabytes. If you enable Graphite in Firefox, you'll be able to use it, and the source for creating that TrueType font is available on GitHub. You can go to the ISWA 2010 font reference, which is signpuddle.net/ISWA, and you can download the font. Like I was saying, there's no server required. Right now we're using the SignWriting icon server that creates our SVG images. The current one that we're using is running on the Wikimedia Labs. And again, that also has the GitHub source. But with the TrueType font, you don't need the server. SignWriting is a complex script. Then it doesn't follow the rules that the other scripts are following, so they call it the complex. It has the two-dimensional positioning. So you tell it the symbols that you want, and you tell it the positions that you want them in, and that's true two-dimensional. Because if you have two symbols, you can make pretty much an infinite number of signs. Normally it would just maybe be all around where you had one symbol here, and then you get the idea. SignWriting is complex because it's unpredictable placement. Because if I give you two symbols in a linear order, you can't tell me how they should be arranged in the two-dimensional order. It's just not predictable without the third point, without the coordinate characters. So SignWriting is complex because we do use this concept of coordinate characters. User arrangement, it's another reason why the script is complex, because the user picks the positioning of these symbols. Any sign is possible. And again, there's no gatekeeper. You don't have to go through some type of committee or conference to get your sign approved. You just write the sign, and there's no waiting. You just get to use it. All right, now for the quality of the TrueType font. It's amazing. He put the entire ISWA 2010 into the font. He uses real two-dimensional placement, where however you arrange a sign and however that sign is written in the mathematical name, it works how it's supposed to. The next, there's a few issues. Like I said, the font can be a little bit fuzzy depending on how you have it set up and where you're using that font. There's some fill issues because SignWriting is a two-color font. the fill issues can be a problem. And I also noticed some crashing, which seems to be getting better in newer versions of Firefox. But still, there can be some crashing when you use this this font. And some examples. On the left side is the TrueType font, and on the right side is the SVG. Now here's one of those fill issues. If you look at the tails of the arrows, you'll see that in the TrueType font they're filled in. But if you look at the SVG, you can see that they are not supposed to be filled in. Here's another one for the head, and it has that fill issue. And this is actually the fill issues in the entire head. But again, we have the two-dimensional placement of all the symbols, and it's positioned perfectly. It's really great. Another example. Again, we have the tip of the arrowhead for the left hand. All right, some more examples, and you can see pretty much that we have the same issues. It's just the fill, and sometimes the symbols are a little bit fuzzy. So the future of the TrueType font is the question here. We need to work on the quality of the symbols. We need to make sure that we have a working two-color font. And there are some margin issues because since we're writing vertical with SignWriting, and since each sign does not have a definite size, because it can be as wide as you make the sign and as tall as you make the sign, getting everything to line up can be some issues. But as you can see, we have all of the symbols. We have the real two-dimensional placement using graphite. It's quite an accomplishment and quite amazing. Eduardo Truppini is one of my heroes. He did a really great job on this.
Wow. By the way, I agree with you. He's one of my heroes too. I wish he could have presented, but he was too busy right now. So I'm glad you're showing us this. I'd like to go back to that slide. Is that
which slide?
Well, the one you're looking at right now. Can you hear me? I guess you can, right?
Mm-hmm.
The thing that I'm going to just tell you, Steve, that I noticed that Eduardo showed us some screen captures of his work, where he had just taken a screen capture, I guess, of Firefox when he had used the font, and it looked clearer than it does there. On the left, that's the way it seems to look on our site. I don't quite know why. And then over to the right, I know that's the way it's supposed to look in SVG, of course. But I mean, some of the fatter problems that you see over to the left aren't occurring everywhere because he seems to have it looking better on his machine. I wonder if that's just a local thing. I don't know.
Yeah, that's one of the like I said, the symbols can look fuzzy depending in some of the setups.
I see. So it just depends on how your computer was set up. Is that it?
Yeah, it's something that we need to investigate, and I don't have a definite answer on what's going on. I've noticed this problem, and I can't really debug it.
Okay. Well, we actually, one of the reasons that when we found out that Eduardo wasn't able to present, he asked if Steve would go ahead and present anyway, and I said, why not? And I asked Steve, and I thank you very much for discussing it, because I guess I was one of the ones who stimulated this. I'd like to know myself how we can make it better, because it seems so close, doesn't it? As you said, painfully close.
Painfully close.
Yeah. Well, then, yes, go ahead.
Yeah. This it uses the font forge and the graphite and the TrueType font. I'm not sure if TrueType is the best format, and I'm not sure if this is really a TrueType or if it's more an open type. The font issues can confuse me a little bit. Graphite, I think we definitely want to keep with the graphite. With the graphite, we can use our two-dimensional placement. We can use our coordinate characters. It's really amazing.
Wow. You know, that, in other words, is that, I was wondering about that, because I know to get the symbols to be in the proper relationship to each other is not very simple, is it, Steve? So, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, we are positioning our symbols using what I call the numbers for the XY coordinates, the coordinate characters, and people that use graphite, they say, but graphite doesn't work that way, or we don't work that way, but that's the way that sign writing works, and it's working in graphite.
It's working in graphite. I think that's the thing that everyone should realize. This font is amazing because what Eduardo did, and I take that there were other wonderful people helping. I mean, we've already seen lots of names of people who were involved with this over the years. And graphite itself must be an amazing program, isn't it? Because it's making this possible in some way. It looks like that anyway, because the symbols seem to be holding the coordinate information. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, we are able to take those coordinate characters straight from our Unicode stream of characters, and it's able to process it properly. The question here right in the middle is FontForge. Is FontForge the best way to create our TrueType font file? Because FontForge creates it, Graphite renders it, and there's also that Graphite descriptive language on the bottom that kind of connects the font file with the Graphite rendering system. So getting that two-color font from our symbol font into a font file, I don't know if FontForge is the best way, but it's the way that we have it working right now. So going forward, we can either try to keep fine-tuning the FontForge scripts, or we can see what other tools there are to use.
Uh-huh.
Since we are dealing with the 37,000 symbols, an automated process makes a lot more sense than trying to do this by hand. Because
Yeah.
symbols and by hand is, as Adam knows.
Yeah, yes. Adam, you ought to know. And he's saying yes. Yeah. You guys are my heroes as well. No, you really are wonderful. Thank you, Adam, for SVG, and you too, Steve. And thank you, Eduardo, for all that you've been doing for us. And I've been so impressed with Eduardo. He's from Uruguay, too, and I'm fascinated with the country, Uruguay. I don't know too much about Uruguay. Someday I'll have to learn about it, and I hope we can meet Eduardo at some point. I noticed, Steve, that you've moved your screen over to ISWA 2010.
Yes, this is the font reference. It's on signpuddle.net/ISWA.
Yes.
And if you go to that website, you'll see that the symbols in the ISWA were designed by signwriting inventor Valerie Sutton, and the symbols were transformed by me. The first one up there is the experimental smart font technology for graphite by Eduardo Trapini. There's the download. And we also have the GitHub source. We have the link for graphite. In Firefox, you used to have to actually go in there and enable it manually, but with the newer versions of Firefox, they actually have graphite enabled by default, so it's a lot nicer. Let's see, is this, I'm not sure what browser I'm using right now. Let's see.
I think we're seeing Adam. I am not sure, but I believe so. I believe we are.
So let me, here's an example of a file or a page that uses the locally installed font. And yeah.
It still comes in fuzzy for us. And to explain to everybody, the arrows, the double-stemmed arrow, the two lines sort of blended together and became a blob.
Yeah, I think that's because the two-color font is being ignored. Getting two colors in the font is complicated, but people are working on that. So as more people work on this, and as font files can handle bigger characters or bigger collections, this is going to get easier, and it's only a matter of time before we have a font, and that way we can just install SignWriting font on any computer, and if you have, you just see the SignWriting is. You don't need an internet or anything like that.
But it has to be on graphite, right, so that it stacks the symbols properly, because just that alone is so astonishing. The TrueType, it's not maybe a TrueType font, as you pointed out. What kind of font would you call it?
It's named after a TrueType font, but I think it uses OpenType, which is kind of an extension to TrueType. They kind of like start with TrueType here, and I think OpenType goes on top of it, and it adds some extra things to it.
Okay, so that means that when I was the one who sort of typed up your title. It was I who used the term TrueType, so I take the blame. Should it have said constructing an open type font for the sign writing script?
I'm the one that used TrueType. It is me.
Okay. Doesn't matter who did it. The point is, if we called it open type, it actually might, I'm an older person who remember the days when TrueType was done very painstakingly, like Adam did SVG. It just was so hard to do TrueType before. So if this is open type, I'm impressed. Let me tell you, it's so fast and amazing. But as you said, they can't do two color. Is that right? And we do need two color. Could you explain that to everybody? It's not color. We're talking about white and black, aren't we, Steve? The palms, stuff like that.
Right. The outline or the line of the symbols by default is black. But if you look at the palms of the hand shapes or the tails of the arrows, that is actually a second color in there, and that is actually white. Outside of the symbol, it's transparent. So our font, it's actually a 3-color font, but since one is transparent, we don't really need to count that because that's just a given. Let me go to signpuddle.com for a second. And, oh, I cheated.
What?
I thought this would show. Let me. I can use the thin viewer, and there you can see it right here on the side. You can see that the line is black and the fill for the hand is white.
Yes, that makes it clear. With the green background, we can really see something. Our symbols definitely have a white fill, and the reason is we need to put one hand over the other. Let me go to my screen for a minute to just show people what I mean. Let's say you wanted to show one hand over the other, like this, or anything that would one thing over the other, or even like this. You want the hand to go in front of the face, for example. You don't want the face to be showing through the hand. You want it filled in so that the hand really looks like it's in front of that face. So that's why we needed to fill in. Even a white palm had to be filled in white to be able to show that one hand was over the other. Isn't that right, Steve?
Yeah, you can go to the projection, and this sign that when we talked about sorting, is a perfect example of these two hands at the end, where one is lying on top of the other.
Yeah, look at that. The last two hand shapes at the bottom of the sign.
Right.
There's one. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, without the 2-color font, you don't see the overlap correctly, or they bleed through. And for readability, we need that overlap, which SignWriting has, that overlap. And
that's right. So the hand that's sitting on top of the palm of the hand there, that one with the 2 fingers, is in front of, we wanted to be able to read it, so we didn't want it to be see-through. Exactly. So we have white fill so that it isn't see-through. And the problem with that is that other fonts just don't have that, right? Okay, go on to your next screen. I'll be quiet.
Yeah, no, we didn't have that all the time either. At the beginning of SignPuddle, it didn't. We only had the black line. We didn't have the white fill. And you were looking at the symbols and the signs that SignPuddle was producing. You're like, that's not quite right. So speaking of another job that took years or a long time, I remember you went in there and you hand filled every hand shape, and you went in there and filled in every tail. That's the amount of work that's realized here, phenomenal.
Yeah, that was connected with doing I think the 2008 ISWA, right? I believe. Or did I do it in the 2010? No, I think I did it in the 2008 symbol set.
I think it was one of the times when we were modifying the IMWA before the.
Oh, I can't remember the history. You can see, but it was painstaking. I'm going to tell everybody. I don't know how Adam and everybody does it, because I had trouble at moments. I had to go through so many thousands of symbols and put in these white fills, every single one of them, every rotation, making sure nothing got changed, incorrectly. It was a big job, but worth it. Oh, so worth it. So worth it. So here, we're going back to the screen now, Steve.
Yeah. You got to have the two-color font. So the question is really right here in the middle, FontForge. Do we keep going with FontForge? Is it something that we can use, or are there other tools that are out there? And this presentation is really just to tell people, look how close it is. If you want to have a fun and great project, if you want to help us, if you want to help the world, if this font is perfected, we'll be dancing in the streets. We really will.
You bet. Well, thank you for getting us this far, and for Eduardo's incredible volunteering and donation of his expertise, and also to Martin Hoskin for giving some of the information that was needed as a building block towards this goal, right? We've all been involved with lots of things, so it's been a blessing to work with everybody. I think I'm just going to hope that the world will help us finish it, and it somehow some kind of magic fairy dust will come down on the font, and it will presto be clean, clear, and with filled palms. And it'll be the first, maybe it'll be the first font in history that it has two color. I guess that's not the norm, is it, Steve?
No, I have heard of a couple other fonts that want the two colors, so it's something that people are working on.
Really? And
right,
who would do that kind of change? Would it be, in other words, who regulates how fonts are done that they would make some kind of an acceptance of that?
I remember hearing about it on the Unicode list that SignWriting wasn't the only font that wanted two colors, or the only script even. I can't remember who it was, and there was really no controlling authority. It's whoever writes the programs that creates the font and renders the font. If they support it, it's going to be used, kind of like SignWriting. We're making it happen.
That's right, and also thank you to the graphite developers for helping us as well. So, and I want to thank you, Steve, and I want you to know that I've already invited our last speaker today, and his name is Andre.
Valerie?
Yes?
Valerie? I see two questions from somebody related to this presentation. I just wanted to let you know.
I appreciate it, and I don't know, I just clicked on the question. Oh, sorry, Adam. Let me go back to Steve for a minute. I think the questions would be for Steve, wouldn't it? I just don't know where to find them, because I look at these questions. I have a lot of them from the past. If I go all the way down.
I will go ahead. I'll read the questions, and then you can go ahead and answer them, okay?
That'd be great.
So the first question we have from Machado.
Okay.
He said, for the ISWA TrueType font name, you have it as iswa.ttf. Should it be ISWA 2010 because it's specifically for the ISWA? Or is that in the metadata somehow?
That is a great question, and we're not really sure. I remember that is the name that Eduardo Trapini chose when he created the font. And I remember me and Valerie talking about what should the name of it really be. And that is an excellent question, and I don't have a good answer.
And also, I now see the question, and I'd like to say one last thing too. If it's an open font, is that what you said it was? An open font, Steve?
Open type.
Open type. There we go. Would .ttf for TrueType font still be the proper, ending to the name?
I think. I'm not quite sure. It's
okay. Well, I do see the second question, I think, and again, it's from Machado. Hi, Machado. How are you? Machado has been very nice and has done volunteering and has done programming for us as well. And I think if we go to Symbol Bank, remember that old website of mine, I have some of Machado. I think he, with the IMWA, he converted it for us. And I have a question again from him. Question 1, I guess. It says Machado, I have faced the same filling problem when converting the ISWA 2004, which I think was called the IMWA, from SVG to TrueType. Wow. I ended up having to manually correct hundreds of glyphs. Have you achieved another automated way to fix this?
Machado, I remember he created that SVG of the IMWA, and I was really amazed by that. That's back when SignPuddle was still using pings or bitmap images. I think he used a program called PoTrace, Potrace, which is you give it the bitmaps, and it traces and gives you back the SVG. I used the same thing.
The name of the program again, please. What is the name of the program? PoTrace or P or T?
Potrace. PoTrace. I believe that's it.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and I went through a similar thing creating the first SVG versions for SignPuddle. That was before Adam's refinement. I had some manuals, and I actually had to go and create 2 SVG fonts for the ISWA. I had to create one SVG for the lines, and then I had to create another SVG for the fills, and then I had to combine and put them together. And I think that's what it's going to really take to create the a true type font, is where you actually need to create 2, where we create one for the line, create one for the fill, and then we figure out how we can put them together. And we have the idea that one is the color of the line and one is the color of the background, and that way it kind of just blends in and overlaps.
Can I use the select button on this question from Machado? If I do that, what does that mean? Does that give you the question, Steve?
I think it means...
Yes, go ahead, Adam.
When you click on the select button, that means that you are currently answering that question.
Okay, so I select that. And do other people see it? Okay. Do other people see it out in the real world?
Yes.
Okay, real world, I'm really sorry. I didn't know. I am learning this software. It's getting better. Well, I'm going to go back to Steve again. And Steve, can you see the currently answering one that's up on the top with Machado Oliveira? Have you seen that?
Yeah, I have it. It looks like the question and answer is stuck from before, because I'm seeing a previous question.
I know.
And I'm not seeing the...
All right. Well, let me just tell you that Machado, I know. Oh, here's Andre. That's great. We're getting there, Andre. Hi, Doc. Okay. I hope Machado can hear us. Can we talk later after the symposium, Machado? Because I know, if I remember right, you're from Brazil, and I appreciate your work in the past, and maybe you could give us some ideas about Eduardo Trapani's work from Uruguay with the true type related to graphite. I think really we are close, and the fact that Machado said that he had to fix things up in a slow way, that would mean we could do the same thing maybe with the true type font that Eduardo did. What do you think? Is that what you're saying, Steve? That we do 2 fonts and put them together?
Yeah, there's a... You can put them all in and then try to fix it, or you can put them in 2 different times and try to integrate it properly.
Right. Okay.
Hopefully, the work we can automate it, but you can never tell what you need to fine tune, as Adam well knows.
Okay. Well, thank you, Steve. You are just such a wonderful person to work with, and I really appreciate all your work. So today, I'm now going to be moving on to the next presentation, and I got to stop signing. Adam's right. He's signing for me. And I'm pretty sure that Andre is probably going to be able to hear us. Can you hear us, Andre?
Yes, clearly.
All right. And here you are, very clear as well on the screen. Welcome. I'm going to introduce you to Andre Lemire. Is that how you pronounce it?
Lemire.
Lemire, thank you for explaining that. And Andre lives in French Canada, in Montreal, isn't that right?
Yes, in Quebec province.
Oh, that's so beautiful there. I've only visited twice, but I love it. It's so pretty. And Andre's done beautiful work with animation. And I've been very impressed with, first of all, the lovely documents that Andre has created, but also the animated animations of sign writing are very welcome. They're so pretty. Look at that. And we have a way to look at the screen and see you, I believe, and also see the slides. We're trying to learn different techniques, but for the moment, whoa, I'm going to go back to Andre because I'd rather look at you directly and let Steve figure out the slides. So, Andre, would you like to start and tell us about your work?
Yes, wrote 4 papers on different topics. The first one is the technique on how you can do sign animation using SignWriting. The second document is about design, what kind of idea you can put in it to make it clear, the best way to convey your message. Also, we see the pros and cons of several formats. For the third document, I took your guide and I took each example, each concept, and I put a response, how we could try to animate that, following always the same rules as SignWriting. So people can reflect on it, have a different opinion, and eventually we can get to a consensus on what should be the way to represent, so we all do the same thing. So that's why I took your book as a basis, because everybody has it. It's a standard to start with.
Oh, okay.
So that's the third document. The fourth document is for speech writing in the context of an animation. I tried to take the charts of Stefan Warman and see how they could apply to French, Arabic, Spanish, also a little with Norwegian. So we see the difference between the languages and the gap that has to be filled eventually to make it work. But we see that the approach does work, yes.
Wow.
So let's start. I will present the first, the slide number 5, and then we can have a look at it, okay? So, to produce an animation, the first thing is that you input your signs from SignPoodle. For me, I use SignWriter Studio, so I import it in that software, and I take a sign in a specific folder. I don't use my main folder to do that because I will pollute all the signs because I put extra intermediary steps. So in my specific folder for that project, I will duplicate several hand shapes, several positions, and I will represent a motion. When that's done, I will make a copy of all those symbols and put them in Paint software. And I separated frame by frame. So I see one frame here, one here, one here, one here. Then I gather all of them and I make an animation. You have several software you can use. In my documentation, I use only free software. So you have limitation, but you have choice. You have Windows Movie Maker if you want to make a movie, so you can go further, go back, and stop. You also have 2 GIF animators that will take the paint images and put them one after the other. And you have something more powerful, which is called GIMP. It's, again, a free software. So we have 4 ways to do it. You don't need to take all of them, just the one you prefer. But they have limit in the amount of image you can put in it. And finally, you will get a final result, which is the animation that you will visualize in an internet browser, or you copy it in PowerPoint to make sure that it works, that you can see the fingers, you can see the subtitles, that everything is clear. Because if it's fuzzy, don't start to translate the whole dictionary. The first one has to be perfect. If not, you have to review the design. So we can look briefly at the slide number 5.
Okay, here we are, right. We're looking at an animation on slide number 5. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, good. I don't know whether you can see this, but we are showing a slide right now.
No, I don't see it.
Yeah, you don't see it, do you? I'm sorry about that. I wish you could. But anyway, we are showing it, and it's showing this animation that's so darling. It says, merci beaucoup. And the little hands are coming together and speaking. So cute.
Yes, we come back on that animation. There's a lot of things in it, several concepts that I illustrate. So
Okay.
we will skip the PowerPoint page 6, but just to know that the links to get the software are there. So you can refer to it later on. Now I would like to talk to an important concept about the storyboard. Before you start...
Go to number 7, Steve. Number 7.
Yes, number 7.
Yes, we're there now.
The thing is that you want to prepare in advance to know how your presentation will look, if it will be natural, if it will flow, or if there will be a problem. So first you have to write your text in SignWriting. You may write it also in speech writing underneath, because you have to combine both together. Afterward, when I have all my text, I put it all in columns, and underneath I will put all these intermediary steps that I want to represent. So it allows me to see if it's fluent, if there's unbalance, too much image, not enough. Also, the amount of signs that I need to produce, the steps and the end shapes, will be combined with the speech writing. So if I have more syllables, I will need more frames, even if it's a very simple movement. So I have to adapt the speed of speech writing and sign writing. An important concept here is that you have to get the correct size of your frame, because if it's too small and then you have a gesture that's very big, you get out of the frame. So you have to start all over everything. So your main concern is, I need the widest sign that should fit in it. If I have to put text, I have to know in advance the longest word and space, so the hands won't collide with the text that is on subtitle. Okay. So we can look briefly at slide number 8. You will see that I import from SignPoodle. I have a sign, and from a single sign, all the several images that will constitute the frame. So now, when I have in SignWriter Studio all my symbols, what I do a copy, and I put it in Paint software. Then I will take a chunk, copy it in another Paint software with the correct size for my frame, and then I keep on creating files one after the other. So you have two Paint software side by side. You take one, copy, and you save each time. If you want to do an animated GIF, you save it already in a GIF format. If you want to put it in a movie, Windows Movie, then you save it in PNG because it needs a better resolution. So we can have a look, a few seconds on slide number 10. I show you a software that I use for animation. I just load my images, I press a button, make it transparent, and then it creates my animation. But that software supports only 15 images with transparency. I have another one, 30 image without transparency. And I think GIMP can go much further, but it's more complex to use. So now we could look about the several designs that are possible for sign animating. We can start by looking at the slide 12. We will see Adam Frost animation where he presented his own hand with the sign writing. It's already on the web. We also represent a button, a purchase button, which could contain an animation. What's interesting with the button is that you don't put the face there because you just convey a message. It's not a representation of someone. So it just suffices to put the text in movement. And we can have a look also at the on slide number 12, the animation, and we'll discuss after the 4 kind of content we have. They are numbered 1 to 4.
I'm sorry, what slide are we looking at?
12.
Oh.
Could you go, yeah, let's go back to, oh, we're at 14 right now. Is that where we are? Okay.
Sorry, I went the wrong way.
Well, that's all right. This is fine.
Yeah, these are the animations.
Yeah, the animations are so much fun to look at, Andre. I love them.
Thank you. Okay, so what we just saw is first you have SignWriting itself. So it's some kind of sequence of slides of sign with perfect SignWriting. So that would be the last step for an animation if you want to teach someone how to read and write SignWriting. You put less symbol at the beginning, but at the end you just put text. Also, we saw in number 2, sign animating. It's different because I don't put the movement symbols. I replace them by the movement itself. Instead of putting an arrow, I just put the hand moving. Also, I will put in the top corner the contact symbols. So it leaves me more room for the hand shapes, so they won't collide and they always are the same place. So for the reader, it's very simple to follow. Also, you will notice in the animation that you have a zoom effect. That's the only difference between SignWriting and sign animating. If the hand goes further from the body, from a expressive perspective, then your hand goes smaller because your hand is further than you. But if you make it closer, it gets bigger because we are always in the expressive perspective.
Yes.
In the design document, we also see the opposite in a receptive mode, just to present how it is. But it's more complicated because all the work I did is always from the expressive perspective. So you will have to reverse a lot of stuff. It's not easy, it's not automatic, but it can be done. Also, number 3 was French speech writing. So I take the phonetics and I connect them to the symbols of Stefan Warman to represent speech. In that example, I make it from the expressive perspective, but you can make it also from receptive, depending on your purpose. And the last small animation that was there, it's for cued speech using SignWriting and speech writing. It's
Steve,
very easy.
go back to 12. I'm sorry, one moment, Andre. Go back to
12.
12. We're on number 12. There, stay there. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So, for cued speech, it's very simple. You have a location on the head that represents a vowel. You have an N shape that represents a consonant, so you combine them. That's cue speech. But for the deaf person, they have to read the lips. So that's why I need speech writing to make it complete.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So it could be an easy way to express cued speech with our tools, and also it may bring the interest and the attention of a different kind of people with other interests, and we could share about how we proceed. It's the easiest thing to automate. All the rest is complex because it takes a lot of thinking, but that is very repetitive. So you could do it automatically. You just feed phonetic text, and then it just goes for it. That would be a possibility. Okay, but most of my work is on sign language. Cued speech is just a side thing because I saw it's possible, so I just expressed how it can be done with all the necessary details. Okay, now we will look at the page 13 for design, we will see there a conversation between two characters. There is an overlap because they don't need the same space at the same time, so you can minimize the size. We also have a dictionary entry for elephants, so you have the sign writing and the animation on the side. So it could help children to learn how to write because it takes them progressively into more abstraction. And also we have a speech writing. I put it in a vertical way just to represent it can be horizontal, can be vertical. There's a lot of possibilities. Also, we can see on slide 14, we could have a video with several lines of text on the side, and people could follow. But that would not be an animated GIF. It would be a real movie. It's very easy to do. It's not complicated. It's free.
Oh, wow.
Also, we could do a cartoon with pure sign writing, or we can do it with sign animating itself. So you would see the sign evolving in front of you, or it can be written directly. Depends on your purpose. And you have a few examples with Mundbilder, lip writing, and Mundbildschrift, mouth writing. So it's all represented quite easily. It all follows naturally from Stefan Warman's work. Also, I presented a real example on slide 15 from Brazil. They have a movie, and on the side, they have the subtitles in sign writing. So some aspects are just for entertainment for children, other are teaching tools, and other are closer from the future, like the last one from Brazil. That would be the kind of place we're going eventually. You would have video material with sign writing on the side in a text form, the whole sentence. It's clear?
Oh, yes, very clear.
Okay, now let's discuss about the third paper, symbols. As I said, I took the whole book from Valerie Sutton, the textbook, and I made an equivalency with theory in it for sign animating. It's a reference guide, so you don't have to read the whole thing. If you want to know how I can represent a twist of the wrist, you just go to the section, you have a few lines, an example or two, and that's it. You don't have to read the whole thing.
Okay. Can we see a few pages? See, Steve, can you? It's number 3, right? 3 dash symbols.
Yes. So you could see like page 18.
Okay, that's good. Page 18. And Steve is going to it right now. We're getting there. 18. There we are. Oh, wow. We have Arabic there as well, don't we?
That's not 18. 18, the title is Difference in Zoom.
Oh, you mean slide. You mean the slide?
Yes.
Oh, Steve actually opened up your document.
Oh, if you have it, you can just browse in it. It's better because I didn't put example.
You won't believe this, Andre, but he went all through your slides and then he came back and now he's been opening your book. Anyway, let's go back to the slides, Steve. You can do it fast.
Okay, it's a good idea because in the slide I didn't put much.
Well, actually, I like your slides. I think they're great. But okay, you want to stay in the book then? You want to stay in the book? We'll do that. So
yeah, just browse in the book as you wish.
Okay.
Don't follow what I say. Just browse through it.
Steve, just keep going. Show us the book so I can see all the symbols from. There's Adam with his diagrams in the book. Yes. Our diagrams from our textbook, Lessons in Sign Writing. Yes.
Yeah, the theory was too important. I could not remove it and then put an empty book beside. So I kept everything together so people can follow. So they have the theory that you developed, okay, with your own example, with the pictures, and then you have examples of animation, so they can follow clearly.
It's so exciting. Where's the, so can you see what we're seeing? We're not sure what you see, but
I just see you, that's all.
Oh, you don't see the page that we're looking at, do you?
No.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That's a shame, because you should be able to. But is there not a little box down at the bottom of your screen that shows a little page or a little graphic?
But I saw in very small that you were at the page with Adam Frost.
Yeah. So right now we're at the page with page. I guess it's page 13. Is that what that is? I'm not sure.
Right, 13. If you click on that little box, it should open it up big for you, so you can really.
Can you click on the little box, Andre? Try that.
It's good.
Oh, good. Great.
Okay.
Now you see what we're seeing.
Okay, it's an important page because what it shows that sign animation should follow the same rules as sign writing. Okay? The only exception is the zoom. If your hand goes further, it's smaller. It's the only exception. Okay? We don't invent hand shape. Even if we want, we don't invent hand shape. If we must, we follow the rules to invent a hand shape. We just don't make up our own rules. We have to follow them.
Well, thank you.
And the other aspect is the contact symbols are all in the corner, so we have more room for the hands. That's the only difference. The rest we follow. Also an important concept, when you have an arrow representing a shoulder that moves, I remove the arrow, but I put the symbols that represent the shoulder in the two orientation, so you see the body moving, always following the rules.
Oh, that's very good. That's great.
It's the only way to make it work, because if we go each in a different direction, there will be no uniformity.
Yes, that's true.
So you see your own examples are there. I put some theory also because I want to show that sign spelling is an important basis to understand how you're going to animate. And an advantage also, if we do avatars eventually, it will help a lot.
Yes.
If we have sign spelling. Here we have an interesting page, 109. You see the face that's moving. That was kind of difficult to represent.
Yes. How cute.
You cannot use Paint software to do that. So you have to use a trick. So it takes a little more effort. You can copy it in Word, rotate it a little, and put it back in Paint.
May I interrupt for 1 minute and just ask a question? Have you ever tried to use Photoshop or a more sophisticated, like SVG? Have you ever thought of using that?
No, I wanted to make a proof of concept that somebody without tools can do it.
Okay.
For free.
Very good idea.
If you want to do a real project, very soon you run into problems and you want better material. That's for sure.
Yeah, but that's great that you could do this for free. Isn't that amazing? Huh? Amazing.
Also, excuse me. I think that an experienced sign writer could do an animation in 20 minutes. For me, it takes 40 minutes because I have to think a lot. What I'm writing, what's the hand shape, where it is. But somebody knowing where they're going is very fast, I think.
Wow. Wow, it's great. Looking forward to using this.
Okay, and for that, I would expect people to react and say, okay, here there's a mistake, here there's something better we could do, and eventually you could put a reviewed version of that, and eventually an official version. When people reflect, correct it, you say, okay, now that is the standard. So it will take experienced sign writers to correct the whole document.
Okay.
But I provide a huge draft. That's a good start for the reflection and the discussions.
Major start, yes. Wow, it's terrific. So you have 3 books right now, but you're planning to have 4, I believe.
Yes, the 4th is coming. It's a draft. I can tell you what's in it already and what's coming. So it's about speech writing. The first difficulty I found is that the material is for either English or German. I work in French, so I had to take the tables and try to make an equivalent for French. So that will be an important part of the document. If you want to apply it to another language, how you can approach that challenge. And of course, to make the result official, we'll have to discuss with Stefan Warman to develop new signs and see his opinion on how we develop the standards for each language, so it all goes in the same direction. Okay. Okay, I will just make a brief review about speech writing based on all the work of Stefan Warman. First, you have the mouth writing. The mouth is more complete than just the lips. It's all the phonetic, how you express a sound, how you speak. The set of symbols, as Stefan says, can be applied to any language. I verified, and yes, it can, but we need more symbols because some sounds don't exist in other languages. I'm currently working on French, Spanish, Arabic, and Norwegian with Ingvild Roald. So it's coming. So you will have my 4th document, and you will have annex for each language that we cover. Wow. That will take some time because we have to make sure that we do it properly in the correct direction. Okay, we can look at the slide 22. We have examples of Moonbildschrift.
Steve, yeah, Steve's getting it. We got to get the slide up. Excuse us.
It's the thank you.
22. Here it is. Can you see it, Andre?
Yes.
Good.
As you see, it's mouth writing, so you have extra symbols around the mouth that express what's going on. It's not just the lips, okay? And also you see the actual sign language with it all together. That's one possibility, and you have the text underneath. There are several combinations what you want to present depending on your purpose, okay? So you see it's an automated GIF. If it's a small file that runs continuously. If the text was very long, you would have to wait if you missed the beginning to know what's the message. If you can click on the video, you will see that you can start, stop, go back, go forth. You have more control. It's better for long text.
Yes. I like the merci beaucoup, but that's it's the mouth writing, the speech writing there that is important.
Can you start the video also?
Oh, I see. Is that what we're asking for? I'm so sorry. Steve, is there a video there? Oh, it's a video. Wow.
And stop it, move it back and forth.
Okay. It says media is unavailable, codec unavailable. Oh, what a shame.
So that's it.
I'm so sorry. You know, technology has been plaguing us here for yesterday was a problem. Anyway, let's see what we can do. Okay.
That's a challenge with movies because you need to have the correct movie player on your machine.
Yes, exactly.
Which is not a constraint with animated GIF that runs everywhere. So you have to be careful. I know about that problem. It depends. And you cannot put all the formats. There's no end at some point.
No, but you know, the other day, you know, talking about animation, there is one country, well, one artist in a country named Mohammed Ali Balti,
yes,
who was just presenting today. Did you see his presentation from Tunisia?
No, but I checked his paper already.
Oh, have you already seen it? And I don't know whether you were able to view his video inside his PowerPoint, because I couldn't.
No, I just checked the video in the classroom.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. It's a wonderful presentation. And today we were really blessed with presentation 15, Wafa, the teacher from Tunisia who was in that video, presented in Arabic, and Muhammad Ali Balti translated for her into English, and it was beautiful. And you can go back to see it again because we have all 8 hours are recorded on this. This right now is being recorded. It won't be available though until tomorrow. It takes 24 hours for them to process this 8-hour presentation that we've had today. Anyway, the reason I bring this up is that he had a PowerPoint, Muhammad Ali Balti, whom we call Dolly. He had a PowerPoint, and it had ActiveX kind of video that was installed, and it wouldn't work for me. But Adam was able to fix it and get it so that it worked. And we might be able to do the same with your PowerPoint. I apologize that I didn't know it was there. I didn't realize that that was supposed to be moving. So I need to go in and see if we can fix it so that it will present here. And if it does, maybe tomorrow morning in our introduction, I can show people the little video. It may take us a little time. But.
And if they download the PowerPoint, they can watch it. But they have to be on Windows platform.
On the Windows platform. Thank you for telling us that. That's perfect. Okay. Now,
we can look at a presentation, an animation from Stefan Warman. It's very old. It's been done a long time ago, and already everything is there. It's for lip writing, Munbilder. It's on slide 23. If we can show it, it's very expressive. It's very clear how powerful it can be.
Before you move, Steve, so many things going on. Okay, yes, you're good. You're good. You went to Mood Builder. Good for you. Okay, we're at number 23, the slide 23.
Yes.
There we are. Yeah. I see it moving. Do you see it moving?
Yes.
Oh, it's beautiful. And it was always one of my favorite animations of Stefan's.
Yeah, very good.
And that's real German signs. You know, he's saying welcome, I believe.
Yes.
That's the sign for Germany. Willkommen.
We can discuss, you see the hands, they're constantly moving. You can choose to have more images or less images represented fast or slow. So here there's a lot of work because it's all small movements. Yeah. You can also make bigger movements, so it's less work and it's more like a slide. You see it moving progressively and jumping.
Yes, jerky, yes.
Yeah. Also, we see here, just because you have the face, it helps you to figure out where are the hands. It's interesting to have the face because it's like your origin for the whole sign. So you know if you go up and down because the face is there. The shoulders are not always necessary, and sometimes you will remove them because they can overlap with the hand shapes, so you may lose clarity. And also you see that the hand can overlap with the head. Because you see the hand coming, even if they overlap and they're not clear anymore, you already know what's the hand shape that's going there. So that's a difference between sign writing and sign animating. You can do a lot of overlap during an animation because you have many frames to see your hand shape anyway.
Very interesting.
On slide 24, we see, I made a summary of Warman's speech writing symbols. There's a small difference because there's new symbols that were published 2 days ago, but it gives an idea on how you can apprehend the whole concept and apply it to your own language. If you have your own phonetic, you can tap in the grid and already you're almost ready to start.
Yes.
It's very powerful. In the next 2 slides, in 25 and 26, you will see I took the symbols of Stefan Warman and I put them on the international phonetic charts. So it's very clear what's going on. What is the mapping? So again, if you know what are the symbols that you need for your language, you know immediately if there's a sign for it. So that can be a basis to migrate from one language to the other. It can be done with the Munbildschrift and with the Munbilder, the mouth writing and the lip writing also.
Very good.
And then we have to see with Stefan for creation of new symbols when necessary to represent a sound that doesn't exist in German. Also, we have to be careful when we create a grid for Moonbuilder, for the lip writing, because for each language, you have different research. Some would say that two sounds are the same when you read them on the lips. Others would say, no, they're different enough to be distinguished. So maybe you'll have a set of 15, 17, 20 different symbols, depending on the research that you use. So I prefer to take the widest range, so then you have no ambiguity and you have more possibilities. Now, a brief overview of what could be done with cued speech. I know there's a lot of debate between sign language, oralization, cued speech. In Quebec also it's the same. There's a lot of debate on the topic. Here sign language is not official in Quebec yet. So we're in the middle of that situation. So I just present how it is, and people do it if they feel the need or if it's a requirement in their country. Okay, so that will be in my fourth paper. You already have hints about it in the design paper, the number 2, but there will be more details in the fourth. So again, as I said, for cued speech, it was invented in 1966 in the US by Dr. Orrin Cornett. Okay, so it's a combination of 3 concepts. You have the lip reading, which is helped through vowels that are several places around the face, and consonants that have several shapes. So you put them together and you make a syllable. To represent that, obviously, sign writing can do it very easily, but we need to invent one more sign because we have that in sign writing and we need closed fingers.
Oh, we do have.
That's all. This is the only difference. And we need, of course, speech writing to represent the lip shape that can be read. So then we're done. Cued speech is more for teachers who want to teach writing to children or even lip reading. So I think it's better to put it more in a receptive perspective, because students may not use it for themselves anyway. So I think that expressive perspective is more close to the real usage. Now I will see, before I finish, I present in slide 30 an analysis if I want to do a cued speech animation, how I do it. We can have a look a few seconds and then I come back with the explanation.
Okay, we're on 30 right now, I think.
Okay. So I take my word and I decompose it in the phonetic aspects of the word. By the way, there are several phonetic translator on internet, and I put them in my paper. So you just write the word, it returns you the phonetic.
Wow.
So you just compare with the Moonbuilder and the Moonbildschrift, and you can apply it immediately, very simply. Okay. So I have my word, I get it in phonetic, I get my speech writing symbols, I get the cued speech keys, and I mix them together. And that's it. It's that simple to do cued speech animation. And because the symbol set is always the same, it's kind of small, it could be animated because it's always the same 100 or 200 images that you just stack one after the other.
Mm-hmm.
So, in conclusion, before I take questions, I wanted to verify if sign writing can be used for sign animating, and yes, the conclusion is that sign writing symbol set is complete and it can be used directly without modification to express clearly animations. And sign animation, I just want to put a final focus on it. It's not like an avatar. It's not a little character moving. It is like a subtitle. It is sign writing with movement. So we don't try to draw things. There's a level of abstraction that is still present, and we're still going toward writing and reading. That's still the aim. And also, I feel it's important, if you do an animation, that you could write the sign writing backward. You would know all the information is there. You don't lose information. So there's a level of abstraction that would be necessary and present. Like the contact symbol, I always keep them because in an animation you don't know. Do I rub or do I just pass in front? So it's important to keep information also. So it's conclusive. It can be done, and it can be done easily, and it's fun.
Wow, it's wonderful. I'm still thinking about all that. It's wonderful. And I have an airplane going all over. I'm sorry. But noisy, my goodness. Thank you. This is really wonderful work. I'm really impressed. I never really thought about it like that. Such an interesting idea to put the contact symbols over to the side. I just want you to know that sometimes people don't write with contact symbols, even in their daily handwriting. I shouldn't be signing. I forget.
As a beginner, I need that information, so I tend to keep it. I know to remove it, but for me, I lose something. So.
Well, that's true, and it's an interesting trend right now. We have a trend going on with some of the very obviously advanced writers who are just used to sign writing a lot. They, especially here in my organization and in other areas here, we tend to drop the contact stars if we don't have them doubled. In other words, if it's a one-time contact, you can, I hope you can see me. For example, let's take this. Yes. You can see that it's contacting if you write it visually, showing that the fingers are actually contacting. So why would you need to write the contact star since you can see it in the actual position? But if you did 2 times, that's an actual meaningful meaning. It's got a movement, and it has an important meaning to the sign. So we have to have, if it's a 2-time contact, we have to write that because that's a movement. Mm-hmm. But single contact is the one contact star that has gone away in many people's writings. And this is not just myself saying it. It really is a whole group of people. Even back in the 1980s when I worked in Denmark, the Danes announced to me that they were going to stop using single contact stars. At that time, I was younger and a little more rigid, and I was even against that idea, and now I understand it. Actually, that was an honor. That meant they were really writing, because you get tired of writing symbols a lot. You must have that in other languages, too, where things simplify over time. That doesn't mean that I don't want you to change a thing. I think it's just something I wanted to tell you. But the other contact symbols almost have to be animated, don't they? For example, I don't know how you would do it, but wouldn't you have to show, like, this is like a rub in a circle?
Yes,
or
we have it represented. You see and it will be in several positions. And you have the rub symbol in the corner, so you know it is touching, it's not above.
Well, it's not bad. I like this idea. I just was wondering how come we couldn't see it. I guess you'd have to have, sorry, I have to go show myself again. I have to run the screens around here. I guess you'd have to show that rub. Without that, you'd have to show the different positions, but I bet that would be hard to show. I can see that. Yeah.
You can show, but it's not clear. About the contact, what I did in animation is that you take the hand shape far, you take them closer, and you take one frame specifically for the contact itself.
Mm-hmm.
You know there's a movement and there is a contact.
That's true. Yeah.
Even if it's not clear to read, you don't care because you know the hand shapes. And you know that this overlap means contact. It's not the hand shape anymore, it's the contact itself.
Yes.
But for the other, for the rub, for the slide, it depends.
Okay. Well, I'm sure you're right, and I think this is fascinating. I would love to start doing some animations based on your scripts. In other words, I'd like to read your books, and I want everyone to know that Andre actually has, at the moment, I think there are 3 big documents, kind of thick ones.
Yes.
And I believe there's a 4th one coming about speech writing later after we talk and work with Stefan Vorman, who has done 2 presentations already in this symposium. And as you know, as you already mentioned, Stefan sent me more documents recently, and we posted some of them on his presentation pages. I haven't finished. There are a lot more. I wanted to tell you, but I knew we'd talk today, so I'm glad you got a chance to look at some of them already. That's good. And it's amazing. It's an amazing system, and I'm grateful to you because I think it needs to be used more. And I never thought of cued speech. I do know about it. I actually taught a workshop once where I was teaching sign writing and others were teaching cued speech. It was, of all things, in Amsterdam, and I was so surprised arriving there, finding that cued speech was pretty much the workshop, and that I was sort of added on, like sign writing, what's that? And I looked at the cued speech, and I realized, oh, that could be written pretty easily in sign writing. So, as you just said, yeah, but you got a very good point that Vorman's speech writing is really a good idea for cued speech. That would really make it a wonderful way to write cued speech. It would be much more accurate with what they're trying to do.
Yes.
I'm interested. Is cued speech becoming popular, or is it popular? I don't know too much about how much it's used.
It's worldwide. I can't say much more than that, but in countries where they have problem to make sign language recognized, they tend to push deaf people toward lip reading and talking. So I think they're stronger on cued speech. So there's something very important politically on that aspect, and it affects the daily life of deaf people. So I just present it because I know it can be done, and also it can get their attention on what can be done with sign language also. So it's mutually, we give something, but we say, okay, we have much more to give. Look, all we have dictionaries, we have sign writing, all the aspects, so they can discover, and maybe it can help for sign language also, because it would create a small opening.
That's it. This is just delightful. Thank you, Andre, for doing this work.
Thank you.
I'm really happy about this. I want to go forward. I wonder how the cued speech people would feel if we started animating a few of their sentences in cued speech. What do you think? They might be surprised.
Yeah, I didn't try the contact yet. And one concern I may have is it going to be too clear enough? Because they move the hand on small distances.
Ah, I see.
So maybe the sign writing would need to be bigger, because they need to see the fingers and small movements.
Yes, well, first of all, let me tell you that I actually think the hand shape that you felt was missing is actually there, although it may not have been the way you expected it to look. You may not even want
for them.
Pardon me?
Yeah, but for them it's exactly this.
Yes, but well, I don't know, maybe it's not what you want, but later on I'll show you in the ISWA there is well, I got to show myself. I'm sorry. These screens confuse me. We do have this. I don't know whether that's what you want, but it doesn't. The symbol itself doesn't look like the other symbols, and it's in another area. So I can show you, and you and I can discuss it, and we can see whether it's what you need. And if not, then, as you may remember, Steve Slavinsky gave 3 presentations today, and one of them was about this very fact that people do need new symbols all the time to be added. As you know, when we write by hand, it's so much easier, and we don't have to worry about these things. We can just take a pencil and put those fingers together, can't we? Only in computers where we might be lacking the symbol. So we can add it later, of course, if it's not what you want. But nonetheless, we might have something that you might be able to use. So let's talk about that later. And I think this is just going to evolve. I'm really impressed because I love animation, as I've already told you so many times. In fact, I think it would be cool to do a film of some kind, like a little, if nothing more, a paragraph. I feel like we could at least do some real sign language, which like storytelling or something, animated a little bit. Like, you know how we have children's stories written already, let's say in American Sign Language. That's something I could work with you on if you wanted to try it. And we have the video, so we know how the deaf person actually signed it. And then we had transcribed it and wrote it as we saw it. But when we wrote it, when we transcribed it, we wrote it in the expressive mode. We put it in our own expressive mode. So it would be fun to take maybe a paragraph of the opening of Snow White or something like that.
Yes.
And try to, you know, see if we could animate it with your system. I'd love to do that.
What I think is the best way, because it takes some effort to do animation. So if we can do it on documents that are largely shared, okay? For example, animation for your book, that can be reused for several languages. Also, with the Parker's guides.
Oh, the Parker's, yes, of course.
Yes, there would be animations.
Of course.
Complete, because I think it's too much work to create new material. But if you can contribute to something already existing, and like the Snow White, Goldilocks, then it just creates a momentum in the same direction. So that it has more.
We have Snow White right up there. Everything on our websites are free to use. I want everybody to use them, and we have the full Snow White up on Sign Puddle and the Literature Puddle, and we have the videos up completely. We have Cat in the Hat, and it's all signed in American Sign Language, and it's right on our website. And we could try to animate that. Yeah, I'm just saying it's something we have that's free. Absolutely, you're right. We don't want anything restricted. And the Parkhurst, you know, they asked me to post the books of theirs on our website, so that's why we have it up there, so we can all use it. Yeah, people love their books, and they've done an excellent job. So, and so have you. And thank you very much. I look forward to posting more of your work, and we can keep adding to the web page and see how the world, what direction we go in. What do you think?
That's precisely the idea. I expect feedbacks to correct mistakes, do improvements, and eventually if a senior sign writer can just take the book and say, okay, I will do the second edition. Make it good, and then we're done.
That'd be a lot of fun, won't it? And I'm looking for questions for you, and you know what? There might be. And one of the problems I've had is, I know you even wrote something here earlier today. You asked, is it possible to integrate speech writing symbol set? And I think you must have been asking that in the question and answer area towards Stefan, perhaps?
Yes, yes.
Oh, yeah, of course. Well, that makes, I wish I had known. The problem here is that I'm getting these questions and answers too late. I'm going to be writing to Mr. Google, whoever I'm going to try to find whomever that may be, to find out how to learn how to do it, or maybe somebody can teach me, because we're getting the questions and answers too late to be able to enjoy them. You know, that's too bad. So I'm sorry we missed your question to Stefan, but we can ask him later. And Andre, thank you. Thank you very much. And yeah, but you're welcome also. And we look forward to more work from you and with you. And I hope you have a beautiful evening in Montreal. Okay?
Full sunshine. It's very great here.
Oh, how gorgeous. How beautiful. I love Canada, but I really love Quebec. So it's very nice to speak with you directly here today and share with the world. So thank you very much, Andre. And actually, I'm going to say thank you to everybody who watched us today, because this is the end of day 2. Tomorrow is day 3. We start in our time, Pacific time in California, at 8 in the morning. And we have 10 presentations on July 23rd and another 10 presentations on July 24th. So this is the SignWriting Symposium 2014. Remember to go to everybody's web pages and read about their work. This was presentation 20 by Andre Lemire. And presentation 20, how to get there? You go to signwriting.org/symposium. Override presentation numbers, and you can review everybody's work any day, anytime. Thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow morning. Thank you. Adam Frost, interpreter, and thank you, Steve Slavinsky. Good night.